Our main character Mongji hides a legendary secret. Whenever boredom strikes, she simply hits fast forward on reality itself. If a stuffy bus ride takes 18 minutes, she skips the filler episode and teleports straight to school. But while she skips time, her body enters a glitchy autopilot mode, making her look like a total weirdo. She has skipped boring lectures plenty of times, acting like a broken NPC. The only one who tolerates her robotic lag is her bestie Sanju, mostly because she is literally her only friend in the world. Everyone else is totally creeped out. Then, on one fateful day, a ridiculously handsome transfer student drops into class. The girls instantly swoon. Heck, even the boys are questioning their life choices. You never know his type. The flawless newcomer Yongho Kim immediately hyperfixates on the one girl, ignoring his divine existence. But the class warns him to dodge the creepy glitch girl. Fast forward to the final bell, and Mongji is nursing a massive headache. Sanju teases that the god-tier transfer was staring at her all day, but our clueless lead noticed nothing. Sanju sighs, calling Mongji an ice queen who cares about absolutely zero things. Then the vibe gets super weird. Her friend casually mentions how annoying she is, acting like her personal clock ticks to a totally different beat. Talk about suspiciously specific, but our clueless hero just rolls her eyes. Quote, "Here we go with the crazy talk again." Then, purely out of habit, she checks her map app. 26 minutes to walk home, hard pass time to fast forward. Usually her autopilot body still chats with people while she skips time. In this case, her annoying bestie. She casually complains about her headache and skips the 26-minute trek. But when her consciousness reboots, she is definitely not at her front door. She is nowhere close. She glances down and spots her bestie taking a dirt nap in the middle of the street. A very, very permanent dirt nap. Panic sets in. Mongji looks down at her own trembling hand, realizing she is gripping a bloody murder weapon. Her brain blue screens. She collapses in absolute horror. Because she skipped the episode, she remembers zero details. Did she just butcher her only friend? Suddenly, a creepy shadow moves under the streetlight. Terrified, she sprints home in real time. Absolutely terrified, her autopilot might randomly assassinate someone else. The very next morning at school, she is sweating bullets over her missing memories. She would never slice up her one and only friend, but the bloody knife in her hand said otherwise. Plus, she realizes she cowardly fled without even checking for a pulse. She literally abandoned the crime scene like a total villain. Best friend of the year, right? The tragic news doesn't take long to drop. The homeroom teacher casually asks, "Hey, anyone see Sanju last night?" "No, teach." "Did something happen to her?" "Oh, nothing major. She just dropped dead." The entire classroom instantly glares at the only girl who ever talked to the victim. The duo that walked home together daily. The teacher adds that a terrifying policewoman is waiting to interrogate Mongji right now. The class whispers in shock, while the handsome new guy smirks from the back. An intimidating detective storms the school to grill the victim's only associate. She flashes her badge, Detective Mang, Violent Crimes Division. She unloads a rapid-fire combo of questions. "Were you close? Same route, live nearby? Did you see the killer?" Mang knows Mongji's daily route crosses the murder scene, so she goes straight for the kill. "Where were you at 10 p.m.? Last night? Game over. Lie or confess." Mongji's brain overheats, trying to calculate a survival route, but it is a bad ending either way. Suddenly, the gorgeous transfer student bursts in. He boldly declares that, at 10 p.m., they were totally together. 10 p.m. Just the two of you. Yep. The detective rolls her eyes, wraps up the interrogation, and jokingly warns them to use protection. Her fierce glare screams, "I call bull," but she retreats for now. Wait, why the heck did the new guy drop a fake alibi out of thin air to save her neck? Yongho Kim skips the small talk. He smirks. "Must suck to fast-forward reality and completely wipe your own memory, huh?" Boom. He knows her god-tier secret. And worse, Yongho bluntly confesses that he was the one who slaughtered Sanju. The reason is painfully simple. Her bestie was trying to assassinate Mongji. Yongho casually mentions he was stalking them last night because stalking is totally normal behavior, right? He witnessed the exact second her fake friend drew a blade to slash Mongji's HP to 0. Jumping into the fray, Yongho disarmed the traitor. Sanju tried a cowardly sneak attack from behind, but got utterly one-shotted in the process. Mongji thinks this is pure fantasy, so Yongho drops the ultimate lore bomb. If you slay an ability user, you steal their powers. Her two-faced friend wanted to loot her fast-forward skill. Shaking Mongji demands to know why she woke up holding the murder weapon. Yongho shrugs. "I put it there, duh. Think about it. If you woke up, your friend was rotting on the asphalt and a random hot guy was holding a bloody knife." Mongji storms off, convinced he is a complete psycho. There is zero chance she buys this anime plot. But suddenly, the boy unleashes his aura. Slow motion activates. He drops a handful of rocks floating downward in cinematic slow-mo. He smirks. This was your dead best friend's power. And now it belongs to me. But wait, there is more. If she has ever binged Future Diary, she should totally know the golden rule. You are never the only one with main character energy. Other superpowered weirdos are out there. And if she does not level up fast, she is getting the same game over screen as her dead bestie. She is completely doomed. Meanwhile, on some random gloomy street, our local brooding edgelord is having a staring contest with the dark. He checks his phone. Shocking news, the buses are asleep. Looks like a long midnight stroll for him. But wait, a wild taxi appears. He casually slides into the back seat and orders a trip to Jihan District. The radio is blasting the daily doom and gloom. Apparently, the cops stumbled onto another fresh corpse courtesy of our neighborhood serial killer. The driver starts sweating bullets. Man, this city is cursed, he stammers. That makes 4 dead guys already. The passenger just gives him that silent anime villain glare. Playing the helpful NPC, the driver babbles on. The psycho does not even have a type. He just aggressively deletes young dudes from existence. Tapping the wheel like a nervous wreck, he keeps digging his own grave. The creep waits for the witching hour to play stab-a-mole. Glancing back, he drops some useless wisdom. Watch your back, kid. You look like prime 20-something bait. The passenger just smirks internally, while the radio happily confirms that yes, 20-year-old guys have terrible survival rates right now. Looking down to hide a sinister grin, he listens. Finally, the driver announces, "End of the line, buddy." The cab hits the curb effectively, wrapping up this awkwardly tense road trip. Handing over the cash, our edgy passenger plays nice. But plot twist. The driver tells him to hold his horses and blindly digs into his own pocket for some change. The passenger just glares at him with absolute zero chill. Splash A-Blade suddenly introduces itself to the driver's flesh. Coughing blood, the poor guy tries to process his sudden career change from driver to shish kebab. Correcting the driver's terrible detective skills, the killer dramatically drops a coin. "Plot hole in your theory, old man," he whispers. "I murder boomers too. The cops are just spectacularly bad at finding my stash." Leaving the driver to bleed out the car becomes a makeshift tomb. The killer casually pops out the dashcam memory card. Gotta love destroying evidence. Suddenly motion outside. Some unlucky soul is trying to flag down a ride. Checking the stolen loot in his hand, he calculates his escape route. Sprinting toward the death cab, an oblivious lady actually tries to catch him knocking on the glass for a lift to hell. She totally misses the part where he goes full ghost mode. Zipping away into the shadows, he only catches her horrified scream echoing in the night. Now, safely chilling blocks away, he pulls out his villainous smartphone. Staring at Mongji's picture, he smirks. Ding ding, she is the next lucky contestant. Cut back to Mongji, glaring holes into Yongho, demanding to know if other super freaks exist. Without missing a beat, our boy drops the bomb. Zonju was just the tutorial boss. He casually drops the news that a full-blown battle royale for superpowers is about to drop. Completely lost, Mongji demands to see his script. How does he know all this lore? Yongho just sighs. Did you seriously not check the flash drive you got in the mail? Looking at him like he grew 2 heads, Mongji listens as he mentions some mysterious package delivered ages ago. Yongho aggressively facepalms, running a hand through his hair. Wow, you are so out of the loop, he groans. How long has it been since your magic little awakening anyway? Right on cue, the school bell screams, saving her from this awkward pop quiz. Just go home and dig through your junk mail, Yongho orders. I bet you got an invite too. Mongji gives him the ultimate side-eye, then bolts. The camera pans to a basic city apartment in broad daylight. Mongji stomps into her bedroom and slams the door. Echoing Yongho's annoying voice in her head, she wonders if she time-skipped right over the delivery guy. Scanning her messy desk, our hero tries to jog her goldfish memory. She grabs a random cardboard box and starts furiously digging. Bingo, she pulls out a sketchy flash drive. Could this be the legendary MacGuffin Yongho mentioned? Shoving it into her laptop, she courageously clicks on the incredibly suspicious video file. The screen flickers and some creepy mascot named Gran pops up. Mongji nearly jumps out of her skin. She completely freaks out when the weirdo says her actual name. Then the creep drops the ultimate cringe nickname. I will just call you Fast Forward. Mongji is practically sweating, wondering how this stalker knows her stats and skills. But the creepy avatar just laughs. Chill out, kid. The exposition dump begins. Cue the dramatic backstory. It shows crusty old pictures explaining that the ultimate time power got completely shattered in some massive oopsie. Now a bunch of random teens are running around with the broken pieces. The mascot gets serious. Keeping the universe's remote control in pieces is a terrible idea. The whole space-time continuum is basically rotting away. But good news, the pieces act like magnets. They naturally all got dragged to this exact same city. According to our sketchy guide, the tiny catch is that the powers are literally glued to their souls. The puzzle pieces suddenly click in Mongji's head. Oh great. The only way to steal a power is to literally murder the owner. Nailed it. The avatar excitedly lists off the shiny rewards. Whoever collects all the soul fragments gets to rig the lottery, undo their embarrassing life choices, or stay forever young and hot. Basically, they become the absolute god of time. Wrapping up this supervillain TED Talk, the avatar claims they are completely neutral, and oh by the way, every single player got this exact same video. The tape aggressively cuts to black. A cheerful final message pops up. You will die first if you decide to do nothing. Thoroughly traumatized by this nonsense, Mongji stares at the glowing text. You cannot escape this battle. Oh, perfect. A literal death game. Her garbage tier power is basically useless for combat. Clutching her head, she questions why this mysterious master of time even cares about a nobody like her. Death feels practically guaranteed. Suddenly, her buzzing phone ruins her existential dread. It is a grim class update. Seonju's funeral is set at the university hospital. Mongji just glares at the screen, completely lost. What a mess. Cut to the hospital looking gloomier than a Monday morning. Seonju's portrait watches over the somber memorial altar. Weeping classmates take turns kneeling and paying their respects. An older woman stares blankly into the void. Meanwhile, Mongji camps out in the reception area like a frozen statue. Is this seat taken? A voice interrupts. Mongji snaps her head up. It is Yongho. What is this guy even doing here? She glares daggers, but he casually shrugs. Hey, I shared a class with her too. Then he drops a bomb. Did you find the USB? Mongji freezes. Before she can kick him out, pure chaos erupts. Seonju's mother suddenly lunges, gripping Mongji's arm. You were her best friend. Do not play dumb with me. The desperate mother collapses to her knees. You know something, right? Tell me, who slaughtered my little girl? Every single eye in the room locks onto them. Whispers erupt. What is she hiding? Mongji nervously breaks eye contact, totally cornered. A relative quickly steps in to pull the grieving mother away. Please, you need rest. The mother's heartbreaking wails echo through the hall. Mongji just watches, utterly paralyzed. Retreating to her empty table, Mongji stares at the floor, totally shell-shocked. Yongho scoffs, completely unimpressed. Snap out of it. Your so-called friend tried to murder you. He leans in dangerously close, dropping his voice. Did you ever find that kitchen knife? Mongji's blood runs ice cold. She flinches back like she got burned. She tries to play it cool, but her panicked face says it all. Trembling, she whispers, the knife. Yongho casually unzips his bag like he is pulling out a snack. Surprise. I have it right here. Relax, I wiped your prints off. If the cops find this, you are totally doomed. Think playing the minor card. We'll save you from jail, he smirks. Mongji grits her teeth. Spit it out. What is your game here? Yongho casually wipes his mouth. Isn't it obvious, he says with a straight face. Date me. Meanwhile, flashing sirens light up the gloomy streets. Yellow tape surrounds an abandoned taxi in the dead of night. A seasoned detective steps up to the crime scene. Give me the victim's details now, she barks at a rookie. The victim is a taxi driver in his 50s. The poor guy managed to make one final call, before bleeding out in the driver's seat. The detective crosses her arms, annoyed she was pulled from her main case. I am hunting a student's killer. Why am I here? She snaps. Her partner holds up the fresh autopsy report. Because of this, he replies grimly. The exact same murder weapon. The exact same fatal strike. The pieces instantly click together in the detective's sharp mind. The horrific truth sends a chill down her spine. We are hunting a serial killer. Back at the worst funeral ever, Mongji stares at Yongho like he grew two heads. A date. Are you crazy? She hisses. Yongho just rolls his eyes. It is the perfect excuse to stick together, genius. Mongji wants zero part in this twisted romance. But he drops a harsh truth. The other players will definitely attack again. Look, I could not care less about becoming the master of time. I just want to survive. Just like you. Mongji glares at him, completely unamused. You literally murdered someone, she points out, recalling the bloody mess. He brought that knife to the fight. If she refuses him now, this psychopath will just drag her down with him. She locks eyes with him. Why should I trust a single word you say? I do not know a thing about you. Yongho just stares, totally unfazed by her anger. A confident, cocky smirk slowly creeps across his face. Fair point, he chuckles. Give me your hand, and I will prove it. Mongji narrows her eyes. What trick is this? Before she can pull away, he grabs her hand. A strange electric energy instantly surges through Mongji's veins. The world glitches. Floating neon numbers suddenly appear over every single person in the room. What the actual heck is this? She gasps. Yongho shrugs casually. Whenever I touch someone, I see their exact lifespan. It is basically a living YouTube progress bar, he jokes. And I can share this vision with whoever I am touching. When I first walked into our class, everyone's numbers looked totally normal. He suddenly looks dead serious. Except for yours. A flashback reveals her shocking secret. Despite repeating a year, her timeline read less than 16 years. Boom, the truth hit him. This girl could literally fast-forward time, but before things got crazy, an old dude ruined the vibe. He drags Yongho away to move some heavy funeral wreath. Yongho is totally clueless, asking, "Wait, what?" Peeking under the table, the old guy mutters, "Where did it go?" He shoves our boy toward a door, completely hijacking him. Mongji gets exactly what Yongho is playing at, but trusting him. Yeah, right. Still, she side-eyes his left-behind backpack. Thanks to a literal murder weapon, she is trapped. She peels her face off the table and checks the coast. Totally clear. The doorway where Yongho vanished is a ghost town. She snatches up his abandoned bag like a thief in the night. Hugging it for dear life, she bolts up, making a mad dash for the exit. Her master plan: ditch the cursed knife. But first, she needs to wipe away her fingerprints like a true criminal. Bam! She crashes hard into a random stranger. The bag flies from her grip, hitting the deck. Everything spills out in epic slow motion. She stares at the tragic mess on the floor. Panicking, she drops down to scoop it all up, mumbling a million apologies. "I got it, I swear," she stammers. But wait, Detective Du calls her name, staring a hole through her soul. Sweating bullets, Mongji squeaks. "Detective Fancy, seeing you here." The cop claims she is just here to pay respects for the victim. Then she drops the bomb. "Why are you shaking like a leaf?" Mongji grips her fist so hard her knuckles turn white. The detective studies her panic for a brutal second. Then she snags Yongho's student badge from the mess. Inspecting the plastic card like a hawk, she hits her with, "This bag. Definitely not yours, kid." Mongji's eyes dart around wildly. The bossy cop barks, "Step aside." But Mongji desperately tries to shield the loot. "Let me help," the detective insists, with a scary smile. Mongji flinches back, totally cornered. The detective swoops in, snatching the tragic backpack from the floor. She rises like a final boss, dangling the bag right in front of Mongji. The terrified girl snatches it back with a shaky thanks. Suddenly, she feels a heavy hand on her shoulder. "It is Yongho," he casually asks. "Hey, is that my bag?" Mongji whips around, sweating enough to fill a swimming pool. He smirks, "Ah, were you holding that for me?" Detective Du narrows her eyes, stalking the awkward duo like a predator. She takes a slow, dramatic step closer. Reaching out, Yongho smoothly yanks his bag back. Strapping it on, he gives the detective a cheerful wave. But the cop is not buying it, demanding to know why Mongji was sneaking off with his stuff. Mongji's brain totally short-circuits. Zero thoughts, head empty. Desperate times. She grabs his hand and blurts out, "Because we are dating." Yongho's jaw drops. Total system failure. What a wild lie. The detective squints at them. "Seriously, scolding the fake lovebirds," she snaps. "Show some respect at a funeral, kids." And just like that, she struts away. They watch the boss lady vanish down the hall. Mongji violently drops his hand like it is on fire. Glaring at him, she hisses, "Enjoyed that, did you?" Then she snaps, "Spit it out. Where is the murder knife?" Yongho smirks and says, "Oh, you mean this little thing." Plot twist. He totally used his weird time powers to bamboozle her earlier. And with a smooth sleight of hand, he slips the deadly weapon right into her pocket. "Surprise," he whispers. "I stashed it on you while you were daydreaming." Mongji rubs her temples, absolutely regretting her life choices. He leans in. "This is your last chance," he demands. "Are we a team or what?" After a heavy, dramatic silence, she sighs. "Fine. I am in." Meanwhile, at the police station, Detective Du is glued to her monitor like a zombie. Two gossiping cops whisper that she has been binge-watching security cams all day. Sifting for witnesses, crashing their tea party, another guy whispers, "I heard she got busted down for a massive screw-up." Suddenly, a shiny rookie walks up and asks, "Where is Detective Du?" The gossiper just points a finger, and the bright-eyed newbie trots off with a thanks. He marches right up to her desk and aggressively salutes. "Reporting for duty. I am Officer Tae-soo, your new sidekick," the detective mentally screams. "A rookie, really? Sit down," she barks. "Start scrubbing the footage on my desk right now." Tae-soo immediately whines about the giant workload but gets instantly shut down. "Zip it and watch the screen," she snaps. The poor guy stands there awkwardly, trying to break the ice. "So hey," he pesters. "Did you really go to the elite academy?" The detective grunts a yes. Tae-soo's eyes literally sparkle. "I am a huge fan. You were a total legend there." He babbles on, top of the class, big city cop in Seoul. The detective slowly turns. A dark aura surrounds her. "Shut your mouth and work." "Yes, ma'am," he squeaks, instantly terrified. She turns back to her screen. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto a tiny detail in the video. Dead silent. Trying his luck one last time, the rookie whispers, "Still an honor to work with you." One death glare later, he shrinks into his chair. "Shutting up now," he whimpers. Detective Do glues her eyeballs to the monitor. Bingo. The footage reveals our totally suspicious suspect, a grumpy teenager outside a convenience store. Enhance. The camera zooms right into his totally not guilty face. Meanwhile, Mongji meditates. Whoosh, time warps around her like a cheap sci-fi effect. Popping an eye open, she asks, "Did it work?" "I just fast-forwarded 10 seconds, Yongho sighs. "I felt absolutely nothing." He ruthlessly explains the useless limitation. "You cannot fast-forward people, or the world genius." The ultimate punchline, she pays a ridiculous toll to skip time. She passes out cold every single try. Waking up grumpy, she aggressively trashes her own garbage tier ability. "Then why use it?" Yongho deadpans. "I know it sucks," she screams. Tossing a notepad, he orders, "Memorize our fake alibi for the night." Shanju kicked the bucket. Mongji blinks, asking where Mr. Edgelord is going. "Lunch with the squad," he replies. He adds, "I must pretend I actually have social skills, unlike a certain useless time skipper." Cue his dramatic, totally ice-cold exit. Watching him strut away, she thinks if he wanted my trash power, he totally could have murdered me. Finally realizing her absolute zero survival instincts, Mongji remembers her doomed after-school hangout with Shanju. Sighing, she accepts her terrible fate of teaming up with Mr. Ice Prince. Suddenly, she overhears juicy gossip about her and Yongho. Startled, a wild figure appears before her, whispering, "Do not freak out." Cut to the courtyard. Yongho scrolls his phone, ignoring the loudmouth background extras until someone squeaks. Is the meeting over? Strolling up like he owns the manga, Yongho drops a cool one-liner. This encounter isn't dumb luck. Detective Do sweats, wondering how this smug high schooler outsmarted her. Jumping right into the spicy murder interrogation, she strikes. Why lie about staying back to chat? The confident cop drops her ultimate trap card, grinning as she explains the totally suspicious footage near the victim's house. Cue the intense boss battle music. She dramatically points at him, declaring that the suspect was 10 minutes from the murder scene, wearing just a shirt. Meanwhile, back at school, Officer Tuhan flashes his shiny badge, trapping Mongji inside. With the dramatic tension absolutely peaking, he smoothly announces, "I am here to dig into Shanju's untimely demise." Mongji facepalms. This sneaky cop totally waited until she was defenseless. Using her single brain cell, she realizes if the police ambushed her, they are definitely double-teaming Yongho right now. The officer flashes a fake nice smile. "Care for a totally casual pop quiz?" Squinting like a cornered cat, she hisses. "What exactly are you implying?" Cut back to Detective Du, dropping the absolute hammer, declaring, "You totally murdered Shanju Lee." She aggressively questions his sudden wardrobe change. "Did you ditch your jacket because it was dripping in fresh bloody evidence?" Yongho just blinks. Zero panic. The guy has the emotional range of a brick wall. Slowly, he brushes off the accusation like lint. He drops his bulletproof defense. "I literally just met the guy for the very first time the other day. We swapped numbers and dipped." He flawlessly excuses the missing jacket with the oldest trick ever. "It was literally just dirty." Detective Do glares, demanding a full playback of that day. Yongho spins his web of lies. He casually stalked Mongji after class until Shanju gave them privacy. "We just chatted at the park," he lies flawlessly. The detective furiously types his convincing garbage into her phone. "Sneak attack, where were you at exactly midnight?" Without missing a single beat, he replies he was happily snoring at home and his dad could vouch for him. Stashing her phone, she awkwardly fake apologizes for totally botching the interrogation. Turning away, she sighs, "Sorry kid, my job just turns me into a raging paranoid." But our genius catches the slip-up. Wait, midnight has absolutely nothing to do with Shanju's timeline. Sweating slightly, she forcefully thanks him for playing along and speed walks away to hide her embarrassment. She bravely flees, leaving our unbothered protagonist standing there like an absolute boss. Jumping into the police cruiser with her partner, Tuhan, Detective Do activates serious cop mode. She instantly demands to know if Mongji cracked under pressure. She was completely boring and normal. Tuhan pouts. Whipping out her notes like a manga detective, she slams the two testimonies together. Tuhan bravely mocks her terrible handwriting and immediately gets violently ordered to shut his mouth. The kid's stories match perfectly. "Maybe you are just crazy," he mumbles. But Detective Do's eyes practically glow. "No, you fool. It is way too perfect." She goes full Sherlock, explaining that normal people mess up their stories slightly. But zooming in, she gasps. These two gremlins use the exact same words in the exact same order. The car falls into an awkward silence, as Officer Tuhan's brain absolutely short-circuits. Smirking like a genius, the detective drops the massive bombshell. They scripted their alibis before we even arrived. Cue the dramatic flashback. She remembers Mongji's face. The kid looked way more horrified than relieved. And at the funeral, the girl was violently shaking like a chihuahua in a snowstorm. Detective Do's inner hunter awakens. Those two little liars are definitely hiding a juicy secret. Meanwhile, back at the high school battleground, Mongji aggressively approaches Yongho for the sitrep. Looking completely bored, he yawns. "Relax, newbie. We completely outsmarted them as long as you did not mess up the script." Then boom, he flashes a terrifying news article. A brand new murder just dropped last night. Wait, was that you? Mongji asks, sweating bullets. Yongho just scoffs. Please. I do not have the stomach for a double homicide. If this new victim kicked the bucket exactly the same way, our mystery killer definitely took notes from our little show. Mongji's eyes widen. Another awakened. They must have tracked us down after sensing our skills. But wait. Rewinding the tape in her head, the crime scene was supposedly empty. Suddenly, a memory smacks her right in the face. A blurry flashback plays in her mind. A creepy shadow lurking in the alleyway. Earth to Mongji, Yongho asks. She gasps, was that your creepy self behind the street lamp? Nope, not him. The math is not mathing. Panic setting in, she stammers. Then who the heck was watching us? Full meltdown mode activated. We are so busted, it is literally just a countdown until we are wearing matching handcuffs. Yongho strokes his chin, wheels turning. Then he actually grins. Actually, this is fantastic news. Mongji looks at him like he lost his mind. Think about it, he smirks. Same murder style. We have ourselves the perfect free scapegoat for the cops. Cooking up a devious master plan, he whispers. We just need to unmask our little stalker. Mongji's jaw drops to the floor. The sheer, unadulterated audacity of this guy. Are you a psychopath? How are you plotting this right now? She stares at him like he is an alien seriously questioning his life choices. Suddenly, a totally normal voice shatters their tense villain monologuing. Class is starting, you two, a teacher calls out. Be right there, Mongji, squeaks, desperately dragging Yongho away by the sleeve. But as Mr. Shin strolls down the hallway, he casually reaches into his pocket. Whipping out his smartphone, Mr. Shin eyes the glowing screen like a prized trophy. Not even blinking, he admires his little masterpiece. The photo, a gloomy street barely lit by a lamp. Zooming in, there is Mongji standing right over a fresh corpse, and look who is photobombing in the back, Yongho. Just standing there, clutching a bloody cloth-wrapped weapon, the video plays. Yongho creeps toward the lifeless victim. Snug in the shadows, Mr. Shin had recorded the whole bloody blooper reel. Our two geniuses caught red-handed. Putting the pieces together, his grip on the phone tightens until his knuckles turn white. A totally psychotic ear-to-ear grin creeps onto his face. Jackpot. Meanwhile, at Hana Textiles, the midnight oil is burning. Exhausted workers are still slaving away at the machines. A grumpy manager flips through production reports, nodding at the fat stacks of cash they made. Snapping his clipboard shut, he barks. Nobody goes home until the quota is hit. The poor workers just sigh. Strutting out toward the dark warehouse exit, the boss grumbles, exhausted from being awful all day. Flick, flick. Come on, light up, he mutters, annoyed by his broken lighter. But spoiler alert. A shadowy figure in a hood suddenly lunges from the pitch-black darkness. Ambush. He spins around, coming face to face with his attacker. Staring into those cold, dead eyes, he instantly knows he is toast. Lights out. His brain shuts down. Then, boom, the manager snaps, awake, gasping for air. Looking around, he realizes he is chilling right in the middle of active train tracks. What the heck, he screams, the panic setting in fast. Trying to stand up, he glances down and gets the shock of his life. Who did this to me? A chilling voice echoes. Do not bother, your leg is snapped. Shin casually steps out of the shadows. Just wanted a little chat, he smirks. Did you know these trains are automated? Who the heck are you? The boss cries out. Shin ignores him, casually listing off the man's sins, cooking the books, stealing overtime pay. Oh, and the cherry on top, creeping on and assaulting the female staff. Shin drops these truth bombs while brutally stepping on the guy's broken leg. Ouch. 4 months ago, a worker lost an arm and got fired without a single penny. Shin spits, calling him pure trash. Desperate, the manager begs, promising fat stacks of cash if he lives. But Shin drops the final anvil. That worker killed himself. A loud whistle blows. The death train approaches. Time to pay up, buddy, Shin declares. The manager thrashes around like a fish. Are you crazy? We are both going to become roadkill, he shrieks, watching a massive metal beast barrel toward them. We are both dead meat. But then, magic happens. Whoosh. The massive train phases right through Shin, like he is a darn ghost. The manager's jaw literally unhinges in pure shock. Suddenly, Shin is chilling on an overhead bridge, dissolving into sparkly golden particles. Watching the gruesome karma unfold, he just smiles. Simply poetic. In his twisted mind, he is the only vigilante cleaning up this trash-filled world. Delusions of grandeur much squashed flat, the manager goes silent. Next up on the feed, a chained guy named Gran. Do nothing and you croak, Gran warns. There is no running from this bloodbath. Meanwhile, our young protagonist scrolls away. Mr. Shin realizes he can hoard superpowers, and oh boy does he love that idea. Fist clenched, he vows to get so ridiculously buff that hiding in the shadows becomes entirely optional. Buzz, his dramatic villain moment, gets ruined by a phone call. The caller stammers an apology for the late-night interruption. Good news though, that sneaky school transfer is happening next week. The voice tries playing it cool, but Shin demands details. Apparently, a totally not suspicious sudden vacancy just popped up. Where exactly, Shin asks. Cut to SH High School, where our two favorite students stroll along. As they cross the yard, whispers of a mystery transfer student reach Mongji and Shin's ears. Remembering the video about all the super weirdos gathering in one spot, Shin smirks. Jackpot. Deciding it is high time he catches them all, like supernatural trading cards to cleanse society. He creepily watches the kids sprinting by. Wham! A clumsy girl barrels straight into him and immediately starts eating dirt. Stumbling gracefully, she fumbles her precious phone. With a desperate little finger tap, she tries to save her screen from shattering. Boom, gravity leaves the chat. The phone just floats there, landing softer than a feather on a cloud. Blinking at her own accidental Jedi trick, she scrambles to grab her phone and act totally normal. She turns sweating bullets. Did anyone see that? Meanwhile, Mr. Shin is just staring at his screen, playing the ultimate oblivious bystander. The girl awkwardly stands there before deciding to just nope out of there. Sprinting inside, she vanishes. Shin cracks a wicked smile. Oh yeah, stealing from this newbie is going to be a total cakewalk. The sun clocks out for the day, plunging the city into shadow. Bam Sanju Lee's entire school record lights up his screen. Mr. Shin locks onto Gongguan Street, double-checking the poor girl's home address. Next up, creeping 101, he memorizes every single security camera layout. Counting his exact steps in broad daylight, he walks like a robot. Keeping the perfect rhythm, he marches right up to step number 10. Scribbling on his map, he ninja paths his way through the camera blind spots. Night falls and the creepy counting resumes. 1, 2. Bam, step 10. He runs the mental simulation like a true sociopath. Tomorrow is the day Sanju Lee meets her maker. He practically daydreams about her lifeless body dumped in an alleyway. Back in math class, Yongho snaps him out of his murder trance. Mr. Shin blinks. You actually solved that nightmare on the board. The teacher glares at the kid for a hot second, silently judging the math. Not bad, Shin admits, tossing out a fake smile and telling him to sit. Passing the marker, their hands briefly brush. Gross, but Youngho's eyes are locked onto Mr. Shin like a hawk. Suddenly his pupils dilate. Boom. His secret ability triggers, hitting him with a wild, unsolicited vision. The teacher's totally normal digital watch is glowing with exact dates and times. And then the massive plot twist. Yongho shuffles back to his desk, while Teach goes back to torturing them with math. But why are those numbers glowing blood red? Superpowers are not supposed to break the space-time continuum. He squints at the classroom clock, then at his own wrist. Something is glitching. Did Teach just activate his sneaky little skill right now? He spots that only the seconds are flashing red. Math brain activated. Using his timeline eyes, Yongho tracks the glowing digits. Bingo! The teacher's timeline resets every 10 seconds on the dot. Mongji almost drops her jaw. The boring math guy is a super. Her brain practically blue screens trying to process it. Chilling by the stairs, Yongho nods. 100%. I saw his timeline. Those red numbers give him the creeps, but the guy is definitely stacked with powers. Mongji panics. Are we all getting herded here just like that creepy video warned? At least they know his secret now, right? They can totally just avoid the murderous math teacher. Deadpan Yongho turns and asks, so how do we murder? Mr. Shin Mongji just stares at him. He casually mentions the 10-second weakness blocking her path down the steps. Whoa, hold up. Why do we even need to go full assassin mode on a teacher? She squeaks. Yongho just shrugs like an absolute psycho. Because he has superpowers, obviously. We don't have to literally kill people for buffs, she argues. Yes we do. It is the meta, he retorts, explaining the game rules. Everyone spawns with one measly skill. Yongho goes full gaming sweat mode, declaring that letting power thieves live is a rookie mistake. He smirks. Besides, I already stole a second one. Mongji gasps. But kind of guy Mr. Shin actually is. Maybe he's a pacifist. She sighs. Just try talking to him. But Yongho isn't buying it. Trust a teacher. In this economy, what if he just flat out murders us? He hits the panic button. Mongji rolls her eyes. She refuses to play the hero and get her face smashed in for nothing. Completely done with this agonizing conversation, Mongji snaps. Suit yourself, coward. She turns on her heel. Walking away, she drops a casual truth bomb. Thought you didn't care about becoming the Time Master. Glancing back with a smirk, she adds. Newsflash, Yongho. You totally have the guts to murder us all for the crown. Dropping the mic. Mongji descends the stairs, leaving him completely frozen. Yongho stands there, absolutely speechless. Cut to the classroom. A random background extra whispers. I seriously can't believe she's gone. A single white flower sits on a tragically empty desk. The gossip squad reminisces about the good old days barely a week ago. They whisper about Songju's mom passing out at the funeral, before throwing epic shade at Mongji for looking way too calm. Total psychopath vibes, one mutters. Hearing herself accused of murder, Mongji desperately swallows her frustration. Standing up like a boss, she struts right past the haters. Cue dramatic silence. The gossips awkwardly shuffle backward. Stopping at her dead bestie's desk, she stares at the depressing flower. For a long, heavy moment. Defeated, Mongji faceplants onto her own desk, just wanting the world to disappear. Stuck next to the funeral tribute, she fights back the emotional damage. Meanwhile, life outside keeps moving. Later, Mongji stands outside an apartment, awkwardly hovering in the hallway. Hand trembling over the doorbell. She totally chickens out. Cue the retreat music. But wait. Busted. A tired woman walks up the stairs and spots our fleeing protagonist. Recognizing her daughter's friend, the mom calls out. Cut to Songju's bedroom. Sorry for the mess. The grieving mother apologizes, offering some tragic hospitality. Mom tries her best to smile. Mongji mumbles an awkward thanks. The door clicks shut. Finally alone, Mongji lets out a massive, exhausted sigh. Well, I actually made it here, she mutters. Snooping around Seongju's desk, she checks out the tragic memorabilia. Picking up a cute photo booth strip, she stares at the smiling faces of a dead girl. Flashback to Seongju dragging her into the frame, against her will. Ah, the painful nostalgia. A single tear goes splat right onto the photo. Cue sad violin music, sniffling she whispers, that wasn't even fun. Furiously wiping her face, she grumbles. Tissues. Reaching for the box on the shelf, she tries to pause the waterworks. But wait, what is that? A massive shockwave hits her system, right next to the tissues. It's the exact same cursed USB drive. The same one she got for the deadly survival game, holding the damning evidence. Mongji's brain totally short-circuits. What is going on? Her eyes lock onto a suspiciously thick notebook, titled The Time Rift. Cue mystery music. The curiosity is literally killing her. Yanking the book off the shelf, she cracks it open. Speed reading the pages, her eyes practically bug out of her skull. A loud gasp escapes her. This isn't a fantasy novel. It's a hardcore stalker diary filled with creepy investigations, exposing all of Mongji's deepest secrets. Staring at the massive betrayal, her mind officially explodes. Cut to her speed walking outside. Reality check. She was a naive idiot this whole time. The pacifist route is officially dead, Mongji finally realizes. Playing nice doesn't stop people from craving absolute power. Even her dead bestie might have been a backstabbing snake. Paranoia level maxed out. Trust no one. Not even the creepy teacher, Mr. Shin. Her entire worldview just leveled up. Marching down the street, she feels a sting of guilt. Maybe I roasted Yongho a bit too hard. Should she apologize? Before she can decide, boom. Jump scare. A hooded figure lunges from a dark alley. Mongji's survival instincts completely crash. A masked creep stalks toward her like a horror movie villain. Mongji is frozen like a deer in headlights, totally oblivious to the sheer danger level. A threatening shadow stretches across the pavement. Suddenly, another masked goon appears. Okay, panic mode activated. She whips around to run. Cue intense chase music. Desperately trying to escape the ambush. The stalker matches her every step. Whipping her head around, she stammers, "What the heck is going on?" Plot twist. She recognizes the guy blocking her path. Mr. Shin. The teacher stands there like a creepy statue, staring a hole right through her. Mongji's brain scrambles for an exit plan. He's gripping some sketchy wrapped weapon. The tension. Absolutely suffocating. Yongho's paranoid warning suddenly hits like a ton of bricks. He's gonna kill us. Pausing for a split second to calculate her odds. Yep, time to blast out of here. Mongji shifts into maximum overdrive. Heart pounding out of her chest, she strategizes. Get to the main road. Find some human shields. But as she launches forward, bam, a rag smashes into her face. Snatched from behind, the supposedly peaceful teacher forcefully chloroforms her, lights out. Her brain totally short-circuits. He was literally miles away a second ago. Her vision blurs as she tries to process this absolute glitch in reality. A blinding migraine hits her like a truck, and boom, Mongji is out cold. Blinking awake, Mongji desperately tries to reboot her system. She is strapped to a chair on a sketchy, unfinished rooftop, gasping for dear life. Realizing she is tied up like a hostage, panic sets in. Whoa, easy there, or your skull might just split open, Mr. Shin casually warns. He lectures her about sudden movements like a creepy doctor, trying to keep her cool. She croaks out, "Where the heck are we?" Shin drops that it is a random construction site near Sanju's place. Just a cozy little spot for a chat. The psycho professor claims they have a ton in common, basically pointing out their matching superpowers. Mongji shoots back. Wait, were you the creep stalking me? And did you absolutely ice that cab driver? He nods without blinking. Honestly, the world is better off without trash like them. Cue the tragic anime flashback of a drunk cabbie swerving around and another jerk scamming innocent passengers for a few extra bucks. Classic villain justification. He even throws in a totally brutal domestic violence case where the useless cops did absolutely nothing. The law is a joke when it comes to real justice. He monologues like a true dark hero. Someone has to step up and take out the trash, right? He basically claims his God-given powers are just his personal cleaning tools. Mongji just sits there, biting her tongue while this guy justifies murder. But plot twist, she feels the duct tape slipping, a golden chance to escape. Playing it cool, she stares him down to buy time. Shin casually whips out a piece of paper. Mongji freezes. It is her own handwriting. A completely fake suicide note, crying over Sanju's death. Looks exactly like your messy scrawl, right? Nobody is gonna bat an eye. You have always been a total wreck anyway. He smirks. Realizing this guy is literally staging her dramatic exit, Mongji's blood turns to ice. Hold up. Let's talk, she panics. But Shin just reaches into his villain coat, dead-eyed. He pulls out a smartphone, waving the screen in her face to check the time. He unlocks it with ease. Wait, suddenly he teleports right behind her. What the heck are you doing, Mongji shrieks. Typing away, he mutters. Might as well bait that annoying punk while I'm at it. Sending her coordinates, he laughs. He will get the hint once you go splat. He grabs her chair and literally drags her to the edge. Mongji goes full panic mode. Screw the superpowers. I am gonna become sidewalk art. Suddenly, a ping from Yongho Kim lights up the screen. Is it time? Adrenaline spikes? Mongji channels her inner beast. With a desperate yank, she rips the tape. Freedom at last. She gasps, lungs burning. But instead of running, she kicks backward with the chair slamming the professor and yeeting herself right off the roof. Plunging into the abyss, she flips him the bird mentally, desperately trying to awaken her powers. Shin just smirks from the ledge. Thanks for the abilities. Time to fix this trash world. Free-falling like a wingless pigeon, the wind violently slaps Mongji's face. Is this really how her main character journey ends? Nope, I am way too young to die, she screams terrified. Suddenly, a heroic shout echoes from below. Her eyes snap open. A ridiculously handsome guy is sprinting on the ground. Grab my hand, he yells, dashing like a track star. Come on, hurry. But gravity does not care about romance. She is still dropping fast, mere inches apart. With an epic leap, he snatches her hand out of thin air. Yanking her into a literal princess carry, he whispers, my bad for being late. Mongji stutters. How did you even find me? He casually admits he had been spying on the creepy professor for days. Once he saw her get bagged, the puzzle pieces totally clicked. Now safely chilling on a lower roof, the guy catches his breath. He drops the lore. Shin's big scary power is just basic teleportation. Locking eyes with Mongji, he takes a dramatic pause. So he asks with a deadly serious face, how exactly are we gonna murder this guy? Speak of the devil, Shin teleports right near them. Aha, playing hide and seek, he sneers, whatever. I am ending both your free trials on life right now. But our hero just smirks. His power is actually straight up garbage. Staring down the villain, he pulls Mongji close. Listen up, he whispers. The spot where you got knocked out was exactly 100 meters away. The guy literally had to carry you. Plus, he could not even port to the roof in one jump. Spilling the enemy's stats, he grins. He had to spam his skill every 10 seconds to climb. His cooldown is 10 whole seconds and his range is pathetic. The young man smirks. This boss fight, it is going to be a total joke. Least 2 weaknesses. Youngji blinked. The power of time. The main character smirked. So my guess about the 10 seconds was totally spot on. Mr. Shin just stood there like a statue. Then he burst into a crazy villain laugh. The girl stared at him like he lost his mind. Our hero glared back. Mr. Shin chuckled. Not bad, you actually figured out my cheat code. He opened his arms. Come on, hit me. The hero calculated his odds. This creepy dude wasn't sweating at all. He turned to check on Myungji, but plop. The poor girl suddenly hit the floor like a potato. Catching her, he sighed. Great, the knockout drug is still kicking her butt. Our hero gently set her down. He locked his blazing eyes on the boss. Time for a solo raid. Mr. Shin just watched him charge with a cocky grin. Reaching out, the hero thought, I just need one tap to hit the brakes on this guy, but as his hand swiped the air, Mr. Shin ghosted out of the way. All bark and no bite, huh? The villain teased, whipping out a deadly blade. Is that your best shot? He slashed forward with lethal speed, but our boy hit the deck, dodging the deadly slice by a hair. Mr. Shin just yawned at the dodge. Ready for round 2, the villain lunged forward like a viper. Our hero stood his ground, waiting for the perfect opening. Bam, he planted a brutal front kick right into the boss's gut. Mr. Shin folded like a cheap chair, then poof, he vanished. The hero gasped for air. I gotta wrap this up before my 10 seconds expire. From the shadows, the boss studied him like a bug. The hero charged straight in again. Throwing his hand forward for the ultimate tag slap, he finally made contact. Gotcha, you slippery snake. But wait, sprawled on the floor, Mr. Shin coughed. Nice kick, kid. The hero spun around, utterly confused by this glitch in the matrix. Smirking, Mr. Shin bragged, "You would have totally nailed me if your skill skipped 10 seconds. The hero froze. Wait, can you spam your skills, Shink? Mr. Shin ruthlessly stabbed him without even blinking. Surprise. The villain revealed his ultimate hack. I can also rewind 10 seconds, Mongji watched in absolute horror. Mr. Shin mocked him, explaining that a forward time skip would have won the fight. But unfortunately for our hero, this boss can literally undo his mistakes. Bleeding, the hero staggered back. This guy is a walking cheat engine. Mr. Shin gloated about his broken combo. He skips forward 10 seconds to position himself perfectly, and then he casually hits rewind if things go sideways. By mixing both hacks, he practically has God mode activated right now. So even if you land a hit, I just smash the undo button. The hero checked his wound. Not deep, but his own skill was completely useless now. Time for plan B, blunt force trauma. He grabbed a steel pipe and swung for the fences, but Mr. Shin sidestepped like a dancer. Too slow, turtle. Coughing blood, the hero panted. Mongji quickly realized this jerk was just kiting Yongho until his health hit 0. He couldn't land a single hit with this annoying game of tag. Ding. A genius light bulb went off in her head. She watched her bruised hero desperately swinging the rusty pipe at the smug villain. Come on, try harder, Mr. Shin mocked. Yongho pushed his limits, leaving an epic afterimage. The villain totally fell for the fake-out. Yongho swung hard from the blind spot. Mongji saw her golden chance. Sneaking up with her own metal pipe, she went for the classic bonk from behind. But his spidey senses tingled fast. She swung again, but boom, a brutal kick sent her flying. Yongho screamed in pure panic as his companion crashed onto the concrete. Yongho's eyes burned with ultimate fury. Nobody touches my teammate. He charged like a madman but hit absolutely nothing. Just hit the game over screen already, the boss sighed. Instead, Yongho scooped up Mongji. The villain blinked. Wait, what? Without missing a beat, our crazy hero yeeted himself off the tall building with her. Talk about an exit. Using his skill, he flawlessly slid down the concrete wall. Left on the roof, Mr. Shin peeked over the edge like a confused pigeon. Meanwhile, our duo totally stuck the landing on a lower balcony. Time out for a second. We can't stay out here, Yongho groaned, leaning heavily on his makeshift weapon. Mongji hoisted her bruised hero up, and they hobbled into the dark warehouse. Notice the giant red stain. Mongji quickly pressed her hands right against his bleeding stomach. Relax, it's just a scratch, he lied through his teeth. But seriously, that time-jumping freak is gonna catch us. Yongho sweated bullets, totally out of ideas against this overpowered boss. But Mongji just smirked. Guess what, I cracked the cheat code to his power, she whispered, explaining how she analyzed his fancy time footwork. He has to alternate forward 10 seconds, then backward 10, she grinned. Mr. Time Traveler over there has a cooldown. He can't spam the same skill twice. Back in the creepy, silent warehouse, poof, Mr. Shin just magically spawned. This hide-and-seek is so lame, he sighed. But wait, a bright red trail of blood completely gave them away, he grinned. Checking the hallway, our boy Yongho stood his ground at the dead end, panting like he just ran a marathon, but totally ready. To throw down, Mr. Shin scoffs. Is this kid seriously playing hero? Yongho ducks behind some crates, clutching his clo. Bleeding side, Shin casually strolls over, eyeing the weak hiding spot like a predator. He dashes forward, smirking. Going somewhere, buddy? But wait. The killer's strike freezes mid-air. Our main character seizes the golden opportunity. To close the gap. Blood dripping, Shin glaring daggers. Yongho just grabs the guy and raises a literal brick. For a vibe check, Shin realizes he got played, but gloats about his shiny rewind time cheat skill. Yongho swings the brick anyway. Whoosh. Shin vanishes before the bonk. The killer decides to play it smart and stall, to torture our boy properly. But suddenly, Shin glances back. And in that exact microsecond, he realizes he messed up. He stares in absolute disbelief. Mongji is literally shoving a giant scaffold. Shin gasps, her name in panic. Bam! The whole metal monstrosity flattens him like a pancake. Mongji dusts off her hands. Yongho gives her a thumbs up. Just like I planned. Pinned under the junk, Shin is hilariously glitching back and forth. By exactly 10 seconds, Yongho explains the killer's annoying 10-second cooldown rule like a video game boss. Mechanism. Mongji panics. What now? He is waking up. Yongho deadpans. We gotta finish the boss off. Then, he sighs, Did you not think this through after turning him into a waffle? She awkwardly defends herself. I just wanted to stop him. Yongho rolls his eyes. We will be dead if we hesitate. He whips out his smartphone and calls the cops, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance. Help, a maniac with a knife. He hangs up, with a smirk. The bad guy found me. He turns to Mongji, scoops the killer's blade off the floor and casually notes. One last quest. Objective. Mongji blinks in confusion as he shoves the weapon into her hands. Yongho. Orders, shank him. Meanwhile, a police cruiser speeds toward the zone. The driver complains. No dash cameras. Here. No street view either. The lead detective sighs. At least it is quiet. Suddenly, her phone buzzes. She picks up. Her eyes go wide. Where are you right now? She instantly screams at her partner. To bust a U-turn. He freaks out. What is wrong? She yells, it is the killer. Back at the sketchy construction site, everything is dead silent. The cop car goes full. Fast and furious through the barricade. Tires screech as they drift to a halt. The dynamic duo leaps out, staring at the massive concrete tower. The driver points. Up and screams, Boss, look. The detective snaps her gaze to the roof. 2 human torpedoes are plummeting from the clouds. Smash. Something hits the dirt hard. The partner stammers. What in the world? She just stares at the hard impact crater, watching gravity do its worst. Then her jaw drops. That flying guy is literally Kim Yongho. The rookie cop is shaking. What was that sick crunch? His brain refuses to process the absolute chaos. He stutters. Was that a body? The detective yells to call the paramedics right now. She sprints like crazy toward the first danger zone, completely ignoring backup protocol because who has time for that? She kicks into high gear, dodging cement blocks like a pro. She spots the drop zone and locks her eyes on the target. A mangled figure lies under the trash. Right next to it, Yongho is totally slumped over some bags. The detective squints through the dark. Who the heck is that other guy? A sudden rustle from the shadows. She instantly spins around, drawing her piece and aiming for the head. Mongji pops up with her hands raised high. The gun stays locked on target. The air is thick enough to cut. The cop gasps. Mongji, is that actually you? Flashback to earlier. Yongho asks casually, hey, stab me. Mongji nearly drops her jaw. Are you crazy, he explains. Shin is literally the murder boss. We claim self-defense, he shrugs. But the cops will not buy it easily. The murder drama needs to be believable. Chop chop. He wipes the blade clean and passes it back like a pen. Sweating bullets, Mongji grips the hilt. She looks away, totally internally screaming. They stare at each other. In absolute silence. Clang. She drops the weapon. No way. She tries to reason with the crazy kid. Look, I get the strategy, and yeah, it totally sucks. But she steps back. There is no way I am stabbing an ally, just to save my own skin. Yongho just stares at her. Then a soft smirk breaks out. He totally kills the heavy vibe. That is exactly why I teamed up with you. He asks for one favor instead. Meanwhile, on the ground, the boss monster Shin starts twitching. Yongho snatches the blade and struts toward the ledge. Mongji watches him go, peering over the edge. He calculates the drop. It is a seriously long way down to the pavement. Mongji, what on earth is his game plan? She mutters. She watches this absolute lunatic lean over the fresh corpse. Without missing a beat, he casually hoists it up. Bro just strapped a dead guy on like a backpack. Her jaw practically hits the floor. Meanwhile, screeching tires signal the cops are crashing the party. He turns to Mongji with a deadpan stare. Listen up, here is the script. He lays out their totally flawless alibi. We just tell them we aggressively brawled with Mr. Shin and mysteriously passed out for zero reason. He checks if she processed this ridiculous lie. Utterly bewildered, Mongji stammers out, what the heck are you even doing? Ignoring common sense, Yongho just yeets himself off the roof, corpse and all. Gravity instantly takes the wheel. The duo takes a hardcore, unaliving skydive. Mongji watches this absolute madman plummet. Mid-air, he casually stares down at the fast-approaching concrete. Talk about a dramatic exit. Down below, 2 clueless detectives gaze up at the raining men. A dusty pile of random cement cushions the drop zone. Yongho and his morbid backpack slam into the earth with a ridiculously heavy thud. Well, at least the terrifying freefall is over. Out front of the hospital, an ambulance squad is on standby. Chilling on the stretcher like a boss, Yongho smirks. I will live. Chill out. Waving like a C-list celebrity, he drops a casual, catch you later. Too stunned to speak, Mongji just watches this lunatic get rolled away. An annoyed medic pushes past, barking, "Make way, people." The grumpy senior detective turns to Mongji. "You get to bounce when your parents show up." Giving her the classic cop glare, she adds, "No skipping town, suspect." Suddenly crashing the scene, Rookie Tue starts blabbing about Mr. Shin. He loudly dumps the autopsy spoilers, declaring the creepy teacher died from massive blunt force trauma from the epic faceplant. Panicking, the senior detective aggressively shushes her loudmouth rookie partner. "Dude, do not broadcast murder details to civilians." She instantly banishes Detective Doe to the reception desk for a timeout. Then the cop practically begs Mongji to go wash her face. "Your folks will absolutely freak if they see that mess," she sighs, pointing her away. Following the glowing bathroom sign, Mongji escapes the awkwardness. Safe by the sinks, she finally freezes, staring blankly into the mirror. Holy crap, Mr. Shin is actually permanently dead. Her brain short-circuits. Wait, if the boss is toast, Yongho must have looted his overpowered abilities. That greedy main character would have 3 insane skills now. Wandering out of the bathroom, she spirals into doubt. Is that even fair? Mid-crisis, she realizes she left her phone by the sink like a complete noob. Spinning around, she facepalms. I am losing my mind. Boom. The universe literally hits the rewind button right around her. Blinking in pure confusion, she gasps. Wait, what just glitched? Meanwhile, a doctor gives Yongho the classic plot armor diagnosis. It is just a flesh wound. Still, the doc warns the reckless teen about passing out from his massive blood loss, flexing his VIP status. The doctor brags about upgrading him to the premium suite, all thanks to his rich daddy demanding a 5-star review in return. The doctor finally dips, ordering our battered hero to actually sleep for once. Sitting up like a bruised potato, Yongho sighs. The creepy teacher arc is officially over. Now for the fun part. Testing out his freshly stolen loot, he confidently attempts to skip forward 10 whole seconds. He strikes a dramatic pose, fully expecting magic, but literally nothing happens. Did the skill glitch? He grumbles. Hopping out of bed, he desperately tries to activate his shiny new time-bending cheat code. Then his brain finally connects the tragic dots. His eyes widen in absolute horror. The image of Mr. Shin crushed under the concrete flashes like a jump scare. Oh no, he whispers, dropping Mongji's name like a bomb. Back in the hallway, the bewildered girl stands outside the bathroom again, feeling like she just lagged out of reality. Then it hits her. This is Mr. Shin's overpowered time magic, meaning Yongho totally failed to loot it. She sucks in a massive breath. Staring at the wall like a crashed computer, her brain tries to reboot. She remembers the golden rule of this messed up system. You only inherit powers by unaliving the previous owner. The horrifying math totally clicks into place. Staring at her reflection, she drops the bombshell. Wait. I am the one who iced the math teacher. Overwhelmed by her new murderer status, she physically recoils. Suddenly, the rogue superpower violently yanks her backwards like a bad lag spike. She flails, wondering why this ability has the attitude of a stubborn cat. She desperately tries to read the system mechanics. Ding. A light bulb goes off as she glares down the corridor. The ridiculous truth of this time magic reveals itself. Piecing together the tutorial, she finally cracks the activation code. Want to skip 10 seconds? Just take a casual stroll forward. Want to rewind time? Just do the literal moonwalk. She realizes the system downloads the instruction manual straight into her brain upon leveling up. She just nods at this bizarre video game logic. Suddenly, a random little kid blocks her path, completely ruining her epic monologue. The tiny human aggressively scowls at her. She just stares back with pure main character energy. Pop. She abuses her new powers to instantly vanish. The traumatized kid stumbles back as his mom casually walks up. Pointing at empty air, the boy desperately tries to explain the teleporting lady. Hiding nearby, Mongji sweat drops, thinking dodged that awkward social interaction. Parked outside an apartment block, a wall of police cruisers seals off the dramatic crime scene. Rookie Tue praises the heavens loudly, declaring that Mr. Shin was definitely the infamous serial killer. He exhales a massive dramatic sigh of relief. Glaring at the chaotic murder board, the detective duo pieces together the leftover breadcrumbs. Visibly shivering at the creepy fact that a math teacher was hoarding bodies, Tue aggressively clutches his manila folder. Meanwhile, channeling her inner Sherlock, the senior detective intensely scans the suspect board. Hold up, the math is not mathing, she ominously declares, dropping a massive cliffhanger, stare right on her rookie. Grilled for answers, the detective scrambles her brain cells. A ruthless killer slaughters a bunch of folks, pulls a Houdini, and then gets clapped by 2 teenagers. Detective Tue scratches his head. According to Mongji's wild statement, these 2 high schoolers literally jumped the guy like a boss raid. Tue reads the crazy report in pure disbelief. She crosses her arms. Wait, all victims were shady adult dudes with criminal records. Talk about a vigilante complex. Tue taps the map, hunting for security cams like hidden Easter eggs. Down the hall, a rookie lugs a box holding the suspect's precious PC. Jackpot, she flags him down, begging for a little sneak peek. The rookie hands it over. Bring it back in one piece, he warns, handing the box off and scurrying away. The officer vanishes down the hall. Inside, a shiny hard drive and a tiny camera. Tue groans loudly, dreading another binge-watch session of boring footage. He lets out a dramatic sigh. She just smirks, teasing his misery, ordering them to head back to base. End of debate. Grabbing the dash cam, she promises a fun movie night later. Meanwhile, Mongji plays peekaboo from the restroom. Is that guy gone? She steps out, sweating bullets. Despite her hardcore training, her crazy powers might just pop off randomly. Deep breaths, girl. Mongji calms her racing heart. Strolling down the hall, she debates spilling the tea to Yongho. Nah, that dude definitely figured it out by now. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Startled, she spins around. It is Yeonji complaining loudly. Drop the first name basis, she groans. Mongji blinks, confused. Why are you at the cop shop? Yeonji explains. Cops dragged me here over some stupid accident. She crosses her arms. Total vibe killer, especially since you are clearly not dying. Mongji nervously thanks her for showing up, but Yeonji is already checking out. I am bouncing. Text me, she tosses over her shoulder. Pausing, Yeonji asks, need a lift. Mongji deflects, muttering about police stuff. Whatever ignoring her, Yeonji struts off, leaving a cloud of awkward silence in her wake. Then slamming the brakes, Yeonji pivots. You are acting super weird. Mongji gulps. Weird how? Yeonji narrows her eyes with a killer glare. You are totally different from last year. Do not tell me you are pulling that fake mute stunt again. Flashback time. 2 years ago, Mom bursts into the room like a game show host. Holding a blank slip, she declares the ultimate family battle. Summer, vacation, roulette. The rules. Simple. Scribble your dream spot on a piece of paper. 4 mysterious slips hit the table. Mongji sighs, remembering last year's salty beach trip. Yeonji pokes her. Where to sis? Then she drops her master plan. Tutuland. Literally every kid but me has been to that epic theme park. She begs Mongji to rig the votes, swearing she will be an angel. Dad, living in delusion, swears his boring fishing trip will claim victory. Mom reaches in the tension thick enough to slice, and the grand winner is the beach. Again, Dad's imaginary fishing rod snaps in half. Total tragedy, but Yeonji goes absolute supernova. She jumps up screaming, why do we always visit that giant sandbox instead of Tutuland? Dad goes full strict mode. Zip it. Your sister has choices too. He drops a classic parental lecture, roasting her attitude before bags are even packed. Yeonji plays the ultimate victim card, totally whining. My friends are flexing their Tutuland pics and I am stuck here. She storms off like a total diva. Have fun with your stupid sand. Slam. Closing her bedroom door, Yeonji leaves the family frozen in totally awkward silence. Fast forward to midnight. The apartment is dead quiet under the dark night sky. Mongji is snoozing, but suddenly her eyes snap open. Ninja, walking to the kitchen, she spots Mom. What you doing? She whispers. Mom barely blinks. Look who is up. She is in the zone, rolling gimbap like a culinary master for tomorrow's trip. She quietly mixes the fillings, fully focused, until Mongji drops a bomb. Can we just go to the theme park? Mom pauses, staring at her like she grew a second head. Pulling up a chair, Mom asks. You wouldn't be bummed out, Mongji shrugs. But Yeonji is literally dying to go. Plus, the beach is old news. Mom rubs her tired eyes, a warm smile cracking through the exhaustion. Wow, Yeonji hit the jackpot having such a superhero sister. Cue the wholesome background music. Mom caves, promising to convince Dad to delay his beach dreams until next year. You are seriously the best. So proud of you, she beams. Her final quest for Mongji. Keep watching out for that dramatic sister. Mongji nods like a loyal soldier. Next morning, the scene. The scene flips to the schoolyard. Inside, Mongji is glued to her desk, completely ignoring the chatting NPC students. Tap tap, a random classmate breaks her focus. She was literally just binge-watching a manhwa recap on her phone. The guy asks, hey, why is Yongho playing hooky? You two are basically a couple. Mongji plays it cool, denying any knowledge but promises to investigate. The guy dips. Panic sets in. Is Yongho too banged up to even walk? She decides to call him. But wait, a massive light bulb goes off. She grips her phone, suddenly shifting into full detective mode. Time to analyze every single pixel. She aggressively scrubs the video back and forth in 10-second chunks, hunting for the ultimate clue. The magical USB video drops heavy lore. Ability users are hiding everywhere, and our boy Yongho can literally see their expiration dates. Turns out human media player buttons are walking among us. Scribbling furiously, Mongji brainstorms other crazy powers. If pause and rewind exist, what about a real-life mute button? She imagines the ultimate loadout, buzz buzz. A text ruins her plotting. Oh no, the final boss. The principal demands her presence immediately. Time to face the music. Standing nervously outside his scary office door, she breaks a sweat, wondering if she is finally getting expelled. Stepping into the lion's den, Mongji meekly squeaks out, "You summoned me, sir." The principal waves her and pointing to the interrogation chair. As she sits, he sighs deeply. This must be traumatic. I am utterly speechless about the whole mess. Putting on a shocked face, the principal gasps, "I had zero clue. Mr. Shin was a total psycho. How could a teacher be so evil?" He claims he already spilled the tea to the cops, breaking down the investigation for Mongji. But here is the massive plot twist. The school absolutely refuses to dox the killer's real identity. Mongji's jaw practically hits the floor. Defending this sketchy logic, he argues, the students would completely flip if they knew their math teacher was a serial killer. It is a public relations nightmare. Laying out his master plan, he states cops will hunt for phantom accomplices. Also, Yongho gets a mandatory vacation away from campus for a bit. Dumping all this heavy baggage on her, he glares menacingly. Zip your lips. Tell absolutely nobody. Nodding like a terrified bobblehead, Mongji takes her fake thank you and sprints right out of the room. The second the door clicks shut, the principal drops his nice guy act. Dead silence fills the room. He grabs his smartphone and dials a sketchy number. A voice demands an update. He smirks. The brainwashing worked perfectly. As the dark conspiracy deepens, the shadow on the line promises to bury the evidence. Meanwhile, trudging down the sidewalk outside, Mongji spirals. Are these boomers seriously sweeping a murder under the rug? Trying to rationalize the absolute madness, she thinks maybe it is a blessing in disguise. Going viral means every superpowered freak would target them. Still, the crushing anxiety is practically snapping her spine. Suddenly, a creepy shadow moves in the alleyway. Her lungs completely forget how to function. Horrifying trauma flashbacks hit her like a runaway truck. If another psycho attacks, is it game over for real? Playing a sitting duck is a guaranteed death sentence. Mongji's eyes burn with determination. It is time to go on the absolute offensive. But before she can plot her epic revenge, a familiar voice breaks the tension. Bam! Yongho stands there staring at her like a ghost. Mongji shrieks, "Dude, shouldn't you be in a hospital bed?" Yongho shrugs off his near-death experience. "I have plot armor, I am fine." Flexing his weekend freedom, he declares, "We have a massive side quest." When she asks where he hits her with the hardest line ever, "We are hunting down the other ability users." Her soul practically leaves her body. Mongji stammers, "Bro, Mr. Shin was the only freak we knew." But Yongho smirks like a mastermind. "We have a legendary drop item." He whips out the magical USB drive. Flexing his galaxy brain logic, Yongho reveals, "This little gadget has a legit serial number. That means a beautiful tracking paper trail exists." Dropping the mic, he declares, "Whoever shipped this drive is the final boss of our information network. We need to track them down." Cut to our duo standing awkwardly by an elevator. Mongji squints at him. "Do you even know the coordinates?" Yongho drops a massive info dump. He tracked the USB creator to a shady indie company located 2 whole hours away. Mongji groans at the massive commute. But Yongho is already in speedrun mode. There is zero time for lagging. "I searched this up the second I looted the item." Mongji hesitates, totally sweating, as the elevator doors slowly shut. Ding! The doors fly open. A wild little sister appears. Mongji freezes, locking eyes with her absolute nightmare sibling, Yanji. Yongho blinks. "Who is this tiny human?" Mongji sighs. "My annoying blood relative." Instantly going on the offensive, Yanji shrieks about Mongji, sneaking a boy inside. She rudely bulldozes past them. Humiliated to the core, Mongji stares at the floor, shattered. "Do not sweat it." Yongho laughs, totally unbothered. He casually jokes that the 2 gremlins probably, clearly at each other's throats. Punching in the passcode, Mongji vents about their massive blowout. Stepping inside, she grills him on their grand infiltration plan. They won't just hand over their secret customer list right. So, what is the genius strategy? Yongho smirks, suggesting the ultimate disguise. They will pretend to be innocent, starry-eyed college students. Mongji slaps on a painfully fake, overly cheerful smile. Across the table, a grumpy guy grumbles, asking if they are the kids who called. He immediately complains about them ruining his weekend. Playing the naive card, Mongji awkwardly apologizes for the pop-in. He sighs, asking if this is for homework. She nods enthusiastically, claiming they desperately need the extra credit. The guy yawns, explaining this tiny office is just for show while the real magic happens at the factory. He rambles on, bragging that they only handle the big bucks and sales data, leading our fake students to a dusty file room. He admits their main job is printing boring records and tracking shipping routes. Mongji eagerly asks for a full product list. The guy scoffs, shooting her down since they only keep recent files. Stepping up, Yongho drops a bold lie. "I just bought your flash drive and need to see the sales log for my project." Caught off guard, the office drone nervously glances at the cabinets. Yongho glares at him like a hawk locked on prey. But the guy stubbornly shakes his head, rejecting them flat out. Top secret company data, apparently. Pivoting smoothly, Yongho begs him to explain their boring distribution process instead. Hook, line, and sinker, the guy walks off to grab the manual, leaving our amateur spies alone in the treasure room. Yongho flashes a subtle hand sign. Mongji nods. The operation is a go. He whispers he will distract the target. Mongji instantly spins around doing a ridiculous potty dance to ask for the bathroom. Time for the ultimate cheat code. She will fake a bathroom break, then rewind time by 10 seconds to warp right back to the files. Tiptoeing away like a cartoon burglar, she starts her 10-second mental clock, dramatically spinning around as the timer ticks. Her cheat skill activates. Sprinting down the hallway. In a blind panic, she hits 0 and bam, teleported right back to the forbidden files. Realizing her ridiculous stunt actually worked, she exhales a massive breath. No time to celebrate, she dives at the metal cabinets like a starving raccoon. Yanking a drawer open, she scours the messy folders. Bingo, a matching serial number catches her eye. Snatching a massive binder, she furiously flips through the mountain of paperwork. She uncovers a golden spreadsheet from the fourth quarter of 2020. Scanning like a human barcode reader, she finally spots the exact product code matching their mysterious gadget. Tracing the tiny print with her finger, she hunts down the holy grail, the target's exact shipping address. Meanwhile, Yongho is sweating bullets at the door. Suddenly, a totally new boss stomps in. He barks at Mr. Hong, demanding an explanation. Mr. Hong stammers about helping some clueless college kids. The grumpy boss glares, asking where the missing girl vanished to. Hearing she is in the bathroom, his paranoia spikes to maximum levels. Convinced they are corporate spies, the boss goes on high alert. Mr. Hong frantically punches in the passcode to check the file room. Yanking the door wide, he stares into the pitch-black space. He steps inside, but the room is completely empty. Rubbing his eyes in total disbelief, he questions his own sanity. "I need a vacation," he mutters, completely ignoring the blatantly open drawer. Later, chilling at a freezing train platform, our duo waits for a ride. "Wow, it got creepy out here fast," she shivers. Yongho sweats, realizing they probably missed the very last train. He casually suggests pulling an all-nighter. "Hey, we are already freezing, might as well track down our mystery buyer Mongji." Weakly nods, reluctantly accepting her fate as a homeless detective. But she panics, realizing her family will freak out if she stays out. Yongho deadpans, telling her to just use her phone. Riding the rusty escalator at Sujeon Station, she awkwardly stammers out excuses. She whines that since they bumped into their friends earlier, it would be super embarrassing to admit she is sleeping on the streets. Yongho just stares at her, utterly baffled by her logic. "I never expected our evil mastermind to live in the middle of nowhere," he sighs, staring at the ghost town. Mongji groans in agreement. They are literally marching down a creepy, unpaved dirt road in the absolute boondocks. Our heroic duo trudges forward in awkward silence. Finally, they hit a rusty fence, discovering the creepy abandoned ruins of the old Sujeon Station. A crusty sign screams a harsh truth. Closed since January 1st, 2021, passengers must hike to the shiny new station. Staring at the creepy wasteland, Mongji seriously questions her life choices. Total darkness swallows the tiny town whole. Now huddled in a dingy cafe, Yongho hacks away on his laptop while Mongji glares at her phone. She shoves her screen in his face, the only pathetic clue she found. The package went to a place called Sujeonhuli. She stares out the window, dreading the spooky pitch-black road awaiting them. Mongji shoots Yongho a massive side-eye. "Are you seriously telling me our mystery guy is hiding out here?" Yongho just grunts, eyes glued to his screen. "I'm scrubbing the USB footage again," he mutters. "We definitely missed a glaringly obvious clue." He dramatically spins the laptop around to show off his elite hacking skills, claiming he cranked up the brightness. Mongji squints super hard. "Dude, it literally looks exactly the same." Cue the suspenseful background music. Undeterred, Yongho confidently taps the top right corner of the monitor. Bingo. A blurry staff. Only sign makes Mongji's jaw drop. Her gears start turning. She does the mental math. "That's a public building genius," she declares. "Who the heck puts a staff-only sign in their living room?" Yongho sighs, admitting he tried to play audio wizard to clean up the sound. "I cranked it to the absolute max, that it's just pure garbage." With a massive, dramatic yawn, Yongho drops a wild suggestion. "Guess we're breaking into the delivery company." Mongji nods, completely unfazed by the casual crime. "Yeah, the audio is straight static. Plus, there'll be a total mob of people there." She strokes her chin in full detective mode. Sneaking in sounds like a nightmare. Suddenly, her eyes go wide. "Wait, did you catch that weird noise at the end of the clip?" She wildly clicks the replay button, but Yongho just blinks like a confused non-player character. "Literally no idea what you mean." Mongji violently facepalms, absolutely racking her brain. Where on earth had she heard that exact rattle before? Flashback time. A desolate station platform. the heavy rumble of a waiting train. The realization hits her like a 10-ton truck. It was a freaking subway. Meanwhile, cut to the Gunseong police station, where the night shift is dragging on. An exhausted cop aggressively slams a case folder onto the desk. The frustration is real, thumbing through the absolute mess of paperwork. The senior officer groans. Well, this investigation was a massive flop. Just then, another detective struts into the bullpen. The grumpy senior cop complains that all their ironclad evidence just vanished into thin air. The newcomer excitedly slaps Taisu on the shoulder. Yo, huge congrats. Your rookie case was an absolute monster. He cheers. Total bummer you're slapped with a top-secret gag order, though. Taisu immediately plays the humble card. Hey, I can't take all the glory. He deflects smoothly. His buddy immediately pivots to the real priority, the epic first-team dinner of the year. Oh, you know, I'm a beast when it comes to drinking. Taisu brags with a cocky grin. He glances over at Detective Doe, who is practically glued to her monitor in super focus mode. Sweating slightly, he awkwardly asks, is the boss lady not coming to the party? His buddy quickly waves him off. Dude, do not poke the bear. She is in the zone with some secret project, he warns. But Taisu is super confused, since he literally filed everything. Ignoring the office chatter, Detective Do remains an absolute statue at her desk. Her laser-like gaze is burning a hole through the screen. She has the USB footage on loop, endlessly watching Grant's pixelated face glitch on the monitor. And then, the epic revelation strikes. She finally decodes his ridiculous cheat skill. It's the insane ability to rewind and fast-forward time by exactly 10 seconds. Cut back to our dynamic duo at the creepy abandoned train station. Yongho smirks at Mongji. Okay, you totally nailed it, he admits. That cursed USB was dropped off around Christmas, back when this dump was actually running. He gestures wildly. Hence the phantom subway noise. Mongji tilts her head, totally puzzled. Wait, was this guy seriously time-skipping his way through the holidays, shrugging off the crazy logic? Yongho plays the action hero. Time for a little casual trespassing. Let's vault this fence. Mongji instantly scrambles up the wire like a pro ninja. From below, Yongho suddenly gets deep. Hey, stop carrying all that guilt. Mongji freezes, totally caught off guard by the random therapy session. Yongho sighs heavily. I know how your brain works. You're totally beating yourself up over the whole Mr. Shin disaster. He gives her a totally out-of-character reassuring look. Drop the angst seriously. That mess was completely out of your hands, he states gently. Mongji gives a tiny sad nod. Playing the perfect gentleman, Yongho gives her a boost over the rusty wire. Landing safely, she opens her mouth to say thanks, but then the emotional whiplash hits. She aggressively grabs his jacket sleeve, glaring daggers. Let's get one thing straight. You totally stole Mr. Shin's cheat skill. Yongho just chuckles darkly. Look, I only teamed up with you because you have zero combat presence. But then his smile drops into a deadpan glare. Mongji shoots back. If you keep absorbing these crazy abilities like a vacuum, you're gonna turn into a total psycho villain. Disgusted, she shoves his hand away. He feigns innocence. Whoa, chill, we good. Mongji rolls her eyes, scanning the ridiculously creepy environment. Are we absolutely sure about this creepy place? We literally just chased a random subway noise. Yongho nods with intense main character energy. We have to loot the area. Whatever that USB weirdo left behind is absolute gold. He flexes his logic. If we map out all the cheat skills in this game, we basically unlock the overpowered ending. Still super skeptical, she points out that they are literally in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, Mongji halts in her tracks. Her jaw drops at a bizarre round symbol slapped on a wall. Whipping out her phone flashlight, she realizes it's the exact same watermark from the video. Yo, Yongho, get your butt over here, she yells. Look at this massive red flag. Glancing up at the dramatic night sky, she smirks. Yep, we just walked right into the lion's den. She gestures toward a ridiculously obvious arrow painted on the sign. Yongho cracks his knuckles, a terrifying glint in his eye. Well, no respawn points now. Trudging down the rusted railway tracks, Mongji laughs at the absurd amount of arrows. Yongho scoffs. Man, this edgelord has been redecorating since January. Totally weirded out. Mongji asks why it looks like a breadcrumb trail for idiots. It's like they want to get ambushed. Yongho rubs his chin, totally suspicious that someone hiding in a safe zone would throw a neon party pointing to their base. Just like leaving that USB out in the open, he mutters. They totally could have just filed off the serial numbers like a normal criminal. His paranoia spikes to maximum levels. But whatever their dumb trap doesn't matter, Yongho growls. The only thing I care about is squeezing the lore out of them. He flashes a chaotic, bloodthirsty grin. I'll literally obliterate them if they try to lie. Snapping back to tactician mode, He asks if Mongji remembers the boss fight strategy. Time for a quick recap. We abuse the slow motion skill. Combined with the 10-second time skip, he schemes. If we close the gap, we practically one-shot this guy. With her phone light blazing, Mongji illuminates an abandoned train car, ready for absolute chaos. Glued to her phone like a lost tourist, she finally hits a dead end and pumps the brakes. Behold, a super sketchy shipping container. Yongho gives the nod. He kicks the door open, stepping into the abyss, and clicks his flashlight on. Mongji trails behind, judging the absolute trash heap of a room. Yongho scoffs, noting the place looks like a haunted ghost town. Mongji totally agrees. The thick dust alone says nobody has cleaned in a century. Suddenly, a weird noise drops. Did you hear that? She panics, sweating bullets? But oblivious Yongho heard absolute silence. Mongji creeps toward a closed door, reaching out. Taking a massive gulp of air, she twists the knob. The flashlight beam hits. A tiny floor kitty. Mongji blinks at the furball. The little menace leaps right at her, causing a massive flinch. Just a cat. She sighs in relief. Bump. Something pokes her back. She turns around and nearly drops dead. A creepy naked mannequin. Cue the dramatic horror movie scream. Mongji completely trips over her own feet. Yongho bolts over. What happened? Hauling her up, he sighs. You are fine. They both stare down the plastic dummy, doing the math. Mongji points out it is the dummy from the video. Panic over. Yongho pivots, sweeping his flashlight like a detective. Boom. He spots the camera gear and the creepy prop. The brain cells are finally connecting. Spinning around the beam, hits a new door. He rips open the authorized personnel sign and smirks. Jackpot. I found it. He instantly realizes this is the exact recording studio. As he adjusts the glare, a door creaks open. A voice mocks such noisy guests. Mongji watches the kitty trot toward the mystery room, terrified. Fast forward the clip, Mongji yells, going full boss mode. Give me the timestamps, Yongho barks, swiping his screen. On screen, hands grab the cat. The sender is a literal toddler with short hair holding the furball. I am. Record, the kid casually declares, ruining the spooky vibe entirely. Our duo just stares blankly as the kid yawns. You sent that creepy video, Mongji demands, glaring. The kid murmurs, hey, do not judge a book by its tiny cover. Record smugly explains their totally overpowered ability, copying everyone's memories. Plus, if they die, the data uploads to the cloud anyway. Get this, I am way older than you newbies. Literally, immortal Record flexes hard, leaving them utterly speechless. After living forever, they sense the timeline breaking. So they hit send on that warning video. But how did you stalk us? Mongji demands. Record just smirks. Oh, that is just my other hack. Get ready for this. I can see every single thing you say or do. Creepy much. The duo freezes. Then Record casually praises Yongho. You did great wiping out those two, but our edgy hero totally ignores the compliment. Stepping up, Yongho interrogates, how many goons are left? When does the world end? Record just gives a sassy shrug. Why would I tell you? Yongho counters with pure main character logic. The Time Master's game must be fair. I literally have zero reason to leak spoilers. Record sighs heavily. Did you really think finding me unlocks a free walkthrough? Record mocks, staring down Yongho's camera. Mongji gives the secret nod. Yongho gets into stance. Time for the classic jump the boss tactic. They blitz forward at crazy speed. But the kid just slowly turns, totally unimpressed. You brought this upon yourselves. Record pouts, eyes flashing. Bam. An invisible psychic truck hits Mongji and Yongho straight in the eyeballs. Their balance goes bye-bye. Mongji gets aggressively spammed with random pop-up memories. Her brain is buffering hard. Choking on the data overload, she gasps for precious oxygen. Flopping down next to Yongho, Mongji's HP hits 0. Gripping her skull, she wheezes. My brain is literally frying into mush. Record smugly declares, I read your script ages ago. Yongho is curled up like a shrimp, tanking the agony. The kid scoffs. Let me guess, trying to murder me for a power-up. The absolute audacity. Record yells, throwing a tiny tantrum. How dare you normies try to steal an immortal's epic skills? Meanwhile, the utterly defeated Mongji and Yongho are breakdancing in agony from the psychic damage. With a deadpan look, Record flexes the ability to upload thousands of zip files into people's minds. Just give up before your brains melt. But Yongho shoots a deadly glare from the dirt, panting heavily. The kid watches his stubborn main character energy, reaching a tiny hand toward the floor. Yongho desperately struggles to stand. Shocker, Record mutters, completely unsurprised by his resilience. Record sighs dramatically. Look, I did not want to fry your brain cells. The duo wobbles to their feet. The kid backs up and decides to drop some lore. Pointing to a massive, crazy wall chart, Record finally presents the boom exposition time. Record casually drops that she is basically a walking crystal ball powered by stolen memories, bragging that literally everyone is her personal spy network. She totally shuts down Yongho's questions like a boss, leaving him utterly clueless as she tweaks the magical glowing blocks, shifting the whole projection. Then, she drops the ultimate plot twist. His questions are absolutely pointless. Because, spoiler alert, they are both about to bite the dust. Mongji practically blue screens, asking if they are actually going to die. Panicking, she argues that fate is fake news, but Record shuts that down real quick. It is a locked-in movie ending, folks. No rewrites allowed. Cue the dramatic music. Record takes a dramatic pause, revealing the classic survival game loophole. Only one player can hog all the cheat skills. Yongho does the gruesome math and realizes one of them has to unalive the other. He instantly gets the grim nod of confirmation. Record states only one lucky winner gets to be the ultimate Time Lord, and right now, they are just dragging out the inevitable game over. Yongho turns to Mongji, who is looking like a kicked puppy with her head down. Record maliciously replays their friendly handshake in high definition. The vision zooms in, exposing all of Mongji's juicy hidden doubts about our boy Yongho. Nope, not doing this, Mongji snaps, glaring up. Yongho stands up like a true anime protagonist, yelling, "Are we really gonna let this sketchy lady write our ending?" With a totally badass glare, he vows that no matter what her spoiler visions say, he is gonna fight destiny. Record just stares at him like he is a cute dumb bug. She casually mentions they are about to get wrecked, strongly, suggesting a quick betrayal as their only escape route. Yongho and Mongji just glare back totally speechless, holding their breath like they are in a horror movie. Record cheerfully says, "Peace out," wrapping up her villain speech. But wait. A shadow zooms past the window. Bang, a sniper shot completely deletes Record from the server. Whipping his head toward the chaos, Yongho goes into full hero mode. Mongji jumps out of her skin, absolutely gasping for air. Grabbing her, our main character yeets them both behind cover as a barrage of bullets turns their room into Swiss cheese. Shoving her into the dirt, he screams, "Eat dirt." The window completely rage quits, exploding into a million pieces under the ridiculous gunfire. Peeking back at the ruined glass, Yongho does some quick tactical math. The bullets are obsessively hammering the exact same spot on the floor. Oh wait, they are not the targets. He breathes a massive sigh of relief. The crazy sniper finally hits pause, and the deadly night goes dead silent. Yongho dusts himself off playing Captain Obvious. Well, that stopped. Sneaking a peek through the giant hole in the wall, he plays detective. He points at a sketchy building way out there, pinpointing the camper's nest. The dynamic duo just chills in the silent room. Then it clicks. She totally knew she was going to get sniped. Yongho whispers and Mongji violently nods. The gears in his head start turning, remembering her creepy little monologue about how memories jump to a shiny new host when the old one dies. Mongji gasps, realizing Record basically just hit the respawn button in someone else's meat suit. Meanwhile, over at the sniper's creepy abandoned hideout, a ridiculously tied-out hostage is throwing a massive fit, wiggling her fingers over a blinking circuit board. Thrashing around in her chair right next to a smoking sniper rifle, she is desperately trying to escape. Gagged and crying a river, she shakes like a total nervous wreck. But bam! Her eyes snap open, glowing with Record's smug aura, and she casually flexes, shattering the ropes like they are made of cheap string. Record is officially back online, effortlessly snapping the booby trap wires with her newly freed hand. She rips off the gross gag, takes a deep, luxurious breath, and stands up with terrifying swagger. Record smirks. Wow, been a hot minute since I piloted a female character model. Checking out her brand new stats, she stretches out. She mocks their cute little 10-second time trick, finding their chill attitude super annoying. "Alright, tutorial is over," she declares. "Time to start the real game." She grabs a suspicious gadget. Cut to the next morning, Mongji is trying to pretend she is just a normal student awkwardly shuffling through the school halls. Like it hasn't even been 24 hours since Record rage quit life, and the sheer trauma is totally ruining her vibe. Oh, and their whole building exploding into fireworks. Yeah, that definitely left some emotional damage. Back in boring reality, Mongji spaces out. A sudden wave of nausea hits her and she claps a hand over her mouth. Dashing into the bathroom, she realizes those forced memories are literally burning her from the inside out, like bad spicy food. Gripping the sink in front of the mirror, she yanks her eyelid down to check for creepy glowing eyes. Everything looks normal, so she tries to calm down. But wait, her new cheat skill suddenly boots up. Boom, her vision gets hacked, teleporting her to a sunny basketball court. A rogue ball bounces right up to her. Grabbing it, she realizes this is one of those annoying flashback cutscenes. A random blonde dude spawns out of nowhere and goes, who are you?" She casually shoots a three-pointer and the memory hits fast forward. Suddenly, a bright, super smiley guy pops into focus. It is totally Yongho, but she is absolutely floored since when does our edgy boy ever smile like a golden retriever? Her brain short-circuits trying to figure out who that blonde guy was. Staring at the memory, she watches Yongho's friend go from chilling to literally getting choked out. Mongji panics, a shiny doom timer pops up, hits 0, and the poor guy instantly flops over like a wet noodle. Back to reality, she violently gasps in the restroom, totally creeping out a random girl leaving a bathroom stall. Her brain short-circuits. Wait, did Yongho seriously murder his own best bro just to snatch some juicy time powers? She completely freezes, stumbling out guess who is waiting. Yongho himself casually asking her out to lunch. A jealous classmate whines in the background, but our smiling psycho ignores them, cheerfully waving Mongji over. She just glares at him, absolutely terrified and sweating bullets over that whole casually strangling a dude vision. Fast forward to the cafeteria, Mongji stares a hole through her untouched food, desperate not to lose her mind. Yongho leans way too close, invading her personal space to innocently ask what on earth is bothering her today. Fed up, she bluntly fires back, accusing him of being super sketchy. He awkwardly tries to play it totally cool. He swears they hit a dead end. Suddenly, a random girl forcefully inserts herself right into their spicy drama. Slapping her tray down, she asks to sit. Mongji aggressively deadpans, staring her down to ask who she even is. The intruder looks utterly crushed that she is completely irrelevant and definitely not the main character here. She introduces herself as Ga Kong, a newspaper club nerd from their own class, whining that Mongji forgot her. Mongji gives a half-hearted sorry, but this clout-chasing journalist demands a social media follow as an apology. Her ultimate life goal, being school famous, she brags about her PR skills, but Mongji ruthlessly shoots her down. I do not even have an account, she drops the mic. Ga Kong is left totally speechless as Mongji swiftly escapes. I am busy, she ducks out. But the nosy reporter blocks her path, absolutely desperate to squeeze out some hot gossip. She suddenly interrogates her about Mr. Shin's suspicious transfer. She insists Mongji is hiding some spicy secrets. Sorry, cannot help you, Mongji lies. She speeds off, leaving the awkward duo of Ga Kong and Yongho in the dust. Yongho sighs, telling the reporter she messed up, then smoothly pivots to ask if the newspaper club is hiring. Hiding outside to stop a full-blown panic attack, Mongji hears footsteps and aggressively holds her breath. Tag, you are it. The nosy detective pops out. Mongji tiredly groans, basically asking why she is being stalked. The cop declares the case closed with Mr. Shin as the killer practically begging Mongji to show a guilty reaction. Cool story. Mongji tries to bail, but the detective blocks her, declaring this mystery has way too many plot holes. She complains the police are acting wildly suspicious by ignoring a literal serial killer targeting random teenagers. Taking a dramatic breath, she drops a massive bomb she totally snagged, a secret flash drive from Mr. Shin's place. The detective glares, scanning her face for lies. Mongji mentally panics because she definitely recognizes it. The file is basically a manual on superpowered time travelers, murdering each other to steal juicy magic upgrades. Spitting out facts, the cop demands answers. Sweating bullets, Mongji violently balls her fists and plays totally dumb. She claims it is just a silly prank. The detective sarcastically agrees, then ominously reaches right into her coat. Boom! She dramatically whips out a second flash drive. Mongji practically blue screens at the sight of another one. You are not squirming out of this, the detective threatens. While Mongji is busy trying to process the absolute madness. Plot twist. The cop shoves a literal gun right in her face. Surprise, she casually admits she has superpowers too. Did you really think a main character cop would not have magic powers? She intensely flexes her new status. She casually drops the ultimate spoiler. Everyone in this town is playing a superpowered murder battle royale. She pulls the trigger. Mongji braces for death. Click. The gun is completely empty, faking her out big time. The smug cop figures out Mongji's powers only work if she is moving, promising the next bullet will definitely hurt. Terrified, Mongji spills the beans. She can fast-forward time but completely blacks out like a total amateur. Satisfied, the detective finally lowers the weapon. Plunking down next to her, she gets ready for a gossip session. Did Yongho actually murder Shanju? She interrogates Mongji, doubts it, but then the suspicious timeline hits her. He literally transferred on the exact day of the murder. The detective leans back, looking like a smug genius. She points out Mongji looked like a kidnapped hostage during the funeral, totally terrified of her own shadow. Mongji flashes back to the friend getting choked out and realizes playing the loyal sidekick is a terrible idea. Why protect a guy who uses his best friends for extra stat points? She finally accepts that he is totally the killer, his buddy just to snatch his powers. Flashback hits. Mongji realizes she's been totally played by this guy before. Once is plenty. Yeah, it's true, Mongji admits. She drops the bomb. Songju was totally planning to backstab her, literally right while using her powers. Turns out Yongho did the actual killing and used Mongji's fingerprints for blackmail. The detective leans in smirking. So what's your game plan? Mongji looks up realizing she hadn't been shot yet because they still needed to talk. You're way calmer than I expected, the cop chuckles. Then out of nowhere she hits her with a recruitment pitch. A team Mongji blinks, totally lost. The detective just nods, tapping her finger on her trusty gun. Keeping the cool cop vibe going, she slides a flash drive over like it's a spy movie. She reveals her superpower, shuffle. Yep, she can basically swap any two chosen objects, but she openly admits her neat trick is useless against time stoppers and rewinders. The cop groans in annoyance. Mongji rolls her eyes. We don't even know if those hacks exist. But the detective drops a plot twist. Her ability has a passive buff. She feels other people's powers, leaving Mongji totally baffled. Pulling out a visual aid, she explains that when time stops, well, everyone freezes like laggy NPCs. And when the rewind button gets smashed, everyone gets dragged back to the past. The detective swears it's true because she's lived through both. We need to team up, she insists, to beat these overpowered monsters. She knows it sounds crazy, but sweetens the deal with a solid favor for Mongji. I'll make that murder weapon vanish, she offers. So are you in? Mongji's brain does mental gymnastics, sweating over the whole feeling other powers thing. She squints and asks, wait, so what actually happened when I hit the fast forward button? The detective raises an eyebrow. You mean that missing year? Newsflash, kid time didn't speed up. She hints Mongji is basically a noob with her own powers. Mongji gulps hard. Was she really pressing the wrong buttons this whole time? The cop squints like a hawk. How did you accidentally skip 365 days? Mongji goes mute. Cue the dramatic flashback. A family car cruises down a sunny road. Perfect weather for a drive. Her dad cheers, playing the classic doomed parent. From the back, Yongji whines, step on it, old man, I've got homework. Dad shoots a nervous glance at Mom, trying to keep his cool. Mom calmly packs away her playing cards, smirking like a boss. Plot twist, we're skipping Tutu Land, she declares, ignoring the tickets they already bought. Leaning forward, Yonji's jaw drops to the floor. Mom hits her with a counterattack. Thought you had homework. Yonji backpedals instantly. Homework. Never heard of her. Mom casually snatches the theme park tickets, totally owning the situation. She flashes a cheeky grin in the mirror, loving the chaos. Watching this circus, Mongji just silently facepalms. Yonji begs, come on, Tutu Land. But Dad announces a beach detour first. Yonji lunges for the GPS like a ninja. I memorized the address, she yells. Mom instantly barks. Hey, stop acting like a fool, Dad's patience snaps. Sit down before I make you. Suddenly Mom screams, watch out. Enter the legendary white truck of doom. It hogs the whole lane, basically glaring right at them. Dad holds his breath and yanks the wheel. The car drifts left like a race car, missing the Izakai Express by an inch. But the car wobbles like crazy, sliding into oncoming traffic. Dad slams the brakes to dodge another car. The steering wheel spins wildly. Once they finally stop spinning, Dad pants. We alive, Mom turns to give Yonji the scolding of a lifetime. But wait, a random car sneak attacks them from nowhere. Smash. Mongji wakes up dizzy inside a metal pancake. Total disaster. She groans Yonji. Looking up front, she screams, Mom. Her eyes bug out as the hood literally goes boom. No warning, just pure Michael Bay explosion. The front seats are instantly swallowed by raging flames. Game over for the parents. Trapped in the blazing back seat, the sisters watch the barbecue spread. Mongji is frozen in pure panic. Suddenly pulling the universe into reverse, the world hits rewind. She peels her eyes open. And boom, she's floating inside a pitch-black screensaver void. Did I just glitch out of reality, she wonders? She yells into the absolute nothingness for her parents. Her voice just bounces off the dark. Panicking, she screams for Yonji. But her vision hits max static like a broken TV. Wandering this dark void, Mongji desperately tries to find any anchor in this chaos. She looks up at a glowing light. Is that a flat-screen TV? Nope, it is an ambulance floating in the sky. Myeongji totally blue screens. Gravity goes rogue, yanking her down so fast she feels her soul leave her body. Zooming past the flying ambulance, she gets a front row seat to this uncontrollable trip. Crashing right through a hospital entrance hologram, she screams, "What is going on?" She asks it again as she clips through another weird vision. Deep breaths. Reaching out a shaky hand, Myeongji wonders what glitch this is. Suddenly at a table, Chopsticks grab some grub. Boom, she is magically sitting alone, having dinner in her apartment. Myeongji tries to reboot her brain and figure out how she teleported. Totally lost, she looks around. Wait a minute. She grabs her hair. Yanking the massive locks, she gasps, "Since when am I Rapunzel panicking?" Myeongji calls out for her aunt. The older lady stares like she just saw a ghost, gasping her name. Myeongji's heart does a flip. Her aunt stammers, asking if she just spoke. Myeongji babbles back, completely clueless. The aunt goes full ninja, crossing the room in a blink. Squeezing her tight, the aunt cries, "You are back." Myeongji just asks what the big deal is. Cut to a super depressing photo of her parents' funeral. Talk about a buzzkill. Myeongji stares at the portraits, awkwardly poking the air like she is trying to poke a ghost. Her aunt facepalms with emotion, sighing, "Myeongji, you finally came to see them." An entire year has passed. The aunt takes a massive breath to stop the waterworks. You are doing great now, so they can finally chill in peace. Back home, the girl yells for Yonji. She spins to her aunt. Yo, where is my sister? Cut to Yonji looking like she is starring in a moody music video while stomping down the sidewalk. Pausing, she glares at the neighborhood. Her aunt hops out of a newly parked car, slamming the door. Screaming her sister's name like a madwoman, Mongji sprints out of the building. She tackles Yonji in a mega hug. Mongji sobs, "It must have been awful for you," but plot twist, her sister shoves her into next week. Mongji hits the dirt and gets hit with a barrage of curses. Yonji spits. "What do you want now, freak?" She brings up the whole year. Mongji faked being sick. Yonji sneers, "Did you expect a thank you card? I played dumb this entire time?" The aunt tries to play referee, but Yonji screeches, "What am I supposed to do about this mess now?" Looking at the ground, Mongji goes mute. Fast forward to school, where a teacher awkwardly introduces her. He says she is back from a one-year vacation from reality. He begs the class rep to babysit her, and the kids give a totally fake enthusiastic yes. Standing up front like a lost zombie, Mongji just stares blankly at the crowd. Cue the loud whispering. Two gossips loudly broadcast her dead parents and crazy hospital stint. Mongji eats the juicy gossip in silence. The whole room is buzzing with rumors that she faked amnesia to dodge her sister. Haters in the back whisper, "Who would hang out with that weirdo?" They literally marvel at her nerve. Suddenly someone rolls up asking, "Can I sit here?" Flashback to a creepy blood-soaked girl smiling like a maniac. Mongji starts shaking like a leaf. She jolts awake, screaming her lungs out. Lying in bed, she pants like she just ran a marathon. Sitting up, Mongji tries to shake off the ultimate bad dream. Her phone buzzes on the nightstand like an angry bee. She snatches it up. Boom, 2 texts from Detective Mondo. The screen reads that the detective will handle their little secret and demands Yongho's address. Gulping hard, Mongji accepts the edgy reality. Either way, only one player is surviving this deathmatch. Texting back, she realizes it is full Battle Royale mode now. A few hours ago in the dusty newspaper club, Ga flexes. Not a bad hideout, right? Yongho nods, judging the absolute trash heap around them. Scrambling to clean up, Ga sweeps the table. The dude asks, "Is there anywhere safe to sit?" Ga is totally shocked. He likes the newspaper and quips, "I thought you were a band nerd." He shoots back that he needs to pad his college resume. While he scans the room, she totally checks him out. He flips through ancient articles, hunting for any freaks who might have superpowers. Turning like a dramatic owl, Ga asks, "Did that detective drag Mongji in for a chat?" Yongho nods and asks, "Yeah, why?" She drops the tea. Rumor has it, Ga whispers that detective totally shot someone by accident. That is why she was exiled to Gunong. Because of that mess, everyone ended up gathering in this one random spot. Slamming his book shut, Yongho gasps, "No way, for real." Meanwhile, on a suspiciously normal day, guys play soccer outside. Mid-game, Yongho turns and asks what the master plan is. Chilling with Mongji, he slaps down an article he stole from the news club. It hyped up Jong Soo-yun, a sweaty second-year jock who captained the soccer team and crushed regional tournaments. Yongho smirks, suggesting that to survive, they start stalking the school's top-tier talents. Yongho grins, knowing power users always show off. Eventually, they slip up. The game wraps up, and someone yells for Jongsu, the team captain. Flashing his absolute best fake smile, Yongho hands him a drink. "So, are you the boss around here?" "I am the new guy from class 2. With totally zero ulterior motives, he begs for a spot on the roster. Jongsu totally leaves him hanging. "Go bother the coach," he mutters. Yongho just chuckles and challenges him to a class match. Inwardly, Yongho yawns. This guy is a total extra. "Are you literally trying to get us killed?" Mongji panics. "What if a real monster catches us snooping? Hiding like cowards will not save us." Yongho snaps back. "We need to hunt them down first, or we are toast." Knowledge is power, literally. Mongji sighs, reminding him they have already stalked half the student body and need to actually filter their crazy suspect list. Suddenly, her phone buzzes with an incoming crisis. It is Detective Mayando. The text screams, "Are you with that troublemaker Yongho right now?" Sweating bullets. She types a quick yes. "Keep him distracted." The detective orders, "I am hunting for the knife today. Speak of the devil." Yongho pops up out of nowhere, demanding all the juicy gossip about the detective. Mongji lies through her teeth. "Oh, the case is totally closed. Nothing to see here. Zero drama." She desperately changes the subject to the school paper. "I am just doing my reporter duties, promise." Yongho rolls his eyes. Who even started these wild rumors? Before he can rant, Mongji spots a massive crowd. The hallway is absolutely buzzing, fangirls are whispering, and everyone is losing their minds over something. "What is all this hype about?" Mongji asks. Yongho smirks. "Ever heard of the golden boy, Suhan Park?" He flashes an article of the fencing prodigy. Apparently, our local superstar has a cross-school duel today. Suddenly, bam! Someone harshly bumps into Mongji. Speak of the arrogant devil. It is Suhan himself. Wow. Mr. Popular is quite the jerk, she mutters. But Yongho is not letting that slide. He taps the star's shoulder. Suhan glares back like a supreme being. What do you want, peasant? Yongho coldly demands an apology. It is her fault for standing in my aura. Suhan scoffs. Mongji tries to play peacekeeper, waving it off. But Yongho is ready to throw hands. Suhan drops the most sarcastic apology ever, mocks his temper and struts off like a runway model. Fast forward, our detective duo is parked in the gym bleachers. The fencing showdown is about to begin. Mongji flips through the fancy tournament pamphlet, doing her homework. She checks out Suhan's ridiculous stats, famous for god-tier reflexes and lethal counterattacks. She reads aloud. He basically compensates for weak muscles with crazy speed. Yongho raises an eyebrow. Could this pretty boy be awakened? His background checks out completely normal. Mongji sighs. But Yongho's spidey senses are totally tingling. Maybe he is a sneaky cheater using powers in plain sight. Yongho smirks, whipping out his trusty phone. Showtime, he whispers. He pulls up a stopwatch, ready to bust this guy. Down on the strip, the duel kicks off. The tension is absolutely suffocating. Piercing eyes glare through steel masks, measuring the kill distance. Two warriors standing on the edge of a blade. The entire gymnasium holds its breath for the starting signal. Match start, the referee shouts. The challenger lunges forward like a starving tiger, going straight for the throat. But Suhan, he just casually shifts his weight. Boom. He blasts forward in a literal blur of motion. His foil strikes the chest piece with terrifying precision. Flawless victory. Up in the nosebleeds. Yongho watches closely. The crowd goes absolutely bananas. Suhan wins. Fans are screaming about his inhuman godlike speed. Did you see that? Mongji gasps. He reacted before the guy even moved. It only took 5 seconds. But Yongho is not smiling. His eyes narrow as he analyzes the true flow of time around the prodigy. He checks his secret app data. Boom. The math is totally not mathing. The timer exposes a massive glitch. He stretched time by 7 whole seconds. Yongho grins like an absolute madman. Bingo. I found our rat. Down below, Suhan feels the heavy stare. Yongho just mouths a single word, pause. The scoreboard is a total massacre. Suhan is absolutely destroying this poor kid. The rival coach is throwing a hilarious tantrum on the sidelines. Wake up! Stop getting crushed by a pretty boy rookie, he screams. But the challenger is having an existential crisis. How do I fight a ghost? The kid trembles in despair. It is like this monster can literally see the future. On guard. The fencers reset their stances. The tension is thicker than plot armor. The match kicks off. The rival charges in blindly. A classic rookie mistake. But our boy Suhan, he casually sidesteps. Lunge completely denied. Behind that mesh mask, his eyes scream absolute focus. As he flawlessly dodges, the perfect opening appears. Poke, poke, poke. He lands lightning-fast thrusts right on the target. The buzzer screams. Suhan secures the flawless victory. The crowd goes wild as he rips off his sweaty mask, getting showered in praises. Watching from the bleachers, Mongji nods. Dude is cracked. But Yongho drops the lore. He is literally cutting seconds. Yongho cracks the cheat code. Suhan pauses time to map out the arena, then unpauses just to flex with a counter, mind blown. Mongji slowly processes this absolute hack. That is straight up terrifying, she mutters, catching Suhan's charismatic wave down on the strip. Cut to the school gates. Non-player characters chatting away. Suddenly, Guyan Kang ambushes them from behind, cornering Yongho and Mongji. She practically vibrates with hype. Were you guys spying on the fencing match too? Yongho plays it cool. Journalism club duties. Just gathering intel. She totally buys it. Guyan gushes. Suhan is our literal idol, claiming he had a massive glow-up since last year. Mongji bites, asking for the tea. He was a total thug, Guyan spills. Always throwing hands in the back alleys. But now, only stabbing people legally in fencing. She sighs dreamily. Bad boys with sabers are just my type. Doubling down on her fangirl status. She waves off. Gotta go. Snap more unauthorized pics for the club. Mongji turns, asking what the game plan is. Yongho gets grim. Suhan is overpowered because he stops time. To survive this crazy world, we need 2 specific hacks. His face shadows over. Dropping the survival rules. We have to pause reality, or literally rewind it. Meanwhile, back at the nerd cave, Guyan is speed typing like a caffeinated hacker, She fist pumps. Her Suhan article, is definitely scoring front page. She glows with pride, glancing at the clock on her phone. Oh snap, it is pitch dark. Sprinting out, she whines. When will senpai finally notice my follow request? Creepy hallway time. A random girl blocks her path. Yugayan Kang. From year 2, class 2. Guyan nods slowly. The stalker creeps closer. Hey, quick question. You got time manipulation powers? Guyan's brain totally blue screens at that. Time what now? The crazy chick whips out a pen. Let's run a quick diagnostic. Guyan panics, backing up. But the psycho grips her own hand. Panic mode fully activated. Zero hesitation. The lunatic stabs her own flesh with the pen, staring dead-eyed at Guyan. She doesn't even blink. Guyan is traumatized, flinching hard. Suddenly, an object flies right at her face. Time slows down for Guyan as she watches it soar. The crazy girl is now gripping a blood-soaked wrench. Health points drop to 0 real quick. Guyan gets floored, coughing blood. The Terminator slowly walks up, whispering her name. Spill the powers, girly, or things get messy. Guyan wheezes, trying to stay conscious. I literally only write articles. The wrench-wielding maniac sighs. 0 patience left. Guess we are doing this the hard way. Whack, pop the ultimate skill or catch these hands. Finally, she stops turning her into puree. Oops. Wrong side character. After casual murder, she calmly pockets her pen. Glitch in the matrix, time rewinds. Back in the club room. Guyan is alive and fist-pumping. Suhan's article is front-page material again. She checks her screen. Late again. Sprinting down the hall. Same fangirl thought plays out. Notice me, senpai, and boom. The same unhinged girl blocks her path. The creep asks the exact same line. You Guyan year 2. Guyan nods again. But this loop. The psycho pauses. Looks left. Recalculating the dialogue tree. Plot twist. She changes the script. Hey, do you know Yongho? Guyan is utterly confused. Why ask about him? Flashing a self-stabbed bloody hand. The lunatic smiles, because I am really into him. Yandere alert. Scene wipe to Yongho's crib. The sneaky detective stakes out the perimeter as he leaves. Target is missing in action until 7 p.m. She grins. That is a massive window for some prime snooping. Time to move. Parkouring over the wall, she sticks the superhero landing in the yard, scanning the grass. Nope, no hidden corpses here. Reaching into her mysterious trench coat, she tosses a gadget onto the lawn. Strutting up to the side window, she runs a security check. Just a gentle tap on the glass to test the vibes. Like magic, the thrown gadget flies back to her hand. She catches. She snatched it midair like a pro ninja. Inside the creepy house, the detective scans the living room. Creeping through the halls, she hunts for clues like a bloodhound. Crouching down, she peeks under the sketchy furniture. Prowling through the quiet house, she keeps her phone ready for action. Suddenly in the bathroom, her phone buzzes while she investigates the toilet. Gross. She picks up, and a voice barks. Where the heck did he go? The detective smirks. I am skipping class today. The caller demands. Did you dig into Yongho? She nods. Oh, absolutely. There is definitely some dark history here. She reveals his bestie vanished into thin air before moving and has never been seen since. Spooky, right? She keeps snooping around, noting that our boy Yongho was actually the prime suspect, but he walked free with 0 proof. She demands a mugshot of the missing kid. The voice on the line sighs. Why poke around a dead case? The detective chuckles. Just my special follow-up hobby. Then she warns, I will probably be late. Hanging up, she stashes her phone away. Wait, jackpot. She spots a dusty frame showing a photo of Yongho and some mystery kid. Who the heck is this guy? Buzz buzz. Her phone goes off with a brand new text message. Detective Du practically glues her eyes to the screen. The photo loads. And boom. It is the exact same boy from the picture frame, standing right next to Yongho. Meanwhile, back at the totally normal newspaper club, the girls are gossiping. Staring at her phone, Mongji stalks the group chat like a hawk. Reading the latest tea, she blurts out, Wait, what just happened? The detective texts back. Found 0 clues yet. But my senses are tingling. Mongji frowns. Could the secret stash be hidden in another base? No way. Sneaking around is way too risky. Popping up like a ghost, Gon suddenly chips in. Wow, you two look super cozy. But Mongji is busy playing Sherlock in her head. Yongho groans. You absolutely did not need to come along. Gon rolls her eyes. Whatever, I was dying of boredom. Come on, let me peek too. Spotting Suhan on the front page, Yongho smirks. The local press can totally steal our scoop. But deep down, sweating over the cursed knife drama, Mongji panics internally. She thought the nightmare was over, but boom, another overpowered freak just entered the chat. Figuring he is safe from getting whacked for now, Yongho decides to play the good little sidekick until they actually secure the killer blade. Plotting his epic comeback, he knows he must bait Suhan. Yep, the crazy dude packing the literal power to freeze time. Poking fun at Mongji, Gon smirks. Hey, aren't you drooling over his photo a bit too much? Mongji turns tomato red in pure panic. Trying to play it cool, she offers to move some junk papers. Yongho laughs. You do not look like the jealous type at all. Grabbing the giant stack of files, he moves to pass them. Smoothly, he accidentally on purpose brushes her hand. Zap. Yongho freezes like a deer in headlights. His jaw drops at the insane system glitch before his eyes. A glowing countdown timer floats right above Gon. Crash. Newspapers explode all over the desk. Sweating bullets in total shock, he completely loses his chill and snatches Gon's wrist. Spooked out of her mind, she yelps. Dude, what is your damage? Let go, that hurts. Rushing over, Mongji freaks out. Yongho, what is your deal? Ignoring her completely, he barks. Where the heck were you last night? She stammers that she was totally alone, grinding away on the club article. Yongho is not buying it. Did anybody sketchy walk in? Scratching her head, Gon remembers chatting with some random first-year newbie, but has zero clue what her name was. She begs him to just let go already. Mongji steps in playing referee. Hey, back off. Spinning around like a madman, Yongho drags Mongji away with him. Left in the dust, Gon is utterly clueless about his epic meltdown. Out in the hall, Mongji whines, Dude, unhand me first. Dropping her arm, Yongho looks dead serious. Listen up. Gon was totally murdered last night. Mongji's brain short-circuits. What? She is literally fine. He shakes his head wildly. No, her system timeline is completely glitched. He spills the tea. Instead of a normal 16 years of life, her clock showed less than 24 hours, connecting the terrifying dots. Yongho drops the bomb. Gon was slaughtered 13 hours ago, right after waving bye to us. He explains the insane cheat code. Her entire time was forcibly rewound. That is exactly why she is breathing right now, with a factory reset lifeline. The horrifying truth smacks Mongji right in the face. She gasps at the nightmare logic. Yongho nods grimly. Yep, we are dealing with a time rewind freak. She stutters. But why would this time wizard randomly murder Gon? He plays it ice cold. Oh, it was not random at all. Come look at this. He points out the window, at a bunch of clueless extras chilling in the schoolyard. Mongji raises an eyebrow. What is up with those guys? Down below, a grumpy teacher herds the kids into a straight line. Suddenly, Yongho asks for her hand. Without waiting, he grabs it like a smooth operator. Her eyes bug out in shock. She cannot hide her blushing panic, but Yongho drops the dark truth. The time killer is literally slaughtering students in the exact order of the class roll call. Just testing to see who pops a super skill, he sighs loudly. Our epic fail was getting totally distracted trying to hunt down the other mystery user. A terrifying detail suddenly clicks in Mongji's brain. Holy crap. Gon is literally player number 1 on the roll. The hit list drops. Plot twist, their classmates are dropping like flies, and guess who's next? The missing girl total rewind power psycho panic mode activated. Poor Yongho just loses his mind. He literally hits the dirt. I'm clueless, he groans. You're supposed to be our overpowered cheat code. I thought we had plot armor and prep time, he snaps. Newsflash, our stats suck. We can't solo the rewind freak yet. Mongji blinks. Edgelord Yongho is actually terrified. Even with her own knees shaking, she wonders why he's totally losing it. Ah, trauma. It all loops back to his dark past, to his mysteriously vanished buddy. Note to self, do not poke the traumatized bear. She drops the subject fast. Shifting gears, she pitches an idea. Let's recruit Suhan Park, she insists. Sure, the guy is basically a time-pausing cheat code, but a rewind killer is everyone's problem. We need his broken skills. Plus, chatting with an arrogant jerk beats negotiating with a serial killer. Scraping himself off the floor, Yongho sighs. He mutters a maybe. Just go home, it's deadly out here, he warns. Mongji deadpans as her moody partner vanishes into the background. Cut to a cafe where our local detective is brewing some drama. Mongji slides into the booth. You're eager. The cop smirks, dodging the small talk to launch straight into an interrogation. She flashes a screen displaying a missing kid. Ring any bells, instantly spotting the face. Mongji freezes. Yongho's ghost of a friend, Mongji, sweats. Why does the law have this? Playing dumb, she lies like an absolute pro. Never seen the guy. The detective sighs. That's Jingyu Bei, Yongho's bestie, who vanished into thin air. Bam. The lore drops. Turns out Yongho dodged jail purely on a technicality. Mongji's brain buffers. Swerving the awkward tension, she asks, "So why drag me here?" The detective spills the tea. Suhan Park pauses time. Meanwhile, some rogue student is speedrunning a class massacre. Mongji gulps. What's the game plan? She waits for the pro's master strategy. The cop's big brain idea. Let's just ambush the guy. Time to jump, Suhan. Cue the locker room montage. A random classmate slaps Suhan's shoulder, totally amazed by his insane speed. Dude, are you really Suhan? What's your secret workout routine? The extra asks. Gripping his bag, Suhan scoffs. Workout, please. Dripping with arrogance, he brags, I was just born built different. 0 effort required. The poor extra just stands there, totally buffering at the flex. Strutting off, Suhan casually ignores the raging classmate being dragged away. Our local narcissist strolls over a highway bridge, absolutely loving his own vibe. Scrolling through articles praising his own hype, he smirks like a main villain. Suddenly, Mongji drops his name. He pivots, spotting her and the detective. We need a word, she demands. He squints, recognizing her as the edgy guy's +1. The cop nods. Suhan rolls his eyes. Look, I said, sorry, I don't want your girl. Are you seriously stalking me? He spins around to bail. I'm way too popular for this nonsense. But Mongji drops the bomb. I saw your little escape trick. You dodged an attack instantly. She smirks, totally exposing him, almost like you hit pause on reality. Suhan twitches. The detective watches him sweat bullets. Slowly turning back, Suhan glares at the duo. Who the heck are you, he demands. Time for answers. Mongji stares right through his ego. Let's chat. Suhan finally halts, crossing his arms. What now? Mongji cuts the filler. The time rewind psycho. Yeah, they're hunting you next. Suhan's arrogant smirk shatters. Mongji explains the brutal death game. They're picking us off. Once you're spotted, it's game over. She warns his fancy pause button won't save him. Suhan aggressively interrupts. And how exactly would they find me? Who's your source? Mongji smirks, revealing her cheat code power. I can see human lifespans. And guess what? Dead people reset. She drops the dark truth. Students are walking around with reset clocks like oblivious zombies. Staring him down, Mongji goes for the critical hit. Our rewind villain is farming kills. Suhan frowns. Wait, they're just blindly slaughtering people, hoping they hit a power user. Mongji nods. Realizing he's a prime target, Suhan drops the attitude. All right. What's the play? Mongji grins. Join our raid party. She bets the boss can't handle a combined ultimate attack, especially with Suhan's time-stopping hacks. His ego fully restored, Suhan chuckles. True. They wouldn't stand a chance. Users just to face the rewind psycho. Mongji begs. If we team up, we actually have a shot. But she is instantly cut off. With a smug grin, our guy declares, Yeah, I am sitting this one out. Mongji blinks. Wait, what? But Suhan is already strolling away down the walkway like a total diva. The detective mutters, Time rewind is a terrifying power. But Suhan casually spins around, bragging, My time pause is way cooler than rewind anyway. Then he drops a ridiculous bomb. Actually, instead of teaming up, wouldn't it be way easier to just unalive you both right now and steal those powers? He enjoys Mongji's totally horrified, frozen expression. Suhan just laughs out loud. Relax, I am totally kidding. What a scaredy cat. Brushing off the tension, he brags about his shining future as a fencing superstar. Why risk his flawless face? Mongji groans. Look, we are the ones drowning in desperation here, not you, obviously. Suhan practically yawns. Not my circus, not my monkeys. You two have fun, the detective finally snaps. Shoving Mongji aside, she growls, Forget diplomacy. She whips out a literal revolver and cocks it. Suhan turns, sweating. Whoa, what is that? Are you actually going to shoot me? The detective aims right at his pretty face. Talking is useless. Let's just delete him from the timeline. She exposes his little cheating habit, noting he paused time 12 times during his match. A flashback of a screaming, wounded woman crosses her mind. The detective glares. Whatever. We will just snatch your ability. If you refuse to play nice. Suhan smirks, getting his annoying confidence back. You clearly misunderstand my power. The detective threatens to blast a hole right through his thick skull. Grinning like a maniac, Suhan snaps, Zip it. Bullet speed means literally 0 if I just hit pause on the universe. The detective smirks right back. Try it, kid. Suhan drops the smile, his aura turning deadly. The two are seen falling into an epic showdown. The revolver clicks into place. Suhan locks his eyes onto her, ready to freeze reality. Bang. A deafening gunshot tears through the air. Mongji watches in absolute, jaw-dropping shock. Suhan panics internally. Did she actually shoot? Is she a psycho cop? He stares at the scorch mark on the ground. Yep. That bullet was definitely meant for his forehead. Talk about excessive force. Even paused, his movements are super sluggish, but dodging a bullet in stopped time. Piece of cake for our hero. The scene shifts. Suhan gracefully backflips away from the crazy ladies. Flashing a cocky smile, he taunts. You can never hit me, as long as I hold the pause button. The absolute madwoman just nods and aims right back at his face. Mongji scrambles to stop them, screaming over the dramatic tension. Hold your fire. Let's use our words. Suhan mocks the lady cop. Going to waste your ammo again? Fair warning. Next time I will not just dodge. Mongji realizes these two idiots are completely out of their minds. Considering this a massive waste of energy, Suhan dramatically sighs. He calculates his winning move, confident he can just sidestep the barrel's path. Getting into a badass stance, the detective readies another shot. She chuckles. Wow, he actually possesses the legendary pause. It is my first time seeing this cheat skill in action. Then she drops the ultimate plot twist. Surprise, my power is shuffle. I literally copy the effects of whoever uses their power near me. A weird, electric tingling runs through her veins. Suhan's jaw practically hits the floor. She mockingly challenges him. Go ahead, hit pause and try to dodge. Let's see you dance now. Thanks for the free power buff, kid. She gloats, watching Suhan frantically trigger his epic time freeze. But the joke is on him. Her gun traces his face perfectly in stopped time. Bang. Out of nowhere, Mongji dives to save his sorry butt. She aggressively yanks him backward, sending him tumbling face first into the dirt. Mongji completely disarms the psycho detective, putting an end to this crazy shootout. Still eating dust, Suhan stammers. How the heck did you move while time was paused? Mongji smirks. Just exactly as she said, she flexes her brilliant fast-forward power. Mongji laughs. I was literally using my own skill wrong this entire time. A flashback hits. Yongho once asked her, Hey, are you sure you are using your power right? She used to think her fast-forward was totally trash, just a useless gimmick. But with a gun to her head, the missing piece finally clicked after watching Suhan's epic cheating in the fencing match. Standing beside Yongho, she had witnessed the absolute magic. She decided to test her fast-forward in a completely genius way. The referee shouts, signaling the start of the fiery fencing clash. She squinted, analyzing every single micro-movement. The fencer exploded forward like a total beast. But then, suddenly time practically froze around the winning athlete. Glancing sideways, she whispered to Yongho, Wait, did you actually catch that bizarre glitch? Utterly confused, she could not process the lag and called his name. She snapped her head to the side, and bingo. The realization hit her like a glorious truck. She stood completely speechless, letting her big brain process the ultimate cheat code. She is the one and only Mongji. Her fast-forward sucks alone, but combined with other powers, it is god tier. Our genius girl declares, if I hit fast-forward before the pause, I cancel out the freeze. I am literally faster than both of you slowpokes combined. Pinning him to the ground, Mongji lays down the law. Cocking the stolen gun like an absolute boss, she demands, Make your choice, kid. Fight the rewind psycho. She shoves the barrel in his face. Or do you want to die right here? By my own hands? Night blankets the edgy city. A stalker-level notebook details Suhan and Hangju's powers, plus a special shout-out to Mongji. Yongho aggressively runs a hand through his main character hair. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. The screen lights up. A text from Mongji drops. Quote, Meet me at the park. Ah, the classic midnight rendezvous. He rushes over. She hits him with the obvious. I am here, Yongho snaps. What gives? I said no solo missions. Mongji casually drops a bomb. I just hung out with Suhan. Yongho panics. Alone, she shrugs. Nah, I was chilling with Detective D. Yongho is absolutely flabbergasted. Since when are you buddy-buddy with the cops? What exactly are you doing behind my back? She looks down. He sighs. Are you not totally sick of this superpower nonsense? Cue the dramatic tension. Mongji glares right back. Oh, really? Are you plotting to steal my powers too? She shoves her phone in his face. Explain this. Yongho's eyes practically bulge out at the screen. Boom. A crisp photo of Jingyu, she demands. How do you know him? Spoiler alert. I already know the tea. Mongji declares. The system showed me the ultimate flashback. I saw you murder your own bestie. She goes full prosecutor mode. Why play the villain? Whose side are you actually on, edgelord? She continues. You pulled a knife on me earlier. My brain is officially fried. Glaring at him, she drops the ultimate tragic heroine line. I cannot trust you anymore. Panting like she just ran a marathon, Mongji tries to chill. Yongho stands there like a mute, non-playable character. She snaps, "If you stay quiet, I will literally force you to talk." Staring at the dirt, he finally confesses, "Yeah, I killed him." Flashback time. Jingyu is arguing that the timeline did not belong to him. We cut to a totally random girl showing her identification card. "I am in college, I swear." Jingyu gives her a deadpan stare. He sighs. "This card is absolute garbage. Do you want me to get fired?" Offended, the girl calls him a total buzzkill and storms out. A student walks in, smirking. "Let me guess. Rejected another minor." Jingyu groans. Literally an everyday struggle. Suddenly, Yongho spots a crumpled bill on the counter. He points it out. "Hey, the fake identification girl left her cash." Jingyu looks super annoyed. Yongho jokes. "Finders keepers right. If she does not come back, it is yours." Jingyu just smiles like a saint. "Nope, karma is real. See you later at the basketball court." His whole innocent good boy vibe was seriously annoying. Thwack. A basketball bounces off the rim. The timeline power seemed totally useless right now. Yongho is sweating buckets alone on the court. He mutters, "Where is this guy? Did he get lost on the way, grabbing his phone to spam call his bro?" A sudden shadow creeps up from behind. Yongho turns with a smirk. "Dude, what took you so long?" But his jaw drops completely. The comedy abruptly ends here. Enter Jingyu, looking like a horror movie extra. He is desperately clutching a massive stab wound in his gut. Coughing blood, Jingyu gasps Yongho's name. He trips over his own feet, yelling at his bro to hurry up before he face plants onto the concrete. Catching his dying friend, Yongho panics. Who did this? Whipping out his phone, he screams about calling an ambulance. But Jingyu weakly slaps the phone away. "No hospitals, bro." Forcing eye contact, Jingyu demands his full attention. With a ragged breath, he whispers that he needs the absolute craziest favor ever. Yongho is totally, utterly lost. And then Jingyu drops the bombshell. He begs, "Kill me." Yongho's brain short-circuits. "What? Why would I murder my best friend?" Jingyu weakly touches his arm, revealing his glowing superpowered eye. He gasps out the lore drop. "My timeline powers are out of juice." Flashback within a flashback. Yongho remembers when Jingyu warned him about a psycho trying to steal his epic skills. In that memory, Jingyu is sprinting like an Olympic track star. But glancing back, pure terror hits his face. He confessed, "They kept finding me." It is like this creep had literal wall hacks for the future. Trembling like a leaf, Jingyu admits, "If that villain gets my powers, it is game over for everyone. Someone like that cannot have them. Please hurry." Yongho is in hardcore denial. "No way. You are not dying today. We are getting a doctor." Gripping him tight, Jingyu croaks, "Bro, an ambulance is way too slow for this plotline." With his last ounce of strength, he begs for the ultimate finish. Yongho freezes. Worst choice ever. Going totally beyond his mental limits, he actually grabs his best friend's neck. With literally zero other options, he fulfills the tragic request. Squeeze. Fade to black. Jingyu's timeline officially hits game over. The rewind power was safe, but at what cost? Yongho enters his dramatic despair arc for months. During that depressive phase, he lived like a hermit crying. "Why did my bro die over some dumb power? Merry freaking Christmas." Last year, a mysterious USB drive dropped into his lap. Suddenly, Yongho found a brand new reason to drag himself out of bed. His ultimate life goal: hunt down and destroy Rewind. Dripping with angst, Yongho growls. Rewind forced my hand against Jingyu. They are dead meat. Mongji raises an eyebrow. Why didn't Rewind just kill Jingyu themselves? I have wrecked my brain over this. Eyes blazing, Yongho states, Rewind's time magic is not flawless. I will expose that glitch and crush them. Fully aware he sounds like a crazy person, he shrugs. I honestly do not care if I go down, as long as Rewind burns with me. Mongji calls out his bluff, bringing up his past edgy behavior. Like that time he flashed a blade at her. She flashes back to the chaos. Seonju tried to slice me up like a vegetable. The traumatic memory hits him like a truck, but he quickly justifies his unhinged reflex. I panicked, remembered Jingyu, and sprinted over like an action hero. Just in the nick of time, he blocked Seonju from landing the fatal blow. To him, power-hungry psychos like Seonju and Rewind absolutely belong in the trash. But he softly tells Mongji, you are built different. Smirking at the memory, he adds, you actually pitied Seonju's mom even while you were the innocent victim here. The poor woman was out there wailing, demanding to know who offed her kid. Playing it cool, Mongji sighs. Look, I get your superhero complex, and I feel your raging angst, but I really do not want to add murder to my daily to-do list. Turning away to hide his face, he just absorbs her saintly logic. Memories of Jingyu hit him again, specifically when his buddy refused to pocket a girl's cash. Clearing his throat, Yongho admits, "I tossed that edgy pocket knife, by the way." He adds, "Pulling a weapon was just the fastest way to get your attention. I swear I will not backstab you or drag you into my revenge plot." Mongji gives him the ultimate bombastic side-eye. After a tense beat, she snaps, "Fine, I will buy it. For now, meet me at the park cafe tomorrow." Laying her cards on the table, Mongji drops the bomb. Suhan and Detective Du will be there too. With an epic squad assembling in her mind, she glares with fierce determination. We are taking Rewind down together. While Mongji gears up for war, her sister casually asks, "Where are you off to?" Deadpan Mongji replies, "She is just hitting the local cafe." Yonji asks for an exact time, but Mongji vaguely hints she might be a while. Yonji just stares at the door. For a split second, she stands completely silent, sensing some heavy main character energy. Strolling down the street, Mongji shakes off her sister's weird vibe. Pushing open the cafe door, she steps inside. A familiar voice immediately barks, "You are late." Yongho and the grizzled detective are already chilling. Suhan waves her over. Mongji freezes for a dramatic second, sizing up this bizarre party. She finally takes a seat. Suhan smirks. "Are you scared we might get ambushed here?" "Bro, this is a public cafe in broad daylight. We are totally safe." Detective Do adjusts his glasses and gets down to business. They cross-check the exact time Jing Yu bit the dust. He reveals that time literally snapped backward right then. The tragic death. Definitely an inside job. The detective confirms Yongho's wild rant from last night was 100% facts. Mongji stays completely stone-faced. Yongho finally steers the chat to their final boss, Rewind. He drops her real name, Hye-in-ju, a literal freshman. Oh, and her mom is the big bad CEO of Envy Group's biofacility. Typical rich kid villain. He adds that she transferred to town just before the semester started. Over the last 2 months, Hye-in has been a very busy girl. Yongho drops the absolute bombshell. She literally wiped out the entire freshman class. The detective chimes in doing the grim math. Hye-in was casually farming 4 to 5 students daily. Guess what? Our class is next on the chopping block. He lays out the terrifying roster. Ga is sitting right at number 1. Mongji was held back a year, and Yongho is the transfer student anomaly. Doing some quick mental math, Mongji sighs. According to the seating chart, we have barely 3 days until she deletes us. Yongho, sweating, insists they desperately need a strategy, but Mongji shoots him down. Hello, she controls time. She can just hit undo whenever she wants. Normal combat is totally useless here. Every punch would just be erased. Mongji points out the brutal truth. We need to one-shot her in mere seconds. Suddenly, right beside them, Suhan lets out a massive yawn. "I am sorry, but this is pathetic. My ears are literally bleeding from this nonsense." He scoffs, claiming this whole dramatic strategy meeting is completely pointless. Yongho blinks in absolute confusion. Then Suhan casually drops the mic. "Guys, I already fought Rewind and totally crushed her." Myeongji's jaw drops, demanding an immediate explanation. He just flips his hair. "I am the school superstar, obviously. She came after me because I was a massive threat." "Cool as a cucumber," Suhan explains. "It went down way back in semester 1. He reminisces about his humble beginnings, barely flexing his newly awakened powers while soaking in his rising popularity. Picture this. Suhan is in the gym, turns around, and boom. Hye-in is strutting over with a creepy smirk. At first he assumed she was just another fangirl, but his spidey senses began tingling. Out of nowhere, a dark bruise materialized on Hye-in's throat. That nasty mark definitely was not there a second ago. But a fencing genius like Suhan, he knew exactly what it was. It was a perfect tiny bruise. The exact kiss of a fencing sword. Suhan smirks like a genius detective. "Even though I blacked out, she definitely attacked. My time stop must have kicked in as a pure reflex. Cocky as ever," he brags. "She can't lay a finger on me when time freezes." But Detective Mayu brutally bursts his bubble. "Cool story, bro, but that only proves you didn't bite the dust. It doesn't mean we actually win." Flustered Suhan begs them to listen, dropping a spicy plot twist. He reveals Hye-in totally hid her hands behind her back, like a villain hiding a secret weapon. Glaring at Yongho, Suhan sighs. "Wow, you are seriously slow on the uptake." Rolling his eyes, Yongho drops some lore. "Using our skills requires exactly 2 cheat codes. First, pure willpower. Second, a physical trigger. For me, it is literally clenching my fist. So, to activate his flashy pause ability, he has to desperately think about stopping time, while clenching his hand like a dramatic anime protagonist. He demonstrates, whining that without this exact fist pump, he is completely powerless." Suhan gasps. "Wait, is that the same for all of us?" Suddenly, the secret triggers for Yongho, Mongji, and the detective are totally exposed. Connecting the dots, Mongji smirks. Hae-in needs a trigger too, and she is desperately hiding it. Bingo. Just block her little trigger action, and her annoying time rewind gets completely cancelled. Mandu drops the doom timer. Only 3 days until Hae-in hunts Mongji down, their only survival route. Uncover that secret action. Cut to the evening study room. Hanbenshin is aggressively studying. Creeping in the shadows, Hae-in glares at her, internally groaning. When will this nerd finally go home? Pacing the spooky hallway, she plans to eliminate targets 19, 20, and 21 before midnight. Hae-in pauses, peeking creepily through the classroom window. Bingo. Targets number 20 and 21 are sitting ducks. Scanning their oblivious faces, she sighs at the sheer workload. Remembering all these extras is so annoying. She casually rolls up her sleeve, pinching a suspicious little gadget, and mutters like a true psycho. This will be fun. Creak. The study door swings open. Hanbenshin looks up in horror as Hae-in swaggers in. Flexing a giant wrench, Hae-in smiles sweetly. Hey losers, any of you hiding superpowers? Morning arrives, and the schoolyard is blissfully ignorant. Inside, Mongji is brooding intensely, completely zoning out the noisy background extras. She is secretly riding a wave of pure delusion, actually thinking yesterday was a massive win. With the ultimate squad of Detective Du and Suhan, Mongji is convinced she is totally invincible now. But honestly, Hae-in is literally a superpower hunting maniac, making her next move super obvious. Mongji smugly assumes she is safe, since her roll call number is miles away. Sighing dramatically, she vows to casually solve everything by then. Suddenly, Yongho yells her name like an absolute alarm bell. He speed walks over, looking incredibly panicked. We have a massive bug in the system, he hisses. What now? Mongji shrieks, sweating bullets. He aggressively grabs her hand, almost giving her a heart attack. Following his frantic gaze, she spots a random girl with glasses. Holy crap! The girl's timeline is completely wiped to 0. Wait, why is number 22 already dead? She panics, her false security shattering. She was hanging out with 21, Yongho groans. Hae-in is literally speedrunning the hit list. At this insane pace, they realize they are getting wrecked by tomorrow. Meanwhile, a totally suspicious student shuffling a card looks terrified. Mongji scans his stats. Target number 28. Watching him flee, she realizes target 27 has also bitten the dust. She is farming them for experience points, she tells Yongho. Suddenly, a random taxi dramatically drifts to a stop on the curb. Detective Do leaps out like an action star. Mongji and Yongho exchange epic looks of relief, thinking their high-level carry has arrived. My bad for dropping in, she pants, looking ridiculously stressed. But I am fleeing to Seoul. Wait, what? Mongji completely short-circuits. The detective awkwardly dumps her tragic backstory. Basically, she was chasing a slippery bad guy, and during the epic pursuit, friendly fire happened. Flashback time. She is aiming her service weapon at a villain clutching a hostage. But thanks to someone spamming time rewind, the poor hostage caught the bullet. I got totally nerfed for that, she groans. And an embarrassing write-up. I will totally be back soon, but you guys are completely on your own. Refusing to make eye contact, she practically flees the scene. Sure, whatever. Mongji awkwardly waves. We were totally just going to chill and ignore the time loop anyway. The taxi speeds off, with the detective shouting apologies from the window. Mongji forces a nervous laugh, coping hard. Hey, I still have Yongho and Suhan. We just gotta dodge Hae-in's trigger. Instantly, her phone buzzes. Incoming call from Suhan. She picks up, already annoyed. Dude, where are you? Mongji demands, sensing an absolute betrayal. Yeah, I am totally bailing on you guys, Suhan deadpans. Excuse me, she screeches. He casually flexes that a massive corporate sponsor just threw cash at him for a meeting. Just treat this like a romantic date between us. Suhan shamelessly flirts. Plus, you guys were just slacking off today. He brutally admits his own shiny future is way more important, and practically hangs up. The ultimate squad, officially cancelled. Meeting with the big boss. I am on my way, he announces. Catch you next time, he lies, hanging up before Mongji can even blink. Call dropped. Mongji glares at the phone. Someone is totally sabotaging their master plan. We absolutely cannot trust a single soul. Yongho sighs. Everyone is chasing their own plot armor. Pushing that headache aside, Mongji decides to crack the mystery of Hae-in's crazy powers first. Speak of the devil. The villainess herself strolls right past them on the sidewalk. Mongji locks on like a heat-seeking missile. Yongho freezes. His brain flashes back. She is the exact psycho who murdered Jing Yu. Hold your horses, Mongji whispers. Stealth mode. We follow from a distance. He takes a massive gulp of air, nodding along. Mongji grabs Yongho's hand and activates her timeline vision on the poor student ahead. Heian whips around the corner, vanishing from sight. Then she casually rolls up her sleeve. Alleyway alert. Mongji hisses. We need to move. The duo scrambles after the suspect. Heian creeps up like a shadow, targeting student number 28. Mongji doesn't even blink, watching like a hawk. Boom. In mere seconds, the boy's life clock drops to 0. Hiding in the back, Mongji gasps. His timeline was totally rebooted. She chokes down a panic attack, realizing the crazy girl just spammed her power. Heian shoots the student a chilling side-eye, hiding her hands behind her back. And what is she doing? Stabbing her own palm with a freaking pen. Spying from afar, Mongji spots the bloody holes and totally freaks out. What is that about? Yongho goes full detective mode. Count the stab wounds. That is her rewind counter. Oh snap, her brain wipes when she hits undo. When she turns back time, her memory resets. But her physical body keeps the damage. That is why Heian self-harms to keep a tally, mind utterly blown. Yongho finally gets why she ditched Jingyu's body. She panicked and forgot to poke herself with the save point pen. Wait a minute, she is always holding that fountain pen. Is that her magical activation button? Mongji wonders. Let's watch her next victim to confirm, Yongho suggests. But plot twist. Heian dramatically spins around and marches straight toward them. Enjoying the show stalkers, she snaps completely annoyed. Busted. Our heroes turn into literal statues at the scary confrontation. Heian smirks. You are skipping the cue. But hey, I will gladly wreck you right now. She casually reaches into her pocket. Cue the absolute panic. Yongho sweats bullets. We are way too underleveled for this boss fight. Flashing a villainous smile, she creeps closer. Yongho whips his head around, desperately hunting for a magical escape portal. Spotting some random students, his survival instincts kick into overdrive. Thank the heavens. Someone yells for Yongsu, the soccer team captain. Yongho shamelessly crashes their hangout. Hey bro, room for one more. The loud jocks totally ruin Heian's murder vibe. She freezes, glaring in annoyed silence. Our terrified duo watches her reaction. Jongsu laughs. Sure man, but aren't you busy flirting? He throws a massive arm around Mongji. She is a hardcore soccer fan too. Yongho lies smoothly. Since Heian suffers from rewind amnesia, Mongji bets she won't start a bloodbath in front of the sports club. Outnumbered. Heian just stands there brooding. Finally, she rolls her eyes and storms off. Yongho violently gestures at Mongji. Retreat. Retreat. We gotta play it safe until Detective Du respawns. We need to interrogate Suhan again, she whispers. Doing this duo queue is way too hard, he groans. Fast forward to a fancy modern house at night. The creepy vibes are off the charts. Heian hesitates at the front door. She flinches at a random noise. Enter the final boss of nagging, her mother clutching a fluffy cat glaring daggers at her. Do you know what time it is? She barks, nagging about some very important meeting. Then she drops the ultimate guilt trip. If this deal tanks, it is on you. Heian stares at the floor. Talk about toxic parenting. You are exactly like your deadbeat dad. The mom spits venomously. A total slacker. Even in high school. Click. Heian secretly triggers her magic item. Before Mommy Dearest can finish roasting her, a supersonic slap obliterates her face. The hit is so legendary. The fancy chandelier above shakes and violently crashes to the floor. The mom clutches her bleeding cheek in shock. Heian glares like a demon. Your trash talk is the real problem. You literally cannot go one single day without making me hit the reset button. Her voice is absolute ice. Wait, the mom begs. Do not worry, Heian smirks. I will go back to being your perfect little angel. Swoosh. Time rewinds. She is back at the door listening to the exact same boring meeting lecture. Heian acts meek, letting her mom blame her for the business deal. Blah blah blah, the mom keeps yapping, completely blind to the fresh blood dripping from Heian's palm. Are you even listening to me? The oblivious mother snaps. Heian flashes a creepy sweet smile. Yes, mother, I am so sorry. Have the special guests arrived yet? Absolute psychopath behavior. Meanwhile, across the dark and gloomy neighborhood, sitting outside, his staring at the glowing screen, Yongho locked in. Realizing Mongji just had the roughest day ever, he took a massive breath. She totally saved his skin, so leaving her to face the danger zone alone, yeah, not happening. He needed to dig deeper. Suddenly an article popped up. It broke down Suhan Park's whole shiny career as a fencing genius, plus his cozy little chat with the NV Bio president. Yongho scoffed. That arrogant jerk just did whatever he wanted. If only that smug guy didn't hold the pause power. But wait. A tiny detail suddenly screamed at him. Blinking hard, Yongho double-checked the screen. Did he read that right? Meanwhile, in Rich Kid Land, Hyen's mother smirked. I saw the news. Today's little deal was a total hit. Cut to a fancy terrace. Hyen strolled in, throwing out a fake apology for being late. The guy, waiting, just smiled and said, all good. Back to our detective. Discovering that Hyen, the rewind user, was actually the NV Bio CEO's daughter, Yongho slumped back. The ugly truth hit him like a truck, and his blood absolutely boiled at Suhan. That line about meeting the NV president. It was the ultimate smoking gun that proved his wild theories. On the terrace, Suhan played it cool. Just got here myself. Fast forward to the schoolyard. Yongho and Mongji were busy having a serious huddle. Creeping up from behind, Suhan casually crashed the party. He tried to play dumb, asking if they survived the crazy drama last night. Whipping around, the duo glared holes into his soul. Suhan took a step forward, pleading with them to just see his side. But Yongho wasn't having it. Cut the act. He called out the traitor, stating they knew he was secretly playing on Hyen's team. Are you seriously playing double agent right now? Suhan just shrugged. I told you from day one, I only care about my own survival. He threw up his hands. I don't play for any team. I am Team Suhan. Mongji scowled, firing back that Hyen was just baiting him with fancy sponsorships. She tried to knock some sense into him. When she finishes murdering us and loots our abilities, you are absolutely next on the chopping block. But Suhan laughed it off. Dropping his mask, he casually dropped a bomb. Actually, I am the one using her. He glanced away, dropping the edgy act. Do you know how wildly expensive fencing is? It is a total joke for my broke family. Suhan smirked. Hyen throws cash at me, and you two are totally using me as a meat shield to breathe another day. He firmly swore he never snitched their secrets to Hyen. So he grinned. Doesn't this weird little setup work out perfectly for everyone? Yongho was flabbergasted. Are you actually out of your mind? Furious, he stepped up, screaming that his toxic lone wolf nonsense almost got them all killed. With zero hesitation, he lunged. But Suhan. He just stood there with a totally punchable grin. Boom. Time froze. Yongho instantly gripped his throat. I always hated that arrogant spark in your eyes, daring him to make a move. Suhan choked out. Think you can actually beat me? He threatened to casually snap Yongho's wrist in half. Want to test that theory? Yongho growled. Suhan just repeated his annoying neutral party mantra. Exhausted by the macho drama, Mongji told Yongho to let the idiot go. She then verbally destroyed Suhan. You are so pathetic. You think one little superpower makes you some kind of god. That brutal reality check hit him like a brick. He froze completely. Then a nervous chuckle escaped. What the heck are you even babbling about? He scoffed. If you have superpowers, aren't you supposed to be better than everyone? Mongji just glared at him, letting the awkward silence do the talking. Bam! She shoved him right into the wall. Newsflash, genius. You are only a famous fencer because your little magic trick carries you. She raised an eyebrow. Tell me I am wrong. Suhan's ego bruised, he hissed. Good luck surviving the apocalypse without me. He told them to kick rocks and dramatically stormed off. Yongho sighed, muttering a quiet sorry for losing his temper. But Mongji brushed it off. Good riddance. We could never trust that wild card anyway. She laid down the facts. Hyen was coming for their heads today. She was definitely on their tail. They had to pick the absolute best battlefield for this epic showdown. A dark thought crossed Yongho's mind. If they really wanted to, they could totally rob Suhan's powers right now. Glaring from afar, Suhan smirked. I know. But Mongji shut that villain arc down fast. Do that and we are no better than Hyen. Suddenly, we cut to the spooky, empty gym. Not a single sound. In the locker room, some random guy was scrolling his life away on his phone. The guy glanced up and nearly jumped out of his skin. Suhan was looming right over him. Remembering his old lie about being naturally gifted, Suhan swallowed his pride with a heavy breath. The student instantly started running his mouth, calling the so-called genius a stuck-up fraud. Suhan blinked, totally offended. Excuse me, what is your problem? The salty student, fully geared up in fencing armor, demanded to know why the king of skipping practice was even here. He drew his weapon. I am not rolling over for you today. Mongji's brutal words still ringing in his ears. Suhan had a point to prove. He boldly declared he would crush him without a single drop of magic. Just pure raw skill today. The challenger grinned at the handicap. Both boys squared up on the strip. The referee yelled start. The opponent dashed in, expecting a super easy victory. But bam, Suhan vanished and landed a wickedly precise strike right to his back. The guy spun around shocked. Dude, haven't you warmed up yet? Behind his mask, the poor guy wonders if fencing was always this ridiculously fast. Knowing the 0.3-second strike window, he locks in. Spoiler alert, he gets absolutely wrecked. Bam whack. His mask hits the floor. 12-0. Talk about a flawless victory. Marching up to Suhan, who is chilling on the ground, Mr. 0 Points whines. Stop messing around. He goes full snitch mode, threatening to tattle to the coach about today's absolute beatdown. Anyway, moving on, we cut to a packed city street. Blending in with the clueless civilians, Mongji and Yongho are on high alert. Stalking them through the mob, Hyen eyes her prey like a hawk. Remembering Suhan hyped up some superpowered sophomores, she shifts into high gear. She shadows the duo, knowing they are Class 2's last survivors. Lurking from a distance like a total creep, she analyzes their every step. Up the stairs, they go with Hyen glued to their trail. Suddenly she realizes they are walking straight into an empty dead zone. Jackpot, she sprints to close the gap. But strutting into the narrow alley, poof, ghost town. Blinking in confusion, she looks around like a lost tourist. Dashing down the brick path, she mutters, they were literally just here. Cue the dramatic voice from behind, not a fan of surprises, huh? Dropping her real name, Mongji says, "What's up, Inju?" Caught red-handed, Hyen snarks back, calling her rewind. As the duo successfully corners the stalker, let's hit the flashback button. Smack. A report card hits the table. Inju's mom goes full tiger parent over her grades. Nagging her to death about high school approaching, she just won't quit. Inju drops a deadpan apology, hoping to escape. Nope. Mom delivers a stinging slap to the face. Right then and there, Inju adds matricide to her to-do list. Fast forward, more non-stop yelling. Inju just zones out. But then things got totally weird. Spooky, unexplained injuries started popping up whenever Mommy Dearest threw a fit. Spontaneous broken nails and mysterious finger cuts would just glitch onto her hands. Oddly enough, the pain chilled her out. She would slap on a fake apology, promise to do better, and move on. But that was before the infamous USB video dropped, planting a wickedly fun new idea in her head. She pieces the puzzle together in her evil little brain. Dubbing herself the ultimate master of time, she is ready to play dirty. No limits, no rules. Back to the present. Inju spots our heroic duo and instantly hits the time rewind button. A creepy knowing smirk spreads across her face. Round 2, fight. The scene resets, but this time she literally spawns right in front of them. Cue the gasp. The two students just stare at this random jump scare. Hitting them with a cheeky wink, she chirps, so glad to meet fellow overpowered freaks. She casually admits that explains yesterday's drama. Whipping out a literal heavy wrench, she smirks, "I'll be taking those powers now." Charging like a madwoman, she swings for the fences. Watching this crazy mechanic attack, Yongho desperately tries to remember her ultimate weakness. Lightbulb moment. The crazy chick always gripped a fancy fountain pen right before hacking time. Moving at lightning speed, Mongji dashes straight into the danger zone. Knowing exactly what to snatch, she locks onto the prize. Whoosh, Inju swings the deadly wrench, but Mongji Matrix dodges the heavy metal by a single hair. Totally unbothered, she counter-rushes. Reaching out like her life depends on it, she aims straight for the magical pen in her grip. Inju glares, trying to block her, but boom. Mongji successfully snatches the time trigger away. Tag team in action. Yongho swoops in, grabbing the psycho's wrist and neatly disarms the shiny wrench. Clang, the fountain pen hits the dirt. Off balance and totally bamboozled, Inju stares down in utter shock. No pen. No time travel. Yongho instantly pivots for the next phase. With a strong shove, he pushes Mongji out of the blast zone, clearing the stage. The precious pen just rolls pathetically across the filthy alley floor. Game over. You are grounded from time travel, Yongho declares, boldly stepping between the two girls. He shoots Inju a deadly glare. Let's play a memory game, he growls. Remember Jing Yu blinking like an idiot? Inju asks, who the heck is that? Shoving a photo in her face, he snaps, the friend you murdered. Without missing a beat, she just smiles. Sorry doesn't ring a bell. She actually laughs. Do you have any idea how many noobs I have packed up? I can't memorize all their names. That does it. Yongho grabs her by the collar, hissing, I'll jog your memory. Suddenly, the alley's security cameras mysteriously shatter, turning this into an off-the-record beating. Grabbing his fist, Mongji begs, stop. Punching her face in won't magically cure her amnesia, Yongho scoffs. Maybe not. But her little kill streak is absolutely nothing compared to the crazy stuff I have pulled. Unfazed, Inju just smirks. Wow, you guys really did the most just to find me. Keeping that annoying psycho smile, she teases. You even figured out my little time trigger. Wiping the corner of her. With a wicked smirk, Hien summons a glowing digital timer mid-air. Congrats, she chirps. Seeing his lifespan stretched out for 30 years, Yongho is totally stunned. But plot twist, Hien blitzes forward, shoving him hard into the dirt. Grabbing a heavy wrench, she readies the ultimate bonk. Panicking, he throws his hands out desperately trying to trigger his slow-motion skill. Watching this absolute nightmare play out, Mongji completely freezes up. But it is too late. Heen stands up, revealing Yongho's head has been totally squashed like a bug. Dropping to her knees at the brutal sight of her bestie Mongji's soul leaves her body. Suddenly, floating digits swarm the air, forming a bizarre new aura around the villain. Eyes wide with crazy greed, Hien literally slurps up the new skill. Jackpot. She just looted Yongho's slow-motion power. A fresh reset timer pops up. With this totally broken buff, Hien figures farming intel is going to be a total cakewalk. Bawling her eyes out over Yongho, Mongji screams his name. Strolling over with a creepy grin, Hien asks, "So, what's your special trick?" Shaking like a leaf, it clicks for Mongji. This psycho didn't just zero Yongho, she stole his entire kit. Hien steps closer. "You must be shook," she laughs, admitting she surprised herself too. "Who knew you actually figured out my trigger?" Hien flexes, keeping things super casual. Sobbing a literal river, Mongji whispers Yongho's name. Suddenly a flashback hits her. Yongho's voice echoes, "Sitting like ducks just gets us cooked." The guy had literally sworn to keep throwing hands no matter the odds. His main character energy was real. Clenching her fists, Mongji realizes playing dead is a one-way ticket to the graveyard. Fueled by pure rage, she launches herself at Hien, ready to throw down. Smirking like a troll, Hien mocks her. "Where do you think you are going, newbie?" Slapping her hand on Hien's forehead, Mongji pops her own skill. Hitting the villain with a massive slow-motion debuff, she prays for an opening. But Hien just grins. "Mongji, sweetie, did you seriously think I would be away from keyboard? Wait, is your trigger literally just taking a step forward?" She roasts her. Plot twist, hitting slow-mo on a time manipulator does absolutely zero damage. Wham! Something brutally crashes into the wall behind the villain, making her snap her head back. Sprawled out and shivering on the pavement, some random NPC guy tries to process the chaos. Hien glares at him, massively annoyed by the lag. "Ugh, what a drag." She swoops up her fallen fountain pen. "Guess I will carve a memo so I do not forget your faces," she threatens, getting ready to stab herself and rewind the timeline. Her insane strategy is obvious. Staring down her totally unhinged opponent, Mongji panics at the massive cheat code about to happen. Bam Hien brutally stabs her own hand with the pen locking in her save state. Mongji's eyes practically bulge out of her skull as she watches the craziest glitch unfold. Strolling into the alley, an edgy dude in a black jacket crashes the server. Whipping around, Mongji spots the new player. Suddenly, a massive weight plummets from the rooftop above. The shockwave rips through the air instantly, rewinding the entire timeline. Boom, the alley resets like nothing happened. Letting out a massive sigh, the jacket guy drops his shoulders. "Well, that was too close for comfort," he mutters. Back in the unsquashed timeline, Yongho is totally fine, and the mystery man is just chilling at the edge of the roof. Mongji instantly questions what this guy is doing here. But he hits her with the ultimate Uno reverse. "Why do you think I even came to carry this match?" Refusing to drop her precious sponsorship, Mongji swears she has cooked up a totally foolproof strategy for a flawless victory. Breaking down the raid mechanics, the guy warns. "To pull this off, you both need to act like total noobs." But Mongji argues that the boss villain has zero clue who is actually awakened. She is just hunting names on a hit list. If they act like basic background characters, she will literally ignore them and drop aggro. Okay, but how do we fake that? Yongho asks, sweating over the insane difficulty level. Mongji highlights the main bug. If Hien stabs herself and reloads the save, she will totally know we have hidden skills. Suddenly a light bulb goes off in her head. Sprinting like a maniac, she blitzes the edgy guy. "Whoa, what are you doing?" He yelps, totally lost, as she aggressively loots his jacket pockets. Smirking, Mongji breaks down her 5-head master plan. Hien has the willpower to hit rewind. The guy catches on instantly. Right to cast a skill, there are always 2 rules. Rule 1 is mental command. Whipping out the stolen loot, she grins. And Rule 2 is the trigger action. As long as we hit the trigger first, we can hijack the timeline before Hien even scratches herself. It is the ultimate speedrun strat. He nods, hyping himself up with a deep breath. Suddenly, the vibe shifts, and his cool guy face completely cracks. Waterfalls of tears ruin Mongji's epic moment as she starts apologizing like crazy. The guy awkwardly rubs his neck. "Yeah, I didn't want things to get so messy." He awkwardly stares at the floor, pure crickets in the air. Trying to save face, Mongji sniffs. "I am only dumping my feelings because your memory is getting wiped anyway." Chuckling, he admits defeat. "You were totally right. I was just spamming my powers without grinding my actual stats. Getting utterly wrecked yesterday was a massive wake-up call, forcing his character development arc to finally drop." Mongji gives him a look. "Yeah, being a one-trick pony is super lame. But honestly, because of your epic failure, I finally stopped raging and saw the winning play." Wiping her snot away, she takes a massive breath of fresh air. Turning back to her duo, she grins. Okay, but your dramatic entrance was actually kind of cool. With a confident smirk, they cap the pen and smash their ultimate. Time reversal. The mystery guy finally unpauses the world. Just like that, they barely dodge Hien sprinting down the empty streets. Mongji backs off, realizing he totally baited Hien right into the dark alleyway. Yongho practically begs to stick to the plan. Mongji tries to bail, but Hien grabs her, locking onto her wrist. Hold up, the psycho whispers. The silence is deafening. You could cut the tension with a knife. Suddenly her palm opens. A bloody gash randomly appears on Hien's hand. She just shoves Mongji away and marches off. Staring at her back, Yongho and Mongji are completely clueless. Why is the boss monster retreating, Yongho? Mongji panics, horrified, as she realizes his entire timeline just got wiped clean. He violently gasps for air. Meanwhile, Rooftop Guy is having an existential crisis. Wait, did I just die? Did Hien sniff out our abilities? Why aren't we running for our lives? He freaks out. The edgy dude in the black jacket just smirks. Maybe she's completely clueless about our skills. Cut to the newspaper club room. Mongji glares. Spill it. Did you chase Hien off? With a smug grin, the guy nods. Bingo. He lays out his master plan. If that crazy girl stole our powers, we'd be toast. She'd definitely murder me. No idea what went down in her time loop. But I knew my cue. I had to strike exactly when Hien triggered her rewind. By freezing time, I totally hijacked her activation skill. Because of that, she jumped back before leaving a single scratch. Now, she thinks we're just harmless extras. But Mongji isn't buying this nonsense. We absolutely cannot trust this shady guy. But before she can roast him, Yongho cuts in. He actually makes sense. He remembers So Young, that genius from the next class. Her timeline got nuked too. Pointing at a digital timer, the smug guy declares, boom proof that Hien skipped us entirely and targeted the neighboring class. He casually adds, I heard Yongho got reset too, meaning Hien totally murdered him. He wraps up his villain-like speech. If she knew we were players, she'd never let us breathe. It sucks, but hey, we survived. Mongji rubs her temples, getting a massive headache. Are there even more overpowered freaks out there? She boldly declares. Even if there are, they wouldn't just go on a mindless rampage like Mr. Shin and Hien. Suhan immediately chimes in. Unless they're massive attention seekers like me. Oof, self-burn. Quickly changing the awkward subject, Suhan asks, so, what's the plan when Hien is the final boss? Mongji sighs. We haven't fixed squat yet. And who knows what record is scheming? Suhan cuts her off. Look, we can't play survival games forever. We need a post-war retirement plan. Yongho casually drops a bomb. I'm just gonna study for med school. Mongji's jaw drops. Wait, is this nerd actually a genius? A phone flashes perfect grades. Yongho shrugs. These exams are a total joke compared to my old academy. Everyone is utterly speechless. He turns to Suhan. And your grand plan, Suhan flexes. Keep lifting, keep playing sports. Oh, and desperately find a new sponsor before Hien stabs me in the back. She's gonna flip. When the second years turn up empty, the heavy spotlight swings to Mongji. Panic mode activated. Twiddling her thumbs, she silently screams. What on earth am I gonna do when the anime battles end? Honestly, she hadn't thought past surviving Tuesday. Having a mid-high school crisis, she misses the boring old days. Will my life ever be normal again? Ga Young suddenly stands up. Club practice calls. Waving cheerfully, she ditches the moody newspaper room. But as she pulls the door, bam! She nearly headbutts Suhan. He awkwardly steps back. My bad, I was just dipping out. Peeking back inside, Ga Young interrogates Yongho. How'd you even tame that wild Suhan? Yongho smoothly dodges the question. She instantly switches to nagging mode. Hey, our club is swamped right now. Outside the campus is absolute chaos with tents and banners. Ga Young hypes it up. It's the legendary summer festival, the ultimate neighborhood party. We can totally milk this for a month of articles. Yongho blinks. I had zero clue, but my old elite school did stuff like this. Mongji gets a bright idea. Let's tackle the festival prep together. You're practically our newspaper slave anyway. She winks, revealing her true motive. If there's another hidden ability user lurking around, we can just spy on them using journalism. Yongho nods along. Plus, like the meathead mentioned, we really should prep for a normal life. Smiling warmly, Mongji agrees. Yeah, we literally fought a war just to be boring teenagers again. Sweet memories of her chaotic family pop into her head. Strolling across the sunny courtyard, she thinks, wonder what Yunji is destroying right now. Cut to nightfall. A bunch of bored punks loiter behind the school. One delinquent groans. Man, I am so sick of wandering these garbage streets. He barks at a scrawny kid. Hey, lunchbox. The kid flinches super awkwardly. The bully smirks. Your parents out of town. Is your crib empty? But my parents are home, whines a boy. Smack his buddy, slaps the back of his head. The ultimate bully logic, labeling easy targets as cafeterias. Classic trash behavior, man, we have nowhere to chill, the thug hilariously complains. Yongji silently glares at her screen. The jerk smirks. Hey, let's crash your place, since absolutely nobody is home, until way late. A fake friend aggressively hugs her. Mongji, let's go, I have never been. Yongji shuts that down instantly. Hard pass. Don't even dream about it. The peanut gallery goes dead silent. Yongji crouches down, totally exhausted, and snaps. How many times must I reject you guys? Another girl fakes a pout. Don't be mean. The main jerk scoffs. Why? Are you acting so fiercely over a little house tour? Then he drops the ultimate low blow. You are literally an orphan. He violently shoves her down. You really thought you were part of our squad just because we tolerate your existence. The punk smirks. Listen up. Yanji's crib is our new cafeteria. Meanwhile, in an empty gym, two fencers are sweating it out. One dude stands poised like a deadly mantis, laser focus, unblinking eyes. Swoosh. He lunges with lightning speed, delivering a flawless direct strike. His opponent rips off his mask, totally blown away by the epic attack and his partners. Sick counter moves. I am going back to basics, he laughs, swearing. His partner is destined for absolute greatness. Cut to the busy streets. Our fencing prodigy, Suhan, is doom-scrolling on his phone. Suddenly, he hits the brakes. He spots a super annoying face from his past, chatting up some girl. Suhan calls out, genuinely shocked. Jungsu flashes a snake-like grin. Long time no see, buddy. He casually mentions that Sun is hunting him down. And Sun is super salty about being left on red. Suhan simply does a 180 and walks off. The confused girl asks, do you actually know that Ice Prince? He totally ghosted us. Squinting hard, she gasps, wait, is not that Suhan? Park the famous fencer Suhan freezes in his tracks. Jungsu practically drips with sarcasm. Ah, playing the amnesia card. Just because you are a little famous now, Suhan glares at Sunungu. I told you to pretend I don't exist. Sunu, who used to be his absolute fanboy, gets hit with facts. I never stooped to your brother's dirty level. Unfazed, Sunungu smirks. The internet will not care about the details, bro. Suhan knows his dark past of hanging with thugs and throwing hands could totally cancel his sports career. Cancel culture is terrifyingly fast. Zungu, then shamelessly, demands hush money. Since you bagged a sweet sponsorship, pay up freshman. He practically begs Suhan to drop some cash at his brother's shady shop. Suhan's fists practically vibrate with rage. Walking off, he ominously warns, oh, we will definitely cross paths again. Cue the epic flashback, young Suhan, standing over a mountain of defeated punks. Strutting through the wreckage with ultimate main character energy, bam, transition to the peaceful school building basking in the bright daylight. Jian groans about decorating the club room. But Myungji is hyped to the max. We are going to host our very own epic event. She flexes a massive mural showcasing the legendary 2021 Gunong Festival. Ga goes to power up the camera, but plot twist, it is super dead. Panicking because they have a million photos to take, she is saved by Mongji. I have got a spare at home, Mongji yells. I will be back in a flash. She literally sprints out the door like a track star. Yongho just smiles mysteriously. Cut to Mongji on the bus, aggressively tapping her phone. She is texting Suhan about his festival interview. He hits back with a vague, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. Mongji instantly calculates the chaos. They are drowning in decorations and still have to aggressively cut out paper shapes. Better double-check with Yongho before promising anything. Suddenly, the bus speaker blasts her stop, violently pulling her back to reality. She hops off, but a wildly random thought hits her like a truck. Strutting down the street, she casually ponders, wait, when did I last flex my time-skipping superpower? A sly, overpowered protagonist smirk spreads across her face as she flicks her hair like a boss. Hitting her front door, she kicks off her shoes. But right as she opens the cabinet to grab the legendary spare battery crash, a suspicious noise echoes from deep inside her totally empty house. She jumps back, senses tingling. The house should be completely abandoned right now. Entering full survival mode, she whips out a freaking hammer. Show yourself, intruder, she screams. A shadowy figure bursts into the living room, screeching in pure terror. It is just Yanji, her sister, screeches. Why are you sneaking around with a deadly weapon? Lowering her construction gear, Mongji demands to know why Yanji is skipping school. Then her eyes lock onto a highly suspicious envelope crumpled in her hand. The exact envelope they strictly hid in the bedroom drawer. Pointing her hammer like an absolute menace, Mongji interrogates, is that our sacred survival fund? Yongji gets wildly defensive and tries to yank the cash away. But Mongji has lightning reflexes. She locks onto her sister's wrist. Yonji cries out, "We should not even use this cash." Mongji hilariously claps back. "Auntie funded us." That cash, Yonji shoved her older sister hard, breaking completely free. Hitting the cold floor, Mongji winced as the impact bruised her arm. She just sat there, totally stunned into silence. Before she could even process it, Yonji snapped, "Oh, now you want to play the caring big sister click." The call ended, leaving Mongji's phone screen glowing in the dark. Those awful bruises flashed in her mind. Was her little sister actually getting bullied? She cringed at her own cowardice. Last year, she just hid in the shadows, too terrified to lift a finger. But then, some background chatter caught her ear. Two punks were bragging about cafeteria extortion money, planning to hand it all to Seonggu. A passing girl gossiped, "Man, poor Yeonji." She totally crossed Seonggu's girlfriend and became public enemy #1. The thugs just cackled, cracking tasteless jokes. Well, playtime was over. Stomping right up to the giggling group, Mongji unleashed her inner boss. "Cough up the cash, losers." One punk blinked. "Who's this weirdo?" But his buddy smirked immediately, recognizing her. "Ha, it's Yeonji's pathetic older sister." The ringleader waved her off. "Scram before you start bawling like your bratty sibling." Big mistake. Bam. Before he could even blink, Mongji delivered a lightning-fast strike right to his gut, sending him crashing to the dirt. "I said, hand over the money," she growled. The punk rubbed his jaw, utterly baffled by this sudden boss music. Mongji crushed his wrist in an iron grip. Suddenly, another thug yanked her shoulder, barking like a rabid dog. "Are you crazy? Do you know whose cash that is?" He screamed about the mighty Seonggu, treating her like an absolute joke. The fallen leader scrambled up, roaring. "Hold her down." He pulled back his fist, aiming a nasty hook. Mongji just glared, her eyes flashing with hidden power. Smack. Out of nowhere, the guy holding her violently punched his own boss. The entire alleyway froze in sheer confusion. What on earth just happened? The thug had literally decked his best bro, completely losing control of his own body. The leader hit the pavement groaning, while his panic-stricken minions stared at his own fist in horror. Mongji stood over the tangled mess of bullies, radiating absolute menace. "Touch Yeonji again and you're dead meat," she hissed. Snatching the fat envelope of extorted cash right from their trembling hands, her mission was complete. She casually strolled away like a movie star. But inside, her heart was screaming. Did she just win a street brawl? Her courage meter was maxed out. Exposing her secret powers was insanely risky, but surely her sister was safe now. Back in the alley, the thugs were having a full meltdown. "Bro, she's an esper. We are so screwed." They wailed in terror, absolutely dreading Seonggu's wrath. Meanwhile, miles away from the gangster drama back in the peaceful clubroom, Mongji chilled with Guyan. Tasked with some basic paper folding, she happily nodded. A goofy, satisfied grin spread across Mongji's face as she worked. Guyan just sat there squinting at her with major suspicion. "You're acting awfully chipper today," Guyan probed. "Ah well, a massive weight just lifted off my shoulders." Mongji beamed. Guyan smirked, dropping a massive gossip bomb. "Oh, is it because of your hot new boyfriend? Say what?" "The whole school saw you two holding hands," Guyan teased. Brain short-circuiting Mongji violently crushed the paper. "I need to interview Suhan Bai," she squeaked, bolting out. Outside, a fancy black car idled. Marching down the street, Mongji was blushing furiously. "Boyfriend. We are just two traumatized kids stuck in the same messy situation." She grumbled into the wind. "He is absolutely not my boyfriend, thud." She walked straight into a solid human wall. Blinking away the stars, she gasped. It was Yeonji. Mongji stepped up, ready to play the hero, but the words died in her throat. Her sister looked like she had gone 12 rounds with a truck. Fresh, terrifying bruises painted her pale face. "Who did this to you?" Mongji cried out. In a flash of pure rage, Yeonji seized Mongji's collar, yanking her violently close. "What the heck did you do?" she screamed, voice cracking with fury. "Did I ever beg for your useless help? Those psychos are going to hunt me down forever because of your stupid stunt." Tears of pure frustration streamed down Yeonji's battered cheeks. "I was just trying to save you," Mongji pleaded, but her sister cut her off completely. "You think slapping a few goons fixes anything?" Shoving Mongji away like garbage, Yeonji wailed. "Stay out of my life. You make everything worse." Scrubbing her angry tears, she glared at the whispering crowd gathering around. "Yeonji, wait." Mongji reached out, but the girl dashed away. Rooted to the sidewalk, Mongji stood completely paralyzed, while her sister vanished into the busy street. Cut to a trendy cafe. Mongji finally met up with Suhan. "You are 20 minutes late," he growled, tapping his watch like an angry principal. "I am so sorry," Mongji mumbled weakly. "My time is money, and I wasted it on you," he scolded her. But instead of fighting back, Mongji just slammed her head on the table and unleashed a comical waterfall of loud, ugly tears. Utterly bamboozled, Suhan panicked, completely clueless as Mongji just kept bawling. Mongji keeps crying her eyes out. Suhan awkwardly asks what is wrong. Wiping her tears, she completely denies it. She is not crying over him, but her rebellious sister. My sister absolutely despises me. I just make things worse. She chokes back her sobs, trying to stay strong. I knew Yonji was hanging out with complete trash, and now I am pretty sure they are extorting her for cash, she cries out. Suhan narrows his eyes. Do you have names? He needs a target. I heard them mention a guy named Seonggu, Mongji stammers, piecing the terrible memory together. She begs Suhan to call in Yongho for backup. Why drag him into this? Suhan sighs, rubbing his temples. Look, as an only child, I am entirely useless with sibling drama. He tries to dodge the bullet, but eventually he caves. Fine enough is enough. I will teach this Seonggu brat a lesson. Cut to a super creepy damp tunnel. Seonggu struts around like he owns the underworld. He chuckles, feeling incredibly tough for scaring off some random wimps. But suddenly, he freezes. A wildly confused look crosses his face. Trash and empty bottles litter the ground. The snacks are totally gone. He marches right up to Yonji. You absolute idiot, he spits with venom. She mutters an apology. He mocks her, calling her a walking cafeteria. Yonji flinches hard. Did I say you could stop? He barks like a rabid dog. He blames her for their sad little bridge party. You are just our personal lunchbox. You should be funding our fun with your allowance. The sheer audacity of this guy. Time for a new excuse, he sneers wickedly. Repeat after me. I have no parents, so I do not know how to serve my betters. He glares daggers at the terrified girl. He mercilessly mocks her silence and her completely miserable expression. The pressure is absolutely suffocating. Pushed entirely over the edge by this cartoonish villain, Yonji finally breaks down. She starts choking out the humiliating words. The peanut gallery of bullies laughs it up. But mid-sentence, smack, a brutal slap echoes through the tunnel. Seonggu cackles like a maniac, calling her worthless trash. I cannot believe you actually said it, he roars. Bring the cash tomorrow, or I am hunting down you, and your annoying sister. He then roasts his lackeys for losing to a girl earlier. No more playing nice. But boss, she was a ninja. One whines. Seonggu tells him to shut his trap. He turns his creepy gaze back to Yonji. Why are you still breathing my air suddenly? Suhan, Mongji, and Yongho step out of the shadows like absolute bosses. The cavalry has arrived. Yonji gasps, absolutely stunned to see her big sister. The bully squad looks deeply confused. Wait, you actually know Suhan? One asks. Seonggu smirks. I heard the great Suhan magically reformed himself. Are you babysitting these pathetic losers now? He throws the insult with zero fear. Yongho ignores the clown entirely. He looks directly at Mongji. We will gladly crush these trash mobs for you. But listen closely. You have to fix your sisterly drama yourself. Mongji nods with fierce determination. She accepts the terms of service. Real sisters face the music, Yongho declares. Hearing this, Seonggu bursts into hysterical, obnoxious laughter. You brought absolute weaklings to a street fight. Seriously, Suhan. Did you forget how this works? Look at my massive army, he brags like a total fool. Suhan just smiles. A very dangerous knowing smile. I see a bunch of stepping stones. Enraged, Seonggu screams for an attack. The mindless thugs charge forward. They close the gap in seconds. Looks like I need to educate the loudmouth, Suhan says with icy calm. He snaps his fingers. Clear the trash, Yongho. Yongho's eyes glow with a terrifying aura. The air instantly freezes. Bam! 3 charging thugs instantly faceplant into the concrete. Knocked out cold without a single physical touch, Yongho casually strolls past their twitching bodies. Yonji and Seonggu are absolutely paralyzed by this insane flex. Get up, you lazy idiots. Seonggu screeches in panic. We literally cannot move. They groan. Suhan smoothly steps up. He is right in Seonggu's personal space. You should really worry about your own face, Suhan whispers ominously. Panicking, Seonggu throws a wildly desperate haymaker. Swoosh. Suhan dodges effortlessly and delivers a nasty counterblow. Seonggu stumbles back, his fake tough guy persona completely shattered. Are you not exhausted from playing playground bully? Suhan asks, his eyes completely dead. He cracks his knuckles. Beg for forgiveness right now and end this. Roaring like a cornered rat, Seonggu charges again. But a dark silhouette flickers behind him. Whack. Another humiliating slap to the cheek. Suhan trips him into the dirt. Did hitting a growth spurt make you feel like a god? Suhan mocks, absolutely destroying his ego. Hiding behind a pack of losers does not make you an alpha. Slap. Grow the heck up, Seonggu. Crying and swearing, the so-called tough guy sprints for the hills to flee the scene. Yonji shrieks, desperate to grab her sister's attention before murder happens. But our girl is on a bully hunting mission. Grabbing her arm, Yongho plays the chill guy. Hey, relax, he smoothly insists. Nothing to sweat about. Meanwhile, sprinting for his dear life, Sun-gu wheezes across the bridge like a dying asthmatic. Just as the punk threatens to tattle to his big bro, Mongji teleports behind him like a horror movie ghost. Yanked up by his collar, the tough guy suddenly wets himself. Tossed right over the railing, he hilariously dog paddles in midair. Shrieking like a startled banshee, the bully plummets straight down toward the freezing water. Mongji watches him drop with zero absolute chill, her stare ice cold. With a pathetic, glorious splash, he belly flops, sinking like a rock. Popping back up, he thrashes and chokes, fighting the current. Somewhere in the back of his panicked brain, a voice admits that honestly, Mongji is pretty terrifyingly awesome. Dragging his soaked, miserable self to the riverbank, Sun-gu hacks up half the river. An inner monologue tells Mongji to keep being the ultimate badass sister, and she fully intends to. Coughing up algae, the bully looks totally brain-fried. Strolling up like a boss, she growls, "Don't you dare breathe near Yongji again. I will end you." Mic drop. She pivots and walks off, leaving him dripping. Sprinting over, Yongji panics. "Mongji, are you hurt?" Yongji fusses. Her sister just flashes a smug grin. Bathed in dramatic moonlight, Mongji softly says, "Let's bounce. Time for home." Cut to somewhere super creepy. A severed hand and a very bloody hammer decorate the floor. Throwing a massive tantrum over getting played by Suhan Hai-in, completely loses her mind. Hunting for those superpowered kids, she flips out. Swearing she is going to snap his neck, she stomps down a pitch-black corridor. Suddenly, a smug, mysterious voice sighs. "Man, I really thought you would be competent enough to collect those powers. Who the hell is that?" Hien snaps, squinting into the dark. But the shady dude just answers with another annoying riddle. With a slick finger snap, he declares he is the guy stealing her abilities. Meanwhile, night is completely crashing over the apartment block. Shadows swallow the building whole. Our favorite chaotic sisters finally drag themselves to their front door, totally wiped out. They step inside and bam, instant awkward silence. Trying to kill the weird vibe, Mongji asks what is bugging her. Yeonji just sighs, letting all her teenage angst spill out. "I used to completely ignore my life, so why are you acting like Superwoman all of a sudden?" Mongji shuts her mouth, that heavy question hitting her right in the feels. Waving her hands uselessly, she scrambles for an excuse. Flashbacks hit her hard. Psychos trying to literally murder her, nearly biting the dust. The crazy memories choke her up. She hesitates, totally sweating over whether Yeonji will even buy this crazy story. Yeonji hits her with a blank, unamused stare. Spinning around, she mutters, "Mongji, you are so annoyingly cryptic." Despite the sass, Mongji finally speaks up. She tosses out a soft "thanks for having my back," letting the words float into the quiet room. Yeonji just storms into her bedroom, slamming the door without a second glance. Left hanging in the hallway, Mongji stands there like a statue. She awkwardly yells, "Good night," to the wood, trying to fix the mood. Flopping onto her mattress, she prays for just one normal night of sleep. Bam! Next morning hits, and the school festival completely nukes their boring routine. The campus is plastered in flashy banners, looking like a total circus. Trudging up the stairs, Mongji admits that maybe, just maybe, Yongho was right. She seriously needs to chill. She takes a massive breath, just glad her grumpy sister is at least willing to tolerate her nonsense. Up ahead, she spots Yongho and the boys loitering like usual. But as she strolls up to the growing mob of gossiping students, she asks, "What is the juicy drama?" Suddenly, a frantic teacher pops up, screaming at everyone to scatter back to class right this second. Whispers explode everywhere. Wait, did someone actually bite the dust? Are the cops coming? The creepy vibe skyrockets. Shoving her way through the nosy teenagers, Mongji goes full bulldozer mode. Pushing forward, she absolutely refuses to be left out of the loop. But then her jaw practically hits the floor. The air gets totally sucked right out of her lungs. Inside the classroom, a student is literally dangling from the ceiling. Boom. Flashbacks of that exact girl smash into her brain. The teacher is losing his mind trying to play crowd control. He barks at class 2 to evacuate to the sports field and screams, "No cell phones." Mongji spins around in pure shock. Wait Hae-in could literally rewind time, and yet she still got killed. Fast forward to her apartment, afternoon sun blasting through the glass. Storming into her room, she tosses her heavy backpack onto the desk, finally ditching that dead weight. Dropping into her chair, her brain goes into overdrive. Mongji aggressively asks herself, who the heck could pull off a murder like that? The mystery is totally maddening. Sure, Hae-in had cooldown limits, but the girl could literally time travel. She was the ultimate cheat code boss. Mongji furiously does the mental math. She mentally swipes through a lineup of suspects, landing on 2 specific guys, but quickly trashes that theory, remembering she was literally babysitting both of them last night. Out of nowhere, her cell phone starts buzzing. Detective Do's name flashes like a neon warning sign on her screen. Swiping to accept, Mongji impatiently waits for some answers. The detective immediately starts groveling for being missing in action. She sighs. My phone completely died on me. Out of juice. She demands, "What's the absolute emergency?" "You blew up my phone." Mongji drops a bomb. Heju is dead. The detective practically chokes. "Seriously, how did it even happen? Was it those creeps?" Mongji shakes her head. She explains that Heju went full detective mode 3 days ago. "We totally brainwashed her using Suwon's ability," she adds darkly. "But they found her hanging at school this morning." "What kind of psycho does that?" Over the phone, the detective does a mental double take. 3 days ago. Hold up. Wasn't it last night? Totally thrown off. Mongji squints at her phone like it's broken. She doubles down on her memory. "I swear it was 3 days ago. How are you out of the loop?" Detective Du fires back. "Look, time literally froze. 3 days ago. But some jerk hit the rewind button. Last night." She drops the realization that Yongho's entire timeline just got a hard reset. That's physically impossible, unless the clock turned back. She flexes her weird shuffle power. Being a human temporal radar lets her feel the ripples. When abilities activate, she totally would have felt the giant rewind button get smashed. Mongji pauses. Wait 10 at night. She felt zero magic vibes. 3 days ago, her brain goes into overdrive. Fact 1. Heju gets a total memory wipe every time the clock turns back. That completely explains why she leaves creepy little clues for her future self. Mongji gasps. The detective gets mind-wiped too. Of course she wouldn't remember. The abilities going off. The terrifying puzzle pieces finally click together. Mongji forgets how to breathe for a hot second. The ultimate plot twist. Heju wasn't the main boss. She got completely wrecked by a hidden player who casually time travels while keeping all their memories. Cut to the precinct. Cue the tense background track. 4 gloomy faces are having a stare-down around a massive conference table. Some stiff in a designer suit aggressively slides a folder, demanding Detective Myeondu's head on a platter. The police chief frowns. "Are you seriously punishing her again?" But suit guy adjusts his tie, like a classic corporate villain. "This is different," the chief sighs. "Why dig up ancient history?" Suit guy smirks. "Oh, just the tiny detail of someone getting wrecked." The chief rolls his eyes at the dramatic flair, but the suit won't let it go. Standard protocol, buddy. Meanwhile, Detective Du just sits there, plotting her revenge. A tired-looking woman shares her side of the messy story. Outside the room, the chief scoffs. Talk about a massive attitude problem. He wonders why they're resurrecting a totally dead case. Myeondu stays perfectly chill. "Chill out, boss," she winks. "I'll play nice and try again." She heroically takes the heat and throws him a thumbs up. The chief raises an eyebrow. "How's the daily grind?" "Same old nightmare," she deadpans. "Time to bounce. I've got villain catching to do back home. Catch you later." The chief watches her go. "I totally know. You're not insanely obsessed with this case, despite the wild rumors," he mutters like a proud dad. Cue the dramatic exit music. He calls out, "Don't get killed out there." Myeondu flashes a peace sign and struts away. As she confidently escapes the suffocating station walls, a sudden voice crashes her epic exit. She spins around. Surprise, surprise. It's the lady from the meeting. They face off. On the concrete battlefield, Myeondu gives a stiff bow. "Look, I'll take my suspension," she sighs. But the woman aggressively blocks her path. Plot twist. "I didn't ask for your head," she declares, glaring, with main character intensity. The detective blinks. "Wait then, who threw me under the bus?" The woman leans in. "We need to spill some tea." Cut to a ridiculously overpriced cafe. They sit down for a serious info dump. The woman drops the first clue. 2 weeks ago, she got a highly suspicious phone call. Some fancy high-rolling law firm practically begged to take her case as a quote-unquote charity project. Flashback time. The woman is seen shutting them down over the phone. But because this is a thriller, her doorbell magically rings. She peeks through the peephole like a classic horror movie victim. Shockingly, the suit-wearing lawyers actually showed up at her door. They aggressively insisted they wanted to help, but honestly, it sounded exactly like a mafia shakedown. Gulping her bitter espresso, Detective Du scoffs. Why would elite lawyers suddenly care about a closed case? There's zero profit. The woman shudders. They basically cornered her into saying yes, but her spider sense was screaming red flags. She slides a sleek business card across the table. Myeondu squints at the shiny logo. Bingo. The notorious Guan law firm. Well played. I brought you a souvenir too. The detective slowly uncurls her fingers, revealing a tiny glittering earring. She lets the woman stare at the shiny piece of metal. Instant trauma flashback. The icy memory of a psycho's blade pressed against her neck floods back. She remembers Myeondu aiming her weapon straight at the creep. The epic action scene replays, followed by the image of the trembling detective stumbling away with her partner that fateful night. Myeondu clears her throat. Yeah, that's the shiny loot. Dropped on the crime scene floor, she explains. Cue the emotional soundtrack. Figured you'd want it back, she mutters awkwardly. Thought it might heal some trauma. Thanks for literally saving my life, the woman smiles. She stands up to flee. Let's pretend this secret meeting never happened. But before bolting, she drops one last crumb of lore. The detective's ears instantly perk up. She casually mentions, cooking up a killer stew. She stared at the leftovers. Cooking hard pass. Reheating last night's dinner and crawling into bed was her ultimate survival strategy. It felt like a perfectly mundane Tuesday. You know, just your average morning after catching a bullet to the ear. Back home, she glared at the cold family stew. The silence felt heavy. Her mind drifted back to her husband, the guy who religiously shaved every single morning, and her hyperactive daughter always sprinting upstairs for forgotten homework. It was the exact same routine. She used to think tomorrow would always be a carbon copy of today. How naive. Waking up alive was suddenly a luxury. She took a deep breath, totally ready to embrace this second chance at life. That weapon-wielding maniac was a stone-cold killer, she muttered. I would be 6 feet under if that detective hadn't intervened. If trading one ear was the cost of breathing, total bargain. Twirling her earrings, she sighed. I seriously never expected the detective to carry all that guilt. She mentally bookmarked a chat with that shady law firm. Pushing her chair back, she packed up to leave. A faint thank you echoed behind her. Meanwhile, Detective Du was glued to her desk, digging for clues. Time for a cyber deep dive. She squinted at the Guan law firm business card. A rookie group of barely graduated lawyers. Their online footprint was practically zero. No scandals, no shady underground deals, absolutely nothing suspicious. It was almost too clean. Switching tactics, she stalked the specific lawyer who handled the case instead. One mouse click later, her jaw practically hit the floor. The screen lit up with spicy revelations. She fell right down the rabbit hole. Hours flew by. The night shift kicked in, but her eyes were glued to the monitor. The target's fatal flaw. Literal time manipulation. What an absolute headache. Suddenly, a sharp knock shattered the midnight silence. Well, aren't you a clever little hound? A cocky voice sneered through the wood. Detective Du, my favorite pawn. The midnight intruder kept yapping. You dug up my dirty laundry pretty fast. I mean, seriously? What kind of law firm pokes around a dead case? Myeondu didn't hesitate. She grabbed her trusty pistol. Who is out there? Call me Rewind, the very guy you have been trying to erase. Myeondu cocked her gun, totally unamused by the dramatic entrance. What did you bring flowers to apologize for ruining my life? The villain scoffed. Oh darling, that was no accident. I rewound time the exact second you pulled that trigger. And you just called it terrible luck. He laughed, bringing up the tragic hostage crisis. Your perfect shot missed. Yeah, that was me hitting the cosmic rewind button. Thanks to my little prank, you got demoted. The door creaked open, revealing a smug guy in a fancy suit. All according to my master plan. You danced perfectly on my chessboard. He strolled in, completely arrogant. Did you honestly expect a heartfelt apology? Myeondu didn't even blink. She just aimed her gun straight at his stupid grinning face. Talk less, bleed more. Bang, bang, bang. She emptied her clip like an absolute boss. The cocky villain slammed into the floor, eating a healthy serving of lead. He scrambled, totally panicking. Myeondu kept her barrel steady, owning the entire room. He wheezed, coughing up his pride. You seriously shot me mid-monologue, she shrugged. Relax, I avoided the fatal organs. She shoved the smoking hot barrel right against his forehead. Now, let's chat about that little accident of yours. Why do you claim my shot wasn't a mistake? Flashbacks of her ruined police career smacked her right in the feels. She snapped, anger boiling over. Why ruin my shot? You should have just killed me instead. That single moment had been chewing up her sanity for years. She jammed the gun harder, demanding actual answers. Start talking, she growled. The guy just smirked, playing the philosopher. Hey, everyone gets a taste of misery, right? Denial, anger, bargaining, depression. The classic grief combo. Eventually, you just swallow the bitter pill of reality. But letting go of something precious, that is just zero fun. Myeondu glared at him. What kind of edgy nonsense are you babbling about? He grinned like a maniac. I just refuse to accept reality. Boom time violently reversed. Myeondu was back on her feet, gun raised. Nice try, loser, she barked. My brain remembers every single rewind. She yanked the trigger instantly, skipping the villain's intro. But this time, the slippery jerk sidestepped like a ninja. The bullet kissed the drywall instead. What the heck? Myeondu blinked, realizing he had completely predicted her aim. I definitely aimed for his vital points last time. If he rewound again, my anti-time power would have warned me. She fired another round, but he matrix dodged it again. Without warning, the suit-wearing psycho dashed into her personal space. He swatted her gun barrel away like a pesky fly. Bam. He jammed something razor-sharp straight into her shoulder. Mayando cursed, jumping back as burning pain exploded. The legendary weapon, a literal office pen, he chuckled, acting all professor-like. Your ability is such a headache, Mayando. You move when time freezes and remember everything. Talk about being overpowered. Villain explains the big plot twist. The power is not time travel, but an endless time loop. Plus, memory gets wiped every single reset. But literally one tiny scratch cancels it out. He violently punts poor Mayando's beaten body, proving he is the absolute boss here. As she eats dirt, he drops the ultimate bombshell. Your little trip to Seoul let me steal that looping power. Detective drops her loot everywhere, like a defeated video game boss. Just standing there, he stares down at our dying cop. Her brain does massive gymnastics. Wait. If he stole the loop ability, their entire game plan is trash. She desperately needs to leak the boss's weakness to the main characters. Violently gasping for air, choking on the floor, she fights for one last ounce of control. Time crawls like dial-up internet, completely crushing her broken body. The villain just stares in pure edgelord silence, then coldly drops. You are super dead. Boom. All hope instantly evaporates. Next to her bloody hand, a dramatic earring just chills there. Meanwhile, the victim's totally clueless mom is cooking. Her daughter strolls in like an NPC. Staring at the table, she asks the million-dollar question. What even is this thing? Did you actually pay for it? Mom casually explains the nice detective returned the lost earring. Zero suspicion at all. But the daughter drops a bomb. That is definitely not an earring. Anyway, I'm going to wash up. She literally just dips, leaving Mom totally bewildered. Staring at the weird object, Mom tries to compute the crazy plot twist. Suspenseful music plays. The clock dramatically ticks in the background. The hands spin like crazy, marking the brutal passage of our stolen seconds. Cut to the school, where gloomy heavy rain sets the perfect depressing mood. A random ID card floats sadly through the puddle. Inside, our boy Yongho goes full dramatic window staring mode. He spams calls to Detective Do, but gets absolute radio silence. Mongji panics because the cop is completely ghosting them. Scrolling through some dusty chat logs about the shady Guan law firm, her anxiety peaks. Watching the tragic raindrop, she feels the absolute crushing weight of this horror story. The storm violently attacks the poor festival tents. Yongho hits us with the classic sigh. I really thought we were reaching the final boss, but we are stuck in a side quest. Mongji seriously questions their survival odds with a psycho killer chasing them. Is being a normal teenager illegal now? In a total panic, she suggests packing their bags and bailing. Remembering the spooky warnings, Yongho boldly grabs her hand and drops the main character speech. I am terrified too. But if we run, we will be paranoid forever. Don't you want our boring lives back? The finale is close. Catching the protagonist energy, Mongji squeezes his hand. But Yongho keeps it real. Honestly, we are probably going to die if we keep this up. He big-brains the situation, realizing the villain's last kill proves the bad guys have all their personal data. Trying to make his single brain cell work, he figures out how to hunt the killer. Cue dramatic staring, marching right up to the school's info board. He hunts for plot armor clues. His eyes furiously scan the boring announcements like a supercomputer. Suddenly, he flexes his detective skills. Look at this nonsense. He points at the shady Envy Bio Group article. Wait, isn't this the mega-rich parents' company? Mongji nods. Yep, they sponsor the school. Her brain buffers, trying to connect the dots. But he interrupts. Hold my juice box. There is more. The school and the evil Biocorp are suspiciously married everywhere. It is super sketch. Highlighting the company logo on a random flyer, Yongho goes full conspiracy theorist. He points out a bizarre note about a secretly sponsored student, making the red flags massive. They literally own everything, Mongji gasps. Seeing the puzzle pieces lock in, Yongho smells a massive rat. Getting a terrifying brain blast, she furiously unlocks her phone. Bingo. The web search screams that Envy Bio hired the super sketchy Guan law firm. Yongho takes maximum psychic damage from this plot twist. If the corrupt lawyers work for the evil bio lab, we are cooked. Frozen in the classroom, the duo processes their impending doom. Yongho inhales all the copium. Oh man, if this is true, the whole wild script finally makes sense. Glaring at the board, all arrows perfectly point to the shady lawyers. They instantly realize their favorite detective is totally getting offed. No wonder she ghosted their calls. The sheer panic hits them like a freight train. Suddenly, the creepy school speakers boom, demanding every single student and teacher attend a depressing memorial for the victims. The monotone voice forces everyone to pack into the massive auditorium, killing the mood completely. Up on stage, the grumpy principal stares down an ocean of depressed, bowing students. Our paranoid duo sneaks into the tragic ceremony. Front and center, giant photos of the fallen victims aggressively mock the deadly silence. Mongji furiously side-eyes the timing, thinking, why the heck would the killer show up at this exact moment? Sweat dripping, she wonders, are they seriously flexing their murders instead of hiding? Absolute chills. The principal wrapped up his pathetic apology tour about the recent tragedy, dropping the ultimate bomb. He was quitting, stepping down to play the noble martyr for school safety. A classic corporate escape plan. Wait, can they just dip like that? Mongji muttered. Yongho scoffed. It is called running away. Suddenly, a tap on Yongho's shoulder made him jump. He spun around and his jaw practically hit the floor. Up on stage, the outgoing boss was hyping up his shiny new replacement. The announcer's voice boomed through the speakers, revealing that this mysterious guy actually founded the school 14 years ago. Talk about a dramatic entrance. You good, Mongji, whispered, grabbing his hand. She just realized this was not some random substitute teacher. This guy was the big boss, the chairman of the Envy Group himself. Her brain practically short-circuited. Strutting up the steps like he owned the world, the new principal took the mic. The head of Guan Law Firm. Enter Chief Principal Nongdai Guan. But Yongho was not looking at his fancy suit. He saw a floating number, 300. Mongji froze. Gazing out like a dark lord greeting his minions, Dai Guan smirked. Pleasure to meet you all. He thanked the ex-principal for the warm-up act, turning on that fake corporate charm to the absolute maximum. Playing the reluctant hero, he promised to carry this heavy burden for a while. Oh, how incredibly generous of him. He boldly declared that the campus nightmare was officially cancelled. Just like that. Poof. Problem solved. The auditorium was dead silent. He swore to personally shield them from any future chaos, doubling down on his no one gets hurt on my watch routine. But right then, his eyes locked onto Yongho. A silent challenge. Without missing a beat, he kept spitting out poetic garbage about seeing the bright sparkle in their young eyes. He vowed to bring back their happy school days playing the ultimate fairy godfather. What an absolute joke. My door is always open, he finished smoothly, wrapping up the world's most suspicious villain monologue. Memorial over. Time for the kids to scurry home. Trudging away from the ultimate final boss lair, Mongji and Yongho felt a massive headache coming on. He completely knows about our powers. Total flex, she groaned. Worse, Yongho frowned. His timeline numbers were insane. This guy has been abusing his abilities like cheat codes. Time to call for backup. Mongji pulled out her phone to dial Detective Do, while Yongho decided to hit up Suhan. Trying to solo a final boss was just bad gaming strategy. Hey you two, a voice interrupted their master plan. A blonde guy with a severe case of resting serious face was watching them. Mongji instantly recognized him. It was Detective Do's sidekick, looking suspiciously grim. Yongho, we need to chat. No, please no, thank you. Mongji stepped up like a shield. We didn't do it, we have an alibi, the cop sighed. Not about that. Then he dropped a name from a year ago. The Bundang incident. The sudden disappearance of Jing Yubi. The blood completely drained from Yongho's face. Cue the dramatic scene transition to the Gangdong police station. Inside a bleak interrogation room, the officer pulled out the classic, "We found new evidence" routine. Just a friendly little follow-up chat, right? You were questioned last summer about your buddy, weren't you? Flashbacks hit Yongho like a truck. He swallowed hard, trying not to look like a sweating guilty suspect. We were supposed to shoot hoops. He ghosted me. I went home to play games, Yongho explained for the 100th time. And that kicked off the missing person report, right? The cop pressed, playing by the boring textbook rules. Then came the critical hit. We found his body by the river pier. Boom. Instant game over for Yongho's sanity. The room started spinning. Time of death perfectly matches when he vanished, the officer added helpfully. Any secret depression, a bad drinking habit, the cop probed. Yongho shook his head frantically. Nope. Any enemies, high school rivals, still nothing, just a giant miserable blank. The interrogation fizzled out. The officer gave a heavy sigh, acting like a budget therapist. Take a minute to cry it out. Leave when you are ready. Yongho just stared at the table, completely mentally disconnected. Meanwhile, stepping out into the cold hallway, the cop was immediately ambushed by Mongji. She charged at him, demanding answers like an angry badger. Chill out, it is just a routine statement, he deflected smoothly. Actually, I need to pick your brain too. His casual vibe vanished instantly. The guy looked like he was about to deliver a death sentence. And he did. Detective did stud. Mongji's brain flatlined. Murdered in Seoul last night. The killer is still a ghost. Mongji did not even hesitate. It was Nong Daiguan. She was digging into his dirt. The plot thickens. Grabbing his own arm, the cop scrambles for answers. Spill it. Were you two secretly dating, or what? He presses, desperate for the tea. A flashback hits him hard. It's super weird she kept texting you, after the case was totally dead. Then it clicks. Wait, you're the kid that Psycho Seal Shin almost iced. Maybe the detective was just doing her job. He exhales like a deflating balloon. Look, I need the actual truth. He whips out a classic plastic evidence bag. Inside, a busted watch. Mongji's eyes practically bug out. It's the sergeant's favorite wrist candy. The realization hits like a truck. The cop sighs. Look, I'm biased, but I want this murderer's head on a platter. He leans in. Her mom literally handed me this. No clue how her kid even got it. He glares intensely. So what's the secret meaning here? He demands, waiting for a dramatic reveal. Knowing this is Detective Do's final puzzle piece. Mongji squeezes her fists. Bingo. She was totally murdered for poking around Nung Duan, and she used her dying breath to leave a breadcrumb. The ultimate mind games. She gasps in shock. Meanwhile, still rotting in an interrogation room, Yongho zones out. His brain runs the math. That sneaky jerk Rewind totally planted that body just to troll him. Guilt over Jingyu's demise hits his gut like a freight train. He feels totally sick. But no, hero mode activated. No time for a pity party. He forces his brain back online. The stakes are crazy. Rewind is literally the boss of Envy Group, a law firm, and his school. Talk about an overpowered villain. A giant number 300 flashes menacingly in his mind's eye. Wait a minute. Can a lifespan just hit exactly 300 and park there, squinting through the plot hole? He gets major goosebumps. It's a hard cap. Back to Mongji, she points out the creepy part. The busted watch is stuck looping the exact same tick. Spooky stuff. Cut to the school locker room. Suhan is packing up. Some random extra sneaks up behind him. Yo, he yells. Want a ditch and grab food. And game. Suhan flashes the polite protagonist smile. Hard pass, my schedule is packed. Ooh, hot date, the dude teases. Maybe next time Suhan lies smoothly. Later on, our lone wolf strolls through a totally packed market, dodging grandmas and veggies. He navigates the super tight food alleys like a ninja. Hey, sweetie, calls a vendor. He stops by her cart. Done sweating yet? Relax a bit, she scolds. Grabbing a heavy box, Suhan sighs. Mom, chill. 1 gold medal and we are out of this dump, I swear. She gives him the classic humble mom smile. I love this neighborhood. It raised my tough guy. Plus, your dad's memory lives in this stall. We don't need a mansion. Why bring up the old man? We can pack his ghost up when I'm filthy rich. Just stop throwing punches, she nags. Train hard, and I'll fund your golden dreams. I retired from street brawls, promise, he grins, boom. New scene, just as he's about to dip, a deep voice drops his name. He whips around like an anime protagonist. Across the street, an absolute unit of a dude. Just glaring. Squinting, Suhan gasps. Wait, is that Suong Tai? Mom waves like he's a long-lost puppy. The huge guy smirks, but Suhan steps in. Beat it, man, Suhan growls, shoving him away from the safe zone. Taking a fighting stance, he spits. Thought we agreed to stay out of each other's lanes, here to cry about Sungu. The beast sighs, admitting he got the family gossip. Suhan flexes. What here to avenge your little bro's beatdown? He totally asks for a fight. Instead, the giant bursts into barking laughter. Suhan's brain short-circuits. The big guy shakes his head. Nah, bro, I'm not here for blood. I knew my idiot sibling was acting totally unhinged. Just didn't have time to parent him. Utterly lost, Suhan blinks. Huh. The beast softens and actually says thanks. Back home, I was the top dog. But the big city? Yeah, it handed me a huge slice of humble pie. He bows slightly. Needed someone to smack sense into him. Thanks for doing my job. Context drop, Suhan had literally pummeled the kid just to stop a high school shakedown. Classic hero stuff. Big bro drops the ultimate wisdom. Told the brat to quit bullying kids who are just out here grinding. Anyway, I'm just in town for some mobster business. Figured I'd pop by and check on the legends, he winks. Adding that Suhan is practically a local celebrity now. Hey, pick up my calls next time, punk. Suhan cracks a tiny smile and gives a cool nod. The gentle giant turns to leave, tossing back, ring me up. You are in Seoul. Elsewhere in this chaotic city, a sharp-dressed guy takes a call in a random fabric shop. He whispers to the voice on the line. I found your missing puzzle piece. Cut to the entrance of a ridiculously massive gym. Seconds later, our athlete Suhan hits the locker room. A random classmate awkwardly asks if he grabbed lunch yet, pointing out his weirdly early arrival. Suhan just gives him the absolute silent treatment. Finally turning around, he asks, what is your deal? Did the sky fall? Down the hall, guys aggressively slam their lockers, dodging eye contact. Suhan frowns. Why is everyone acting so suspiciously edgy? Suddenly, his phone buzzes. It is his panicking manager. Time for the dreaded sponsor talk. A heavy sigh echoes through the speaker. Nanev Bio completely pulled the plug on your funding. Suhan fires back. Hey, Hyun should back me up. But before he can brainstorm a backup plan, the manager drops a massive bomb. Nasty school violence rumors just surfaced. Suhan freezes in pure shock. Meanwhile, Mongji and Yongho are chilling outside a gloomy police precinct. Glancing over, she asks if he is holding up. Yongho nods. Yeah, but we need to piece together this insane puzzle. Rewind's crazy timeline literally flatlined right at 300. Talk about a glitch in the Matrix. He brings up the pocket watch. The one the dead detective left behind right before kicking the bucket. He squints at the artifact. Mongji points out the obvious. Maybe it is busted since the second hand refuses to tick past 12. Could this be a side effect of Rewind's power? Yongho sighs. I have absolutely no clue. Suddenly, his dramatic brooding is cut short by a ringing phone. It is Suhan. The athlete frantically checks on them before venting. Someone is purposely throwing mud on my name. Every single sponsor just dumped me. Yongho raises an eyebrow. You think Seonggu-jan is playing dirty, but he gets a hard no. Suhan groans. It is way worse than petty gossip. A bunch of news outlets dropped hit pieces on me, all perfectly synchronized. Myeongji's face instantly darkens. She realizes the invisible noose is tightening around them thanks to their past actions. Looking at her partner, she recalls the tragic end of Yongho's friend and this absurd witch hunt targeting Suhan's promising career. Suddenly, a chaotic hospital scene flashes. A stretcher violently rattles down a bright hallway. Myeongji gets blasted by horrible déjà vu. A painful memory hits her like a freight train, reliving the exact nightmare where she was the one bleeding on a terrifying stretcher. Cut to the present. A massive hospital glows against the night sky. Sprinting down the sterilized halls, Myeongji frantically hunts for a specific room. Bursting inside, she screams for her sister Yeonji. Chilling in bed with a massive leg cast, the kid waves like it is no big deal. Myeongji demands answers. Yeonji smirks. I was just crossing the street. See, this is what happens when I try going to the library. The universe is literally telling me to stop studying. She laughs it off. But Myeongji is not having it. She locks eyes with her radiating, terrifying big sister energy. Yeonji finally shuts up, gripping her blankets. Stop lying to me, Yeonji. Meanwhile, a mysterious old geezer confirms the grim truth. That was 0% an accident. Rewind totally orchestrated that hit. Back in the room, Yeonji pouts, wondering why her sibling is losing her mind over a broken leg. Myeongji just wipes her sweaty forehead. I am just thrilled you are not dead. Staring at her panicked sister for a long, awkward minute, Yeonji finally takes a heavy breath. She calls out her sister's name, ready to drop some emotional baggage. Honestly, until like yesterday, I absolutely despised you. Myeongji blinks in sheer confusion. The flashback hits hard, taking us right back to that rainy, depressing funeral. Staring at their parents' portraits, Myeongji remembers feeling utterly numb. Having both of them wiped out in one night felt like a sick joke. They were supposed to be here forever, Yeonji mutters. Myeongji just stares blankly at the floor as her sister asks the real painful question. You know what was even worse? She remembers glaring at Myeongji's back in their shared bedroom, panting with frustration. The absolute worst part was watching you turn into a lifeless zombie. Cue the dramatic background music. Flashback to Myeongji, rotting silently on her bed. Yeonji glares at the memory. Back then, her older sister was her only remaining lifeline. I get it now. Yeonji sobs, completely regretting her bratty teenage behavior. But Myeongji cuts off the pity party. Stop it. It was not your fault. It was just a brutal accident. Gripping the bedsheets until her knuckles turn white, Yeonji fires back. Are you kidding? I wanted you to scream at me. To hate me. Literally anything would have been better than that freezing silence. I yelled and you acted like a ghost. That is why I was so mad at you, back in the present day. Myeongji just listens quietly, taking the emotional hits. But the person I truly despised was myself. Yeonji admits, dropping her watery eyes. That is exactly why I pushed you away when you finally tried acting like a sister. She throws her arms around Myeongji. Seriously, you can hate me if you want. Squeezing her back, Myeongji's stoic facade crumbles. I am so sorry for abandoning you in that dark place and making you endure all that trauma alone. I am sorry I was such a garbage sister. Her voice shakes with unshed tears. Desperately clinging to her sibling's jacket, Yeonji takes a shaky breath. Just promise you will never leave me hanging again. It is a deal. Later that evening, outside the gloomy hospital, Myeongji steps onto the chilly terrace to clear her head. Yongho walks up, asking, "So, how is the kid doing?" Doing. Mongji snaps, guarding her resting sister. Suhan offers a classic hero's reassurance. Mongji squints. "Are you absolutely sure this guy is Rewind?" Yongho nods grimly. Who else would dig up Jingyu's cold case with such freaky precision? Yongho shudders. The creep intentionally grabbed my shoulder just to flex his timeline powers. He takes a stressed breath. Suhan, ever the action star, barks, "Let's stick to the facts." Yanking Yongho's arm, he declares, "I'm not playing the waiting game." Yongho frantically tries to hit the brakes. "Hold up. 2 people are already dead. That means Captain Rewind has hoarded at least 3 powers," Suhan scoffs. "Newsflash, he literally declared war. He wrecked your career and dragged Mongji's sister into this mess." Suhan aggressively steps forward. "Can you guarantee he won't pull a worse villain move?" Mongji nods, catching the fiery vibe. He's absolutely right. She knows sitting around makes Yonji a sitting duck. The bad guy already knows her sister is her ultimate weakness. Yongho asks the million-dollar question. "Where is this guy?" Mongji freezes. A light bulb goes off. She takes a deep breath. The principal. He literally offered his office for difficult times. Talk about an obvious villain trap. He practically sent us an invitation, she declares, eyes flashing. Cut to the final boss door, a shiny plaque screaming Nung Doan for all to see. Pushing the heavy doors open, Mongji spots the ultimate cliché. A man facing the window, brooding. He dramatically peeks over his shoulder. "You cracked the code." The villain turns fully, flashing a wicked grin. "I've been expecting you." Fast forward, we find Mongji lurking in a creepy hallway. Her brain replays Yeonji's hospital plea. "Don't leave me solo again." A classic guilt trip. Mongji sighs, realizing keeping that promise is practically impossible now. While dramatic shadows swallow her whole, Guan chuckles. "He knew our heroine would crash the party, just not solo." Mongji glares daggers at him. "Cut the crap. You don't want a basic brawl. You want the whole superpower buffet." Guan smirks, entirely unbothered by being exposed. He smoothly slides a treasure map across his fancy desk. "Private island," he brags. Well, an isolated lot just 30 minutes away. Villain logic at its finest. He checks if she gets the hint. Mongji fiercely narrows her eyes. "Why so extra? You are a filthy rich CEO who can literally rewind time like a cheap cassette. Do you really need to steal everyone's mojo and ruin lives?" she spits out. Guan acts innocent and tilts his head. "Are you lecturing me on gratitude?" he sighs dramatically. "Sure, from the outside I'm swimming in cash, but even rich guys have tragic backstories and things to fix." Stepping away like a true theatrical antagonist, he yawns. "You and your squad are just annoying gnats." He pours expensive tea. "You have exactly 24 hours. Get your affairs in order." Guan flexes his villain tea sip. "Since you bravely marched in here, you already know the stakes. Run away and I nuke everything you love. Period." Classic bad guy blackmail. Mongji silently dips out of the doom room, clicking the door shut. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Yeonji is pouting, scribbling furiously. "Math is actual torture," she groans. The door creaks and Mongji sneaks in like a ninja. Wow, early bird Yeonji jokes. She begs for a math tutor, but Mongji awkwardly shoots her down, claiming her brain is fried. Yeonji laughs. "And here I thought you were the genius." But the joke dies, seeing her sister's grim face. Mongji nervously twists her hands. "Look, I have a quest." "I might be MIA for a bit," she confesses, sweating bullets under Yeonji's gaze. The younger sister frowns. "Hold up. You're giving me serious death flag vibes right now." Mongji whispers intensely. "Yesterday wasn't some clumsy accident. A psycho targeted us." Clenching her fists until her knuckles turn white, she pants. "It was pure bait. If I sit on the sidelines, he's going to wreck us completely." Yeonji freezes like a deer in headlights, totally lost. "Ever since our parents bit the dust, I've been playing life on autopilot." Mongji unloads her trauma. Heavy emotional baggage instantly suffocates the sterile room. "I was a total coward. I just hid thinking nothing mattered anyway. But guess what? The plot just thickened. If I want to keep my favorite person alive, I can't just spam the escape button anymore. Or hide under the covers," Mongji vows with main character energy. "No one touches you. Starting right now, I'm your ultimate shield. Time to face the final boss and kick some serious butt." Mongji mic drops. Yeonji just blinks, completely short-circuiting. After an awkward beat, she snaps. "Hello, memory check. Did you totally forget yesterday's pinky promise to never leave me alone?" Yeonji whines, the betrayal hitting hard. "You drop this anime hero speech out of nowhere. We finally get peace and you pull a disappearing act. Do you want me to be an orphan twice?" She reaches out desperate. To her crying sister. "Why play the hero in this mess?" Mongji pulls her in for a tight, dramatic hug, making a solemn promise. While Yeonji finally stops sobbing into her shoulder, Mongji swears, "I'll make it back alive." Fast forward. A lone taxi rolls up to a super creepy dirt road. The driver basically says, "Good luck not getting murdered out here." He speeds off, leaving Mongji completely stranded in the middle of nowhere. Thankfully, her phone buzzes. It is Yongho. "Suhan and I are already here. Catching up to them." Yongho asks, "Did you calm your sister down?" Mongji sighs. "I couldn't exactly explain our crazy suicide mission. I just promised I wouldn't die. But honestly, I'm terrified." Yongho pulls out the classic best friend reassurance. "Relax. Even with Nungguan's cheating rewind powers, it is still 3 against 1. Waving a mysterious card, Suhan plays tour guide. "Follow me, squad," he gestures. They stop dead in front of a massive, super sketchy abandoned factory. "Wow, classic villain hideout." Mongji deadpans. Yongho shudders. "Yeah, a perfect place to bury our bodies." The trio steps into the creepy, echoing void of the mega warehouse. Yongho looks around. It is literally just empty space." Suhan sweats. "So what's the grand master plan? We only have a few hours left." He points out. The junk scattered everywhere. Guan didn't even bother setting up traps. Talk about an overpowered ego trip. Yongho starts rambling about Guan wanting to hijack their skills, but Mongji completely shuts him down. "Listen up. I've got a genius plan." She shoves her phone screen right into their faces. Yongho squints at it, totally confused. The screen displays a boring news article about Envy Bio's brand new Alzheimer's drug. "Wait, what?" The camera dramatically pans to Guan's smug face. Mongji smirks. "This grandpa medicine is our secret weapon against rewind." Flashback time. We see the sleek facade of a ridiculously rich mega-corporation building. Neon lights everywhere. A sleek black mafia-style car waits outside. Inside his fancy office, Nungguan strides out like an absolute boss. Hopping into the back seat, his driver tries to hand him that exact Envy Bio medicine, but Guan just swats it away. "Throw that garbage out. I don't need it anymore." Cue the ominous background music. "Take me back." The car peels out instantly, leaving the corporate world behind. Cut to a super loud, totally illegal underground casino. A bunch of losers are crying over their cards, but one guy is absolutely owning the room. He has a mountain of chips staring him down. Surprise it is. Nungguan. He casually asks to cash out, looking too cool with a cigarette. Suddenly, some random thug sneaks up and claps him on the shoulder. "Nice jackpot, buddy." The thug smirks thinly, threatening him to sneak home before he gets robbed. Guan doesn't even flinch. He knows exactly who this loser is. Hungu Shin, he spits, the glorified lapdog of the Yoljiro mafia family. Guan takes a drag and casually drops a bomb. "By the way, your poor wife. She's having a terrible accident in 2 days. Better run home right now." A crony asks Hungu, "Boss, do you know this freak? Never seen him?" Furious Hungu grabs Guan by the collar, barking, "Are you stalking my wife, you creep?" Suddenly smash. Another kid gets violently tossed, crashing right at their feet. Flashback within a flashback. We are at a loud, chaotic protest. That same kid is eating dirt while a corporate suit glares down at him. Back in the casino, Hungu Shin backs away, sweating bullets. "Man, this dude's eyes are completely dead." Guan just stares at him, totally unbothered. Let's rewind even further. Nungguan actually unlocked his cheat code powers entirely by accident. It was like hitting reverse on a vintage mixtape. He was just walking down the street blasting tunes, snapping his fingers like he was in a music video. Out of nowhere, screech. A massive truck of doom barrels right at him. Cue the dramatic track. He whips around, facing certain death, but in a split second of panic. Snap. He clicks his fingers again. Whoosh. He gets yanked backward through time, planting his butt safely on the asphalt. The killer car zooms right through empty space and vanishes. Guman is sitting there totally clueless, but alive. After dodging the classic isekai truck, his entire world flipped upside down. The rewind power became his absolute playground. Want money, Snap? Want perfect grades, Snap? He even made a living hustling poker games playing God at the card tables. But here's the tragic irony. Getting literally everything you want? It is super boring. His life became a totally flavorless video game, which brings us right back to him eating pavement at that crazy protest. Dusting off his jeans, he sighs. Should I just rewind this pathetic moment? Suddenly, an angelic voice interrupts his brooding. He looks up, and there is a cute girl with a tiny protest flag staring right at him. She leans in worried. Hey, did you break anything? Boom. Guan stares at her, completely dumbstruck. The romantic soundtrack drops. For the guy who constantly lives in the past, time literally stops moving forward. For the very first time, he actually wants a future. He blurts out her name, Sang-mi. She beams with an absolute killer smile. Hey there, Nung Dae. She runs up, panting. Sorry, I am late. So, where is the big date? Trying to play it cool, he hooks his arm around hers. Boom. Next stop, a super aesthetic amusement park with a massive fairy tale carousel. Her eyes sparkle. No way, I have always wanted to come here. Guan smirks full of confidence. Please, the night is still young. Brace yourself. Later, under the stars, he flexes his wallet at a mega fancy VIP restaurant. Looking at the crystal chandeliers, she gasps. Whoa, I have only seen places like this in K-dramas. Sitting like an absolute boss, Nung Dae drops the charm. I booked this table a whole month ago, and I brought backup. He slides a velvet box across the table. Inside, blindingly expensive diamonds. Happy birthday, gorgeous. The ultimate cheat code. Surprised by the flawless gift, she gasps his name. How did you know? She whispers, clearly impressed by his mind reading. Youngdae puffs his chest out. I can give you the world, he declares. But Sungmi gently shuts the box. Plot twist. Not a fan, he panics. She smiles, admitting she loves it, but then drops a logic bomb. It is way too perfect, she points out. Almost like you read a walkthrough guide for my exact preferences. Busted. You hit the rewind button again, didn't you? She playfully accuses. She appreciates the save-scumming effort, but leans in close. With a soft, serious tone, she drops the realist line. Stop trying to be flawless. I want the messy, real you. Youngdae is completely stunned, his time-traveling brain short-circuiting. Blushing, she demands to see. The original non-hacked present. What was the first draft, she teases. Brace yourself, he warns. It is aggressively tragic. Flashback time. A freezing snowy street. He hands over a violently striped scarf. This disaster, she asks. Hey, it is freezing out here. He awkwardly rubs his neck, admitting his fashion sense is literal garbage. But Sungmi just wraps it around herself. It is super warm, she beams. I absolutely love it, Youngdae. Best gift ever. Right then, Cupid shoots him point blank. He whispers her name into the snowy night. Under the romantic streetlights, our guy goes for the critical hit. He drops a surprise marriage proposal. Time for a character redemption arc. He ditches the gambling dens. No more shady business. He grinds hard, leveling up into a respectable CEO for his wife. They live a peaceful vanilla life. The time powers collect dust. Until one totally normal afternoon, Na Youngdae is taking a business call, when his coffee mug dramatically shatters on the floor. The classic bad luck trope, a hospital calls. They are asking for his wife. Cut to our main character marching down the clinical hallway, gripping a bouquet like a weapon. The doctor drops the ultimate debuff. Stage 3 pancreatic cancer. The game is rigged. The disease has spread too far. She only has a few months left on her timer. Bracing for impact, Youngdae takes a shaky breath and enters. Looking tiny in the hospital bed, Songmi softly calls out. How is this even happening? He mutters broken. Honestly, I am shocked too, she chuckles, darkly eyeing his hands. Ooh, are those flowers for me? She shifts her weight. Perks of dying, I guess. Youngdae swears to bring VIP bouquets daily. He starts rambling about surgery, but she instantly hits the mute button on him. With a fading voice, she asks for one final favor. Fast forward to the worst level ever. A sunny day at the cemetery. Youngdae glares at her gravestone. The name Sang Mi-yun mocks him in cold stone. The atmosphere is suffocating. He bites his lip until it bleeds. Game over. Yeah, right. I reject this ending. Memories hit him like a truck. She was his literal tutorial guide to happiness. He remembers that snowy proposal, how she carried his pathetic self. She was his entire world, gripping a crumpled handkerchief. His aura darkens. I am not letting the credits roll yet. The doctor's voice echoes. If we caught this 5 years ago. Cue the evil smirk. 5 years, huh? Time to break the universe's rules. He plans a massive 5-year time jump to snipe the cancer before it spawns. System load previous save. He snaps his fingers. Boom. Youngdae spawns right in the middle of a hospital lobby. Wait, what server is this? He checks his phone frantically. Wait, the NPCs are talking about last year's news. Glitching matrix. He checks the screen. The system lagged. He only jumped back 1 measly month, not 5 years. A sudden scream rips through the corridor. His blood runs cold. Sprinting like a madman, he screams her name. He bursts through the door. Sangmi. But she is writhing in agony on the bed, her face twisted in pure suffering. She is choking on air. He tackles his way into the room. Move it, lady, he barks at the nurse. Save my wife. The devastating truth drops. His legendary skill has a cooldown cap. No matter how hard he spams the rewind button, he is hard-locked to 1 month before her death. Welcome to hell, bro. Now he is forced to watch his wife die on repeat. Infinite suffering unlocked. Loop number who knows what. Are you okay? She asks. He just mumbles a broken sorry. Go home, you look like a zombie, she scolds gently. I am fine, he lies. Bro, you brought the exact same flowers, she smirks. His brain buffers. Wait, what? He stares at the vase of white lilies. You must really have a type, she laughs. Panic sets in. What day is it? He yells. The horrific realization hits. His memory files are corrupting. He clutches his head. Back at his house, he is trashing the place. He stares at framed photos but draws a complete blank. Where was this even taken? The timeline is completely breaking. He stares at the blank frames, realizing his own mind is deleting her. His own mind was betraying him. The tragic irony. Every time he bent time to save his wife, another precious piece of her vanished from his soul. A mysterious voice echoed, Your mortal brain is basically frying itself. He whipped around, demanding, Who the heck invited you into my living room? The intruder casually called him Rewind, a nod to his pesky habit of reversing the clock. Shrugging it off, he offered them a seat. Cut to a sketchy, pitch-black warehouse. Nungdae stood before the rusted gates. Kicking the metal door open, he strutted inside. Spotting the trio of gifted teens, he smirked. Thanks for not chickening out. Like we had a choice, one of them snapped back, complaining about the absolute circus Nungdae had dragged them into. Cutting their whining short, Nungdae grinned. Hold on, there is a surprise guest I need to introduce. The girl crossed her arms, clearly unimpressed. And who is this VIP? Cue the dramatic flashback. Nungdae casually confessed, I kinda spammed my powers way too much in my glory days. Hearing this wild excuse, the young guy of the squad just raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, a woman sauntered out from the darkness. Long time no see, she purred, eyeing her superpowered pawns like a hawk. Slapping a photograph onto the table, the shady newcomer smoothly asked, Nungdae, do you not want to rescue wifey? She was totally fishing for a devilish bargain. Glaring daggers, the girl demanded, Who on earth are you? The grand reveal. The villainess was known as Record. Nungdae and this crazy lady suddenly appeared at the warehouse entrance. Mongji blinked, asking what the heck this dynamic duo was doing here. His buddy immediately questioned the mystery lady's identity. Yongho yelled, Did you two masterminds plot this entire circus? Cool as a cucumber. Record dropped a massive truth bomb. She bragged that their super squad was not formed by magical destiny. Nope, she had handpicked them like trading cards. She even gloated that she handed out those cringy superhero names to make them feel special. Calling her an absolute psycho, Yongho lost it. Was all our suffering just your little game? He charged like a raging bull. But Mongji screamed for him to stop. Record flashed a glowing eye, unleashing her terrifying aura. She warned, try anything stupid, and my soul will literally hijack your meat suit. Mid-charge, the poor guy flopped onto the concrete. Record yawned, stating she would not even lift a finger here. She was just the grandmaster moving her chess pieces to make this happen. Her big, evil master plan to gobble up every single superpower and casually rule the temporal dimension. She honestly did not care who won their little deathmatch. Mongji sweated bullets. Just as Record geared up to kickstart the chaos, Nungdae suddenly put her in a vicious chokehold. Caught off guard, she screeched. What are you doing? Nungdae smirked. He saw her betrayal coming from a mile away and decided to take out the trash. Trying to react, she panicked. But he was already 10 steps ahead. He bragged about hacking her mind-stealing tricks and even prepped a female vessel just for this annoying occasion. My soul will hijack you, she shrieked. But before she could finish her villain monologue, he stabbed a massive syringe straight into her neck. Relax, it is just a top-secret tranquilizer, Nungdae mocked. Staring at her fading form, he gloated. Thanks for the idea. I will hoard everyone's powers, snack on yours last, and become the absolute god of time. Her body slumped over. Cracking his knuckles, Nungdae taunted. I am ready. Come get some. Mongji and Suhan exchanged death glares. Stepping up, Suhan growled. Was it your big mouth that leaked my tragic backstory to the paparazzi? Smiling like a total creep, Nungdae nodded. Chill out. You will go back to being a boring, normal civilian again. He swore he would throw enough cash to keep Suhan and his mom cozy forever. But the teen spat back. I do not need your charity. Suhan tightened his fists. If I take your stupid deal, I lose who I am. And honestly, I kind of rock these days, loser. Nungdae just rolled his eyes, laughing off the teen angst. We will see, Suhan roared. The dreaded word Alzheimer's flashed like a neon warning sign. A glowing phone screen exposed the ultimate weakness. Breaking news about some fancy NV bio research, curing the brain rot. Flashing the screen like a detective, Mongji dropped the bombshell about Nungdae's crumbling mind. A system prompt read, "This guy's mental hard drive crashes at 300 years, putting two and two together." The ponytail girl yelled out, "His brain is literally full. He hoards too many timelines like a digital pack rat. So he absolutely cannot bypass this cosmic limit." The puzzle pieces clicked for Yongho. That creepy watch. The detective mailed them. It was literally a countdown timer for Nungdae's expiring sanity. Eyes blazing with hope, Mongji shouted, "Our only cheat code to win this boss fight is the fact that Rewind burns his memories every time he rewinds." The strategy was crazy but genius. Force the old man to spam his time hacks, even if they miss every single punch. Snap. With a cocky finger snap, Nungdae glitched through Suhan's deadly haymaker. Snap. He did it again, casually dodging a brutal strike to his shoulder. Smugly, Nungdae chuckled, "Kids, I can literally just rage quit and rewind time to dodge your slow-motion tantrums." Gritting his teeth, Suhan realized pure brute force was useless. Time for plan B. Pauses time just to mess with Nungdae's reaction speed. But Mr. Arrogant just scoffs, quote, "You only played on easy mode against weaklings without powers." Unbothered Suhan fires up his own aura, smirking. "Newsflash, buddy, we're both stuck in the mud, but your cheat code is broken." Nung blinks, completely bamboozled. Because it doesn't work on her. Surprise, Mongji teleports right behind him. Winding up his little time travel hand, Nung hits the panic button. His life flashes before his eyes. Completely dazed, he stumbles like a confused tourist, while Mongji tackles him with an absolute unit of a body blow. Combo finished. Down goes the boss. He eats the dirt hard. Suhan immediately screams, "Yongho, drop the base now." Charging up his ultimate attack, Yongho focuses hard. Nung looks up from his nap just in time to see a massive steel beam plummeting straight at his face. Desperate to dodge, he tries the old snap trick. Wham! The giant metal structure violently crash lands, shaking the entire continent. Dust clears, and Suhan actually asks, "Did we win?" Oh boy, his cooldown is way off. "All according to plan," he brags. But Yongho, actually using his brain, warns, "Don't celebrate yet, you idiot." And boom, instant karma. A sudden strike sends Yongho face first into the concrete, totally shocking Mongji. Suhan screams his lungs out, "Yongho, no!" Bursting from the smoke like an angry demon. Nung attacks Suhan, throwing hands. Mongji tries to jump in, but her brain buffers. Cue the flashback, Suhan sweating over their sketchy strategy. Is this really our only grand plan? What if we just die? Well, back in reality, Mongji goes feral, lunging at him. "You absolute trash." Nung stumbles, clutching his head, screaming like a toddler. "How dare you hack into my precious memories of Sangi?" Taking a good look around, Mongji realizes the vibe has completely shifted. Yep, her team is practically wiped out. Suhan and Yongho are kissing the floor. Nung glares at them, having a literal meltdown over his hacked brain. He violently yanks Mongji by the hair, overpowering her, and tosses her to the dirt like yesterday's trash. Face down, Mongji dramatically wonders, is this game over? Nope, boss phase 2. Nung chokeslams her against the crates. "You guys just kept spamming attacks," he rants. "You just wanted to bait my rewind cooldown for a lucky shot." Nung is practically foaming at the mouth. "I can't believe you tryhards actually planned this. You wouldn't risk this without a cheat sheet." He narrows his eyes, scanning her face. "Who leaked the patch notes on my rewind weakness? You didn't just guess this from a wiki," he snaps. Wait, did Detective Do snitch? One look at Mongji's flinch and bingo, he knows he's right. Honestly, Mongji didn't expect the cop to leak top-tier intel either. Too bad it was totally useless, he mocks. But right then, Mongji has a massive brain blast. They could have figured out his memory limits without help, so why on earth did the good detective mail her that suspicious watch? Flashback time. The detective gives a serious lecture. "Bro, you are definitely using your powers wrong." She drops the mic. "Other abilities can counter yours." Cut to pure dramatic tension. Nung actually gives a fake apology. "Sorry, got a hot date with Destiny." Mongji drops the harsh truth. "Dude, even if you time travel to see her, you'll just be stuck in a miserable loop when she dies anyway." Nung just grunts, "I know." Spitting blood, Mongji roars, "Hey, I lost people too, you edgelord. But I finally leveled up mentally. Even though my tragic backstory is horrific, and I face nightmares that make horror movies look like cartoons, I finally get it. If I actually want to protect my squad, I can't just rage quit. I have to face the boss head on and fight because I promised Yanji I'd survive." Nung tells her to stop yapping her main character speech. Game over. But Mongji hits back harder. "Did you murder Detective Do and steal her loot?" The detective's echo rings loud. "Your cheat code can be broken by others." Boom, Mongji activates the dual-wielding combo skill. Her aura explodes, transforming her into absolute beast mode. Nung finally starts sweating. He realizes her fast-forward buff might not hurt bystanders, but it can totally wreck him. Smirking, Mongji asks, "Hey genius, what happens if we fast-forward a guy with a rotting brain like yours?" It all clicks. The watch was literally a weapon to force his rewind into maximum overdrive. Panicking, Nung violently smashes his time trigger, but Mongji snaps her fingers right back. Clash of the century. The two massive auras collide in a blinding nuclear explosion of energy. Knowing she has to push her fast forward to the absolute limit, Mongji goes all out. Nung is sucked into the hyperspeed vortex and completely loses his grip. The fabric of time literally cracks, shattering like glass all around them. Watching the ultimate glitch, Mongji sees space-time having a full-on meltdown. Desperately fighting the lag, Nung screams, "Stop," just as a mysterious voice calls out. Nungdae gets yanked by the spatial distortion right into a flashback. Ah, the classic hospital bed scene with Sang-mi. In this tearjerker memory, Sang-mi drops the bomb. "I need a massive favor." Nungdae stammers. Wait, what favor could that possibly be? Treading lightly, she hits him with the ultimate restriction. "If I pass away, absolutely no time traveling." Baffled, he asks, "Are you out of your mind?" With utter sincerity, Sang-mi smiles. "Sure, our bucket list is half empty and yeah, we messed up plenty. We were totally clueless. But hey, we gave it our all. Every single clumsy second we shared was bursting with absolute love. Please just lock these memories in your vault. Keep them totally untampered with." Dropping her voice to a whisper, she begs, "Do not obsess over the past. You will literally ruin your own future. Snap back to reality." The present day is an absolute chaotic clash of auras. Mongji is completely frozen, awkwardly trapped in her own skill. Staring at her, Nungdae actually hesitates. Boom, a blinding flash swallows everything. Mongji's eyes fly wide open. Plot twist, she is now just floating in an edgy pitch-black void. She thinks, "Great, where am I now?" Realizing she respawned, she sighs. The absolute nerve of that guy hitting rewind, knowing the risks. Suddenly, a weird noise startles her. The entity named Record casually spawns right in front of her. Mongji. Deadpans. "And why exactly are you here?" Record just shrugs. "Dimensional glitches, so I slid into your subconscious mind." Mongji instantly panics. "Wait, what about the big bad Nungguan? Did Yongho and Suhan survive?" Record lays down the magical science. Your fast-forward ability basically arm-wrestled Nungdae's rewind trick. One stepped on the gas while the other slammed the reverse. She adds, "Newsflash, past and future absolutely hate sharing a room. When their powers crashed, the time stream basically glitched into an infinite loop. Nungdae's brain totally fried, trying to process it all." Record smirks. "Ironically, the trash tier skill you hated was the ultimate boss killer." Mind blown, Mongji desperately asks, "So where's the big villain now?" Record drops the T. After that epic crash, his sanity clocked out. He is permanently stuck on replay in his very last memory. Record explains he mentally checked out to hang with his favorite person. A holographic projection shows him tragically sobbing in front of a tombstone. Suddenly, the light bulb goes off. Mongji realizes Record was secretly playing the ultimate support role. Record confesses, "Look, in every single spoiler timeline I showed, Nungguan totally wiped the floor with you guys. You newbies were way too suspicious of each other. Too chicken to face the ugly truth. You couldn't even form a proper party. If that kept up, that psycho would have stolen every single superpower on the server. He would have just looped time with his wife forever." Record sighs, noting that the only real cheat code to victory was not some flimsy fake team-up, but going full ride or die with mutual trust. She points right at Mongji's legendary stubbornness. "You literally refused to rage quit. You threw hands to protect your squad. That insanely reckless courage was the absolute only way to unlock a good ending." Record smiles proudly. "Congrats, Mongji. You officially cleared the boss raid." Suddenly, Record starts glitching out. She urgently warns, "My server time is expiring." She asks, "Are you going to be okay?" Staring with dead seriousness, Record drops one last spoiler. "Just like your previous playthrough, you might end up playing solo, and poor Yongji might catch strays again." She reminds her that the kid was literally just learning to not hate high school. Talk about a heavy vibe check. With one last dramatic fade-out, Record adds, "Brace yourself, your whole friend list might get a massive personality patch." Mongji stays quiet, processes the nerf, and casually smiles. "Bring it on." She sincerely declares, "The only reason I was basically the school outcast was because I was totally absent in my own life. I am done dodging the tough quests. No timeline is ever a waste." Record watches her level up moment. Giving a proud nod, she accepts this epic character growth. Suddenly, we cut to a bright and sunny flower shop. In the background, a television anchor casually drops the news that Nungguan is officially cancelled for throwing the absolute worst citywide tantrum. The anchor lists his crimes. Yup, he was the infamous serial killer. The guy literally got busted crying at his wife's grave. Meanwhile, Officer Suhan is cashing in on that sweet, sweet career promotion. Poor Sergeant Mayundo, who bravely fought until his hit points hit 0, also got an honorary rank up. Sitting bored at a table, Mongji groans. Math is the real final boss. Ding. The door chimes. She turns to hit them with a retail smile, but gets totally jump-scared. It is Suhan. He casually flexes. Just doing my neighborhood patrol. While Mongji whines about the absolute tyranny of calculus, Suhan drops some wholesome encouragement. Hey, you are surviving, right? Mongji immediately pivots, hyping him up for snatching a shiny medal. He gets super flustered and tries to dodge the compliments, but Mongji is relentless. Dude, that is absolutely legendary. Desperate to change the topic, Suhan asks, so any text from Yongho? Mongji shrugs. Nope. She figures the guy is probably out grinding levels. Suhan playfully nudges. Could have sworn you two were a couple. Mongji expertly deflects. Are those expensive flowers for Jian? Suhan practically chokes on air. Mongji winks. Bro, literally all of Jian's friends know she bagged a cop. Shoving the bouquet into his hands, Mongji orders. Treat her like an absolute queen. Okay. And tell her I said, hi Su. Han blinks. Wait, where are you off to? Flashing a main character smile, Mongji declares, I have a highly classified date with Destiny. Smash cut to a gorgeously animated sunny beach. Mongji and Yeonji take a breather. Staring at the stunning view, Yeonji sighs. Our parents aren't here for this. Cue the guilt trip. If I wasn't such a stubborn blockhead, Mongji instantly shuts down the pity party. Stop being dramatic, she scolds. But Yeonji shrugs, trapped in her feelings. We can always drag Auntie here next year. Mongji laughs. Imagine us suffering through the same college. Gross. Yeonji yells her sister's name, and Mongji snaps to attention. Cue the emotional soundtrack. Thank you for waiting. Yeonji drops her head, apologizing for leaving her to face that timeline, totally alone, but Mongji waves it off. Suhoon already spilled the tea. Honestly, I was slightly salty. At first. The older sister vents. Dealing with wild time powers requires full context. Getting totally serious, she adds. The only thing that matters is you are back. No dodging me like an awkward ex-Mongji beams. That is all I need. Yeonji then hits her with the real question. Are you okay? Mongji blinks like a confused owl. I mean about Yongho, Mr. Radio. Silence has not called once. Mongji shrugs calmly. I just wanted to say a massive thank you. I survived that insane drama entirely because of him. Yeonji nods like a wise guru. It is fine. Our boy Yongho is walking his own epic path now. We will just be his ultimate fan club. Cue the wholesome music. His lesson of never giving up is permanently downloaded into your brain. Yeonji groans. Ugh, enough feelings. This cheesy mood makes me hurl. She calls Mongji, who snaps to reality. It is summer break, people. In those cheesy Western teen dramas, everyone is always doing crazy stuff. Mongji smirks. Do you even know why I bring this up? Suddenly a smooth voice interrupts. What took you so long? Both girls whip around in shock. Yeonji immediately throws her sister under the bus. You missed Mongji getting sentimental. Mongji dies of pure embarrassment. He softly calls her name, grabbing her attention. The camera pans out into an epic beach shot. Walking up with pure main character energy. Yongho smirks. Long time no see. She shyly smiles back. Absolute masterpiece. I cannot even slap a basic rating on this. What score from 0 to 10 would you drop? Smash that like button, leave your spicy reviews in the comments. Keep the manhwa binge going. See you next time.